Smash kuralı geri döndü. 2025 PMGO'da ilk kez denenen Smash kuralı Pmsl EU Spring'de de bizlerle olacak. Fakat kurallar bu sefer biraz farklı. Final aşamasının ikinci gününü lider tamamlayan takımın puanına 10 puan eklenecek ve bu şekilde Smash puanı belirlenecek. Üçüncü gün oynanacak maçlarda bu puanı aşmayı başaran ve kalan maçların birinde galibiyet alan ilk takım şampiyonluğunu direkt olarak ilan edecek. Sence Smash'leyebilecek bir takım çıkacak mı?
TalQ.
Ben ilk 4'e gireceklerini düşünüyorum şahsen.
Vallahi benim de beklentim yüksek. Şöyle mi yapayım o zaman?
Öyle yap. Bende Barsay Esports var.
Aşağılara bakıyor.
5 ile 10 arası bir şey demek istiyorum çünkü takım içi sıkıntıları var galiba takım sahipleriyle. Yani 5 ile 10 arası demek istiyorum.
Fireflux geldi bana. Ben 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum Fireflux. Buraya koydum.
Fireflux. They're good, but I don't think they get top 4. I put them here.
Okay.
S2G yükselme aşamasında ve ligde çok iyi oyun sergiledi. Bence finallerde de ilk 4'e girer.
Papara SuperMassive. Bence ortalama bir oyun çıkaracaklar.
Bizi değerlendirmeyeceğim, o yüzden son sıraya koyuyorum.
Fenerbahçe. Where we go?
5-10.
Yeah, okay.
Second team, we got FUT Esports. I think same, 5-10. Barsay.
Third team, Barça. Okay.
FUT Esports. I think lower also.
Yeah, so for the first team we have Footballist.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, next team, Fireflux. Maybe fifth, I would say.
Fifth.
To be
Yeah.
honest.
Next one, ooh, I got S2G. They're gonna finish top 4 only because I see shit.
S2G. Bence 3 olsunlar ya.
İda. 8. bitirecek bence.
Aynen. Regnum Carya. Bu da girer ya.
A da girer.
Reg ikinci.
Carya Esports, somewhere around here for now.
Fireflux, I think here.
TalQ, I'll put them in B tier as well, somewhere around here.
K1. K1 güzel başladıydı.
Yani orası olabilir aynen. Fireflux'ın ben ilk 4 yapabileceğini düşünüyorum. Ben ilk 4'e koyacağım ya Fireflux'ı.
Boğar. Boğar'dan ben 5-10 diye umuyorum.
S2G var. 2 lig aşamasında şampiyonu oldular. Saray'ı zaten az çok tanıyorum ben. Oyun stilini bildiğim biri. İyi oynuyor yani. İyi oyun atıyor.
Evet, şimdi sıra bende. Elimde Black var. Riyadh'a gidebileceğini düşünmüyorum. O yüzden aynı yere koyuyorum. Fireflux'la beraber.
I have K1. I'm sorry, but they're not so good. Somewhere here.
I have TalQ cards.
Okay, I got Regnum. I would say maybe top 3, top 2. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe top 2.
3, 2, 2. Okay, Regnum 2.
So next one I have TalQ.
11.
Carya Esports, 1 ile 4 arası düşünüyorum. Boğar geldi. Ben 11 ile 16 arası düşünüyorum.
S2G geldi. 1 ile 4 arası düşünüyorum.
İda. 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
TalQ.
FF son zamanlarda ortalama oyun oynuyorlar. O yüzden 5'e koyacağım.
K1. My next card is Falcons.
Falcons.
They are a good team, but they have not been performing so good. Not qualify.
Black Esport.
5 ile 10 arası bir şey ya. Fenerbahçe Esports. Evet. Sen dediğini yapalım.
S2G. Вот так.
Barsay the Wildcats next row.
K1 here.
Barsay Esports, down in the bottom.
K1 team.
On top, bro. Of course, on top.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, same region, so let's put them on top also.
Thunder Tower. Okay. Here.
Team Boars. Top 3 should be.
We have here Fireflux. You know.
Middle.
I got Black. Put him to it. I forgot. BSY.
BSY, yeah. So same.
Okay, Boars Gaming. They're good. 3, 6.
6. Let's put them 6. I got IDA. Yeah, let's put them top 3.
Alright.
Falcon.
Main fight'lar olduğu için.
Şuraya bırakıyorum sizleri.
Regnum Carya biz sonuncu olacağız abi biz ya. Durum hiç iyi değil.
Barsay. Hemen koyalım.
Kara. Son 3 ayda oynadığımız scrimlerde bence bayağı iyilerdi. Hepsini her şeyi kazanıyorlardı. PMSL'de biraz uyumsuzluk yaşadılar. Yani motive olmaları lazım bence. Motive olurlarsa ilk 4 gelir.
Bende SuperMassive var şu anda. Ben de SuperMassive'i 11 ve 16 arasına koyuyorum.
I have Ida. They're a good team, but okay, I put them here.
Okay.
Top 4.
BWNRX çoğu splitte üst sıralarda bitiriyor ve stabil oyun sergiliyorlar. Onların ilk 4'te bulunacağını düşünüyorum.
Boars 10. sıraya koyacağım. Yorum yapmaya gerek yok.
Falcon Avrupa'nın en iyi takımlarından biri ama onların ilk 4 gireceğini düşünmüyorum.
FUT geldi.
TalQ.
Dünyanın en iyi takımı da geldi.
BRX Mumia. Şuraya koyuyorum
Şuraya
yani.
koy. Team Falcon. Bunlar
Deplasman
Rauf
gibi.
olmasa bu arada iyiler de. Bunun da 5 ile 10 arasındayım.
K1. Hiç beğenmiyorum.
K1 sonuncu. Carya Esports.
Kara.
Karaymış. Karanın oyunu güzel şu an ya baya.
Papara SuperMassive. Ama oraya koymayacağım.
Koy ya fark etmiyor. Flux.
İçinde. Flux. 5 tane arası bitebilir.
O da onlar da aynen. İlk 2 gün kötü oynadılar da toparladılar.
INFINIX Esports.
Boars Gaming. I'm pretty sure there is no need to clarification, so it goes immediately here.
Falcons.
This team stay here.
Fenerbahçe Esports, somewhere around here. I think TalQ has to come below.
FUT geldi. 11-16 arası düşünüyorum.
Bra'yı 11-16 arası düşünüyorum.
TalQ. Birinci olacağız tabii ki.
Black.
Black de PMNC şampiyonu. İyi bir takım.
5-10 yani.
Futbolist 4 yaşarlarsa bence rotasyonlarda oyun sonunda parçalarlar diye düşünüyorum ben. Ama ilk 4 zor yani. O yüzden 5 ile ona koyuyorum.
Carya. Of course we're gonna put them top 16, the last one.
Here we have S2G.
S2G.
Yeah, here.
Papara SuperMassive. I think should be mid, like this.
Fenerbahçe. I would say top 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got K1. Yeah, somewhere around here.
Carya. Okay, put them here.
Elimde bura var. Yani 11 ile 16'sı olurlar büyük ihtimal çünkü zaten çok zor qualifier oldular.
I have Fenerbahçe. I think they can be top 3.
Barsay var elimde. Barsay'ı da ben yine aynı yere koyuyorum.
Bileğin bu turnuvada çok fazla iyi oynayacağını düşünmüyorum. O yüzden 12'ye koyuyorum.
Bra. Son zamanlarda çok çalkantılı oynuyorlar.
Regnum Türkiye'nin en iyi takımlarından biri ve çoğu splitte ilk top 3'te bitirdiği için bunları direkt 2'ye koyuyorum. S2G ile Regnum da yer değişebilir. O yüzden onların yerini değiştiriyorum.
BRX Mumia. I think
Low, of course, low.
here.
Here we have Black Esports. I think also low.
Here we have Regnum Carya. Okay.
Okay, next row yeah, should be mid.
Okay, I got BRX. I think around here. Oh.
So put them top 14, I guess.
Yep.
Ooh, next Riyadh. We can put them in the middle there as extra.
Yeah.
They have good players.
I got our favorite friends, Papara SuperMassive, top 1.
For sure. Oh, last team. Falcon. What do you think?
Top 16.
Yeah, as always. Finish last.
Barsay.
Barsay Esports.
Falcon'un yanına koyalım o zaman. Boars Gaming.
Sana koymuş.
Sonuncu oldu ya. Next Riyadh. Next Riyadh direkt.
Darda gider baba.
Bence de gider. İyi oyunları var.
FUT Esports.
Yeah.
BRX Esports.
Put it down here. Yeah. Regnum Carya Esports. Hi. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Black Esports.
Next Rüya. Next Rüya bence direkt 4'e koyabiliriz.
Bence de direkt ilk 1 ve 4.
İlk 4'te vardır.
My next card is NRX. I will put them maybe a little bit in front of FF, like here.
Sup 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
İda da iyi bence.
Barsay. Yani.
Kara var elimde. Qualifier yapacaklarını düşünmüyorum aynı şekilde. Aynı yere koyuyorum.
I have Regnum Carya. I think they can be top 2.
Elimde FUT var. Buraya koyacağım.
Yeah.
Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe hakkındaki yorumun nedir?
Onlar da ilk dörde girebilir. 4 ile 5'in arasına koyabilirsin TalQ gibi.
Şöyle.
SuperMassive kaldı. Bunların da main fight'ı var. O yüzden 5 ile 10 demek istiyorum ben.
Black geldi. Onu da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Regnum Carya ilk 3'te düşünüyorum.
Falcons 5 ile 10 arası.
K1'i 16. olarak düşünüyorum.
Fenerbahçe 5 ile 10 arası.
Barsay'ı da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Nextra'ya kaldı. Nextra'yı da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Fenerbahçe de iyi bir takım. Ortalama oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum.
Kara geldi. Kara'nın da ilk 4 yapacağını düşünüyorum.
Bars bence buraya geçer. 5 ton arası.
I have S2G. I'm gonna put them here.
It's good.
Bence güzel bir sıralama oldu.
Bu kadardı.
Teşekkürler.
Hedefimiz zaten şampiyonluk.
Takıma Silas geldikten sonra global turnuvalara katılmaya başladık.
Bütün turnuvalarda top seviyede bitirmek. Tek amacımız bu.
Eleme aşamasında şampiyon olduk. Yarı finalde güzel bir performans gösterdik.
Bence Esports World Cup'a çıkma olasılığımız çok yüksek. Çünkü takımdaki herkes seyircili bir offline oynadı.
Ve bu serüvende iyi ilerliyoruz.
Çok çalışıyoruz. Yani çalışarak geldik buralara, zaten biliyorsunuz. Önceki sezondan bizi tanıyorsunuz.
Merhabalar, benim ismim Gökdeniz Görür. Oyun ismim Mersiles.
Benim ismim Kürşat Matosun, Mersiles, Nihat ve ben olarak Barsay Esports çatısı altında yaklaşık 2-3 aydır oynuyoruz.
PMNG'den kötü bir sonuçla başladık ama ondan sonra Pmsl'e kadar güzel bir performansa devam ettik. Bu turnuvada da güzel sonuçlar elde etmeyi bekliyoruz finalde de.
Hedefimiz Esports World Cup'a çıkmak. İnancımız tam, kendimize güveniyoruz. Herkese başarılar.
Ben Muhammed Demir, namı diğer Lux, Flux da denir yani. 22 yaşındayım. BRX Esports bünyesinde halihazırda oynuyoruz.
İsmim Uygar, oyun için nickname'im Zeptunus. Lord Cedric'te ben yaklaşık bir yıldır aynı takım içindeyiz. Ondan sonra Lux geldi bizim takıma, sonra Ozi geldi. Bu senenin başında PMWC'ye gittik. Orada ilk elemede az çok güzel performans sergiledik ve main event'e çıktık. Ondan sonra finallerde mücadele ettik. Orada da güzel bir başarı yaptık ve ülkemize döndük.
İnşallah finallerde de istediğimiz gibi geçer. Hedefimiz zaten şampiyonluk. Desteklerinizi unutmayın. Teşekkür ederim.
So, we have amazing team, one of the best AGL in a region, Tulika, with experience of PMPL, PMSL, PMWC, PMGC, and have two very hungry to results fraggers, Chaos and Howley. If Howley have experience of more than 6 LAN tournament and big event previously, 2 years, but for Chaos it's firstly PMSL. Before he played only qualification. But now he have chance to shine on the stage, and we have very great for me and for team support like pusher. Valery is amazing player. He can slow many mood work on map, and he can make one of the best cover in the region. And you see this on finals, grand finals. And so we qualified from Eastern Europe. We playing not long time maybe together. We're playing only half part of year, but now we're ready to show our best results. So let's go to final. Cheers for Boars Gaming. Go go Boars, and maybe winning the best team. It's 100%.
Last year I play EVC. This time I want not only qualified to EWC, but win it.
Merhabalar, ben BRX Mumia'dan Gabri. PMSL turnuvasında biz de varız, biz de boy göstereceğiz.
Merhaba, ben BRX Esports'tan Quantum. Elemelerde kadro yapısına baktığım zaman çok yetenekli bir kadroya sahibiz. Ama ufak hatalardan dolayı istediğimiz oyunu sergileyemedik.
Bunun farkındayız, hatalarımızın da farkındayız. Ama en iyi şekilde üstesinden geleceğimize inanıyoruz. Çok iyi bir şekilde çalışma zamanımız olmadı ama bu son dönemde koçumuzun da takıma katılmasıyla beraber iyi bir hazırlandığımızı düşünüyoruz turnuvaya. Finallerde çok farklı bir BRX Mumia göreceğinize söz veriyorum.
Şimdiden bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. Sizi seviyoruz.
Merhaba, ismim Burak Çoruk, nickim Kane, Fragger rolünde oynuyorum. Adım Erdem, soyadım Erdoğdu, nickim FrozenNX. Bu Jetzt Next Riyadh'da Acer rolünde oynuyorum. Geçen sene takımca tüm turnuvalara katıldık. Hem World Cup hem PMGC. PMGC'de büyük finale kalamadık ama World Cup'ta büyük finale kalmayı başardık. Geçen seneye nazaran bu sene daha çok iletişimimizi ve fight power'ımızı geliştirmeye çalıştık. Bu sene takımımıza bazı değişiklikler yaptık. Kırcalı takımımıza katıldı. Yani Kırcalı ile beraber bu sene hem PMGC'de büyük finalde hem de World Cup'ta büyük finalde büyük başarılar elde etmek istiyoruz. Takıma daha çok güveniyorum. İnşallah bir şeyler ucu ucuna kaçmayacak. Artık başarılı olacağımıza inanıyorum.
My name is Riyadh from Falcons. We are playing Pmsl Europe Spring.
Hello, I'm Sanhok from Team Falcon. Today we're going to talk about our goals. Our goals during this Pmsl is obviously to win it. We already showed last year that we are one of the best teams in the world and we're playing for trophy. We didn't get any trophy yet, but we're always in the podium and I'm pretty sure if we're doing good and our job, we will be able to lead this trophy.
As you guys know, we got in the last past events top 3, top 2, and for this season we're playing to get top 1 on EVC. So support us, we will see you there.
With the addition of core, I think the team can be even better. We'll give our best.
Herkese merhaba, ben Metin. Siz beni Simple Damaç olarak tanıyorsunuz.
Fenerbahçe Esports takımından Batuhan. Siz beni Sevgin olarak tanıyor olabilirsiniz.
Kariyerime ilk profesyonel adımı Fenerbahçe Espor'la birlikte attım ve girdiğimiz son turnuvada şampiyon olarak buraya geldik.
Bence Esports World Cup'a çıkma olasılığımız çok yüksek. Çünkü takımdaki herkes seyircili bir offline oynadı. Android cihazlarla da aramız çok iyi. Bu yüzden ilk 4'e girme olasılığımızı çok yüksek buluyorum.
Rakiplerimizin bizi çok zorlayacağını düşünmüyorum. Finalde fight attığımız takımlar olmayacağı için daha başarılı bir şekilde sonuç getireceğimize inanıyorum.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Flux Esports'tan Soulless. Bugün takımımızın şu anki durumunu sizlere anlatacağım birazcık.
Merhaba, ben Flux Esports'tan Keç. Son dönemlerde biraz bizi eleştireceğim. Yani kötü oynamıyoruz ama biraz üstümüzde herhalde ölü toprağı mı derler artık. Öyle bir şey vardı. Son dönemlerde attık bunu.
Takım gayet güzel. Kadro oluşumumuz çok iyi. Birbirimizle uyumluyuz. Arkadaşlıktan daha öte bağlarımız var. Oyun tarzımızı domine eden aslında biraz da bu. Diğer takımların sahip olmadığı şeylere sahip olduğumuzu düşünüyorum.
Yani şu an iyiyiz. Güvenimiz tam. Her şeyimiz sıcak. Bu finallerde büyük ihtimal çok farklı oynayacağız lige göre.
Oyun tarzımızı zaten genel olarak Yiğit belirliyor IGL olarak. Ben co-IGL olarak yardım ediyorum. Bakalım hayırlısı.
Burada ortam şu an çok güzel. Yani Türkiye'de olması ekstra gurur verici bir şey bizim için de. 14 Türk takımıyız. Güzel bir turnuva bizi bekliyor yani.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben FUT Esports oyuncusu Upfor.
Ben FUT Esports oyuncusu Futenzo. İsmim Berkin, 7 yıldır PUBG Mobile oynuyorum.
Kısaca size başarılarımdan bahsedeceğim. Yükselen Yıldız'da 2. oldum, PMWC'de 1. oldum. Sonrasında FUT Esports'a katıldım.
Bu e-spor içine daha yeni girdim. Biz bu turnuvada takımımızla kendimizi kanıtlayıp PMWC'de iyi bir başarı yapacağımızı düşünüyoruz.
FUT Esports'taki hedeflerimiz PMWC'ye çıkmak şu anlık. Nasipse inşallah çıkacağız. Taraftarlarımızdan da desteğini bekliyoruz.
Herkese merhaba, ben Rita, IDE Esports oyuncusuyum.
Herkese merhaba, ben Emre. IDE Espor oyuncusuyum. Yaklaşık olarak 3 aydır yeni bir takımla, yeni arkadaşlarla beraber bir serüvene başladık. Ve bu serüvende iyi ilerliyoruz.
Çok çalışıyoruz. Yani çalışarak geldik buralara zaten biliyorsunuz. Önceki sezondan bizi tanıyorsunuz. PMGC'ye kadar güzel bir serüvenimiz oldu. Orada birçok izledik ama...
Şu anda PMSL finallerine kadar geldik. Hedefimiz World Cup. İnşallah şampiyonluk da alacağız. Hedeflerimiz büyük. Bunun için çok çalışıyoruz.
Taraftar kitlesine gerçekten ihtiyacımız var.
Kendimize güveniyoruz.
Hello everyone, I'm Quick from Team K1.
Hello everyone, my nickname is Bandita77, I'm from Team K1 and we're gonna show a better performance on the finals.
Wanna say thanks for support on previous stage. We wanna show something new in the finals, so I wanna say hello to our opponents like Team Falcons, Boars and Regnum Carya. We are coming for you.
So you can keep supporting us.
Merhaba, ben Marso. 2024 yılında ikinci splitte S2G'den ayrıldım ve Carya Spor'a geçtim.
Ben Samet. Sizin bildiğiniz üzere See You Later. Bu kadro yeni kuruldu. Bu kadroya S2G'den geldim. S2G'de istediğim sonuçları elde edemedim. Sonuçlar çok istediğim gibi gitmedi.
Carya Spor'da da hani hızlı bir şekilde Vural abi kadro kurdu. Bu kadroyla beraber hani çok fazla vakit geçirmedik takım olarak aslında ama 3 oyuncusu eskiden aynı takımda oynuyordu. Ben de sonradan aralarına dahil oldum ve bu şekilde kadromuz oluşmuş oldu.
Bu sezon gerçekten bütün amacımız bütün turnuvalarda top seviyede bitirmek. Tek amacımız bu. Rabbim nasip ederse bu Pmsl finalinde de şampiyon olup kupayı kaldırıp World Cup'a gitmek istiyoruz. Hedefimiz bu.
Takımımız şu an çalışmalarına devam ediyor final için. Yani elimizden geleni yapmaya çalışacağız.
Olabildiğince bütün turnuvaları güzel sonuçlarla kapatıp istediğimiz yerlere gelmek istiyoruz.
Merhaba, ben Berkay, Lost, Papara SuperMassive takımında oynuyorum. Bu takımda 1,5 yıldır oynuyorum.
Ben Erman Topal, oyundaki ismim Kamikaze. Şu anda Papara SuperMassive'de oynuyorum.
Aslında bizim hikayemiz şimdi başlıyor diyebilirim. Pmsl turnuvasında istediğimizi gösteremedik oyunumuzu. Takıma tecrübeli bir IGL çekmeyi düşünüyorduk. Tron'u çektik. Daha önceden offline deneyimi de olduğu için.
Gayet cesur oynuyoruz oyunu. Yani kimseden çekinmiyoruz. Atladığımız yerde de zaten bunu gösteriyoruz. Hiçbir atladığımız yerde ölmedik. Sadece bir kere öldük yani. Ondan hariç finalde de zaten bunun devam edeceğini düşünüyorum. Aynı performansı göstereceğiz. Herkesten bizi desteklemesini ve bizim yanımızda olmalarını istiyorum yani finalde. Şimdiden herkese teşekkür ederim.
Bu kadroyla ilk PMSL deneyimimiz, yani Avrupa'daki oyuncularla ilk defa oynayacağız. Yani şimdi daha lobiye alışmaya çalışıyoruz aslında. Lig aşamasında elimizden geleni yaptık. Tam olarak kendimizi gösteremedik ama finalde umarım offline'da kendimizi göstereceğimizi düşünüyorum.
Amatör olarak ilk önce Mahmut'la Loxi ile beraber bir takımda oynuyorduk. Sonradan buradan bir teklif geldi Regnum Carya'dan. Başta kabul etmemiştim. Sonradan Mahmut'la biraz düşündük ve kabul ettik. Buraya geldik.
2022'nin başında Arda ile beraber Regnum Carya'ya geldik. Yeni bir oluşum olduk. 4 kişi. Tron, ben, Arda, bir de Bistix vardı. Avrupa'da 3. olduk o kadroyla beraber. İyi başarılar elde edecektik. Ama sonra Bistix ayrılmak zorunda kaldı. Sonraki senede 2023'te Ezel katıldı aramıza. Tron, Ezel, White.
Ezel geldikten sonra Avrupa'dan da bir üst tura çıkıp Riyad'a gitmiştik. Riyad'da bir şampiyonluk yaşadık, kupa kaldırdık. Daha sonra biraz daha üstüne koyduk oyunumuzu geliştirdik, kişisel performansımızı geliştirdik. Partnerlik muhabbeti açıklandı. Ondan sonra tüm kadrolar güçlenmeye gidince takımda değişiklikler yaşandı. Silas geldi. Takıma Silas geldikten sonra global turnuvalara katılmaya başladık. İlk başlarda biraz afallasak da bir senenin sonunda oyunumuzu tam oturttuğumuzu düşünüyorum. Koç Apokalip'in de sayesinde kendisinin takımın oyun planında çok etkisi var. Dünya ikincisi olduk. Üzüldük sonunda, bir 2 puanla kaçan bir dünya ikinciliği. PMGO şampiyonluğu geldi. Şimdi yolun sonu World Cup. Bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
Arkadaşlar merhabalar, ben Hamsi. Şu anda S2G'de oynuyorum. Yaklaşık 4 yıldır veya 5 yıldır da S2G'deyim.
Ben Kalise, 20 yaşındayım. 4 yıldır S2G Esports'ta oynuyorum.
En yüksek başarım Dünya Şampiyonluğu 2022'de. En yüksek bireysel başarım da Kırmızı Grup'ta MVP olmuştum Dünya Ligi'nde. Şu anda da hala iyi ilerliyoruz. Takımımızdaki yabancı var, İngilizce problemleri olmasına rağmen İngilizcemizi de bayağı geliştirdik.
S2G Esports'ta 4 yıldır beraberim ve birçok güzel başarıya imza attık. Sezonun ilk başında, yani takıma ilk katıldıktan sonrasında dünya dördüncülüğüyle güzel bir şekilde ülkemizi gururlandırdık. Sonraki senesinde de dünya şampiyon olduk. Bu bizim için çok güzel bir gururdu. Hiçbirinizin yüzünü kara çıkartmayacağız ve ülkeyi yeniden çok güzel bir başarıyla geleceğimizi düşünüyorum. İkinci dünya şampiyonluğu olur. Buradan çıkacağımız bir Riyadh turnuvası olur, World Cup.
Bugüne kadar en başarısız olduğumuz zamanda da en başarılı olduğumuz anda da yanımızda olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ederiz. Önümüzdeki süreçte de yanımızda olun. Zaten birlikte olacağız Pmsl finalinde. Sizleri seviyoruz. Kendinize iyi bakın.
Öncelikle herkese merhaba. Ben TalQ ekibinden Nayko.
Ben TalQ ekibinden Kairos. Ben Lider Espor'dan ayrıldıktan sonra oyunu bırakmayı düşünüyordum.
Biz aslında çoğu oyuncumuz oyunu bırakmıştık. Yani hiçbirimiz devam etmeyi düşünmüyorduk. Farklı takımlardan, farklı nedenlerden dolayı.
Ondan sonra işte beni arkadaşlarım aradı. Şu anki takım arkadaşlarım. Dediler ki biz PMNC'ye gireceğiz. İşte bize katılabilir misin? Bir PMNC elemesi girdik. Yani 2 gün beraber oynadık. 3. gün PMNC elemesi girdik.
Eleme aşamasında şampiyon olduk. Yarı finalde güzel bir performans gösterdik. Finalden de Pmsl biletini kazandık. Pmsl'in ilk elemesinde 4. olarak bitirdik. Aslında yetinmemiştik. İkinci elemede 2. olarak bitirdik. Şimdi finale şampiyon olmak için geliyoruz.
Merhabalar, bugün tier list yapacağız.
Bana kara geldi. Ben A tier'e koyacağım. Hoşuma gidiyorlar yani güzel oynuyorlar.
Ben de K1 ile başlayayım. K1 yani bence C.
Regnum kara geldi.
Eyvah.
Ben S tier.
Falcon geldi bana. Daha A'ya koyacağım.
Carya Esports direkt
S
konuşmaya gerek yok S tier.
Black geldi bana.
İda Spor geldi. Bence S tier.
Bence de aslında. Black geldi. Bunu aslında çok konuşmaya gerek yok da.
Direkt koy.
İyiler bayağı. S'e koydum.
Bana ilk olarak Barsay geldi. S sıralamasına koyuyorum.
Bana Carya Spor geldi. S'e koyuyorum.
FUT geldi ikinci olarak da B'ye koyacağım.
Bana Regnum Carya geldi. Bu turnuvada çok rahat ilk 3 yapacağından S tier'a koyuyorum.
Hayır, Flux.
A ile B arasındayım ben.
Evet, ama A yani
Ama
bence.
tecrübelerinden dolayı A. Black Esports B.
Bence B. Barsay. Bence Barsay C.
C.
Evet.
Thunder TalQ'la devam edelim. Potansiyelli takım olduğu için hani A'ya koymak istiyorum. Yani çünkü belli olmaz ama ligdeki oyunları S tier bir oyundu bence.
İda geldi bana şimdi de. Ben A tier diyeceğim.
Evet. Bura geldi bana. Ben C yapmak istiyorum.
Bana Nextria geldi.
Eyvah.
Ben S tier'e koyacağım.
S2G Esports geldi bana. Onlar da iki lig aşamasında şampiyon bitirdiler. Finallerde de aynı oyunu yansıtırlar herhalde. O yüzden S'e koyacağım.
Bana Fenerbahçe geldi. A'ya koyuyorum.
Bana Black geldi. Çok bir şey yapacaklarını sanmıyorum. O yüzden C'ye koyacağım.
Papara SuperMassive.
Yakışır.
Abi.
Bura geldi bana. Hadi seni kırmayayım, sen biraz kararsız kaldın.
FUT Esports. Hadi A'ya koyalım.
Bana K1 geldi. Bunu hiç konuşmayacağım ben. Direkt şuraya koydum.
Kim, biz mi?
Fenerbahçe. Şuraya koyayım bir de ben. Ben kendimizi yorumlamayacağım hiç.
Bana Barsay geldi.
Elbise
B
yok.
tier.
Yani hem offline hem yani iki kişi oynadı falan.
Oynadılar ama PMWC
Ligde de kötü bir şey oynamadılar.
Yani ben B tier diyeceğim.
İda Esports. Senin var mı düşüncen?
A.
Bence de.
Bence de. Carya Esports. Bence A.
S2G bayağı iyiler.
Evet. Nextria. Yani çok konuşmaya gerek yok bence. S tier.
Evet, diğer takımımız Black. Yani Black'e ben A olmasını çok isterim ama şu anlık B'ye koyuyorum.
Bana S2G geldi. Eski takımım. S tier diyebilir miyiz o zaman ya?
Yani ben derim çünkü kadro iyi
ya.
şu an.
Yani evet.
İyi de oynuyorlar. Zaten
Hepsinin tecrübesi var yani o baktığında.
Offline'da var, hepsinde var. O zaman FUT'la devam edelim. FUT B'ye koymak istiyorum ben.
İda Spor geldi. Çok rahat S tier hak eden bir turnuva.
Bana Boars geldi. B olabilir yani.
Flux geldi. A'yı fazlasıyla hak ediyor.
Boars.
B. Fenerbahçe. Valla ben üzülerek koyacağım B.
Yani ben de üzülüyorum, yapacak bir şey yok. K1. Hiç beklenmeyen bir...
Ama iyi rotasyon atıyorlar.
K1 için mi diyorsun?
Evet.
Hiç beklemiyorduk bu finalde. Elenir
B
diye
yani.
düşünüyorduk ama B yani
Evet.
iyiler.
Bushido Wildcats Nextria. S tier'e koyuyorum bunu direkt hiç.
İyi oynuyorlar çünkü.
Aynen.
Biz geldik. Vallahi şuraya da koyalım.
Boars geldi.
A iyidir.
A'ya koydum. Normalde S ama.
Falcon geldi.
Main fight'lar da var ya. Onlar sıkıntı.
Main fight olmasa bile ben B diyorum ya. B tier bana göre yani.
Şoka.
Team Falcons geldi. Neyse koyuyorum.
BRX Mumia. B'yi bile hak etmiyoruz. C'ye koyuyorum.
FUT Esports. B.
B. Team Falcon.
Thunder TalQ. Bence B ya şu anlık.
S2G geldi.
S tier'de.
S iyidir.
Hani offline'da Tülikaya falan iyi bence. A tier'lik oyunu oynayabilirler ama ligde gerçekten
Beklentimin altında kaldılar.
B mi?
B.
Papara SuperMassive geldi. Bana göre A ama yine B'ye koyacağım.
Next R'ye geldi bana da. S'e koyacağım.
TalQ geldi. TalQ'un koçu eski koçum olduğundan dolayı C'ye koyuyorum.
Bura BRX Mumia. Zaten B'de yer kalmadı.
Yer açık.
Yok açma.
Papara SuperMassive. Objektif bir şekilde yaklaşırsak bence A.
Yani bence de A.
A.
En sonda Reg var. Reg'de zaten
Direkt zaten
tartışmasız.
konuşmaya gerek yok.
Fenerbahçe.
TalQ geldi bana.
A'ya koy.
A iyiydi değil mi?
Barsay kaldı bana son olarak.
B'ye koyuyorum.
Aynen.
Bana son olarak SuperMassive geldi. Üst sıralara oynayabilirler. Artık.
Carya Espor geldi. C'ye koyuyorum. Dümenden bir finalde.
O zaman son takımımıza geçiyoruz. Flux. Yani kadronun kalitesi zaten tartışılmaz. Kadro iyi bir kadro ama patlamaya hazır bomba gibi. O yüzden A+ diyorum, A ile S arasına koyuyorum. Bizim tier listemiz bu şekilde. Teşekkür ederiz.
De certains manques, je vais un peu schizophrène. Moi je cherche à vous transpercer. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. En clair de ma obstinée, entêtée, acharnée, je suis bornée. Vouloir y croire à chaque fois, mais perdu dans mon cauchemar. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. En clair de ma
Hello and welcome to the final day. It is Smash Day here at the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have got some PUBG Mobile to get through today. We will be, of course, kicking things off with Sanhok. We've got so much more than that. Potentially, actually not much more than that. And we'll be getting that into a minute as we take a look at what we've got for you today. But we've seen some two pretty interesting days of gameplay, I think it's safe to say, Blank, with some ups, some downs, some teams rising and falling.
Yesterday was the big chase up towards the top side of the lobby. A lot of teams able to get back on the road again, which was nice to see. BWNRX being one of those teams where the start of the day, it almost felt a little bit disappointing in the way they played, where they came so close so many times. However, you get to the point where you're thinking to yourself, well, is it really that bad that BWNRX is putting up 10 points per game? Like, this is some serious consistency. So although they weren't quite making it to the end of the game, where there was a few times, especially on that Erangel, where Regnum Carya came from crates, cleared them out, that really should have been a win there for BWNRX, that it was forgivable past that point because they put up so many points in the first place. So they're chasing. They're in a good contention to move up towards that top side. Also, S2G, Regnum, Carya, and Boars having a bit of a fall off towards the end of the day yesterday meant that a lot of teams got closer. I think those three teams are a little bit safer at the moment. They're around about 20 points ahead, but over in fourth place, that's where everything can change. It is all up for grabs, and it depends how many games these teams have to make it happen. Right now, we have Smash ruling, as John spoke about a little bit earlier, and we'll get over towards the rules and the regulations for that all work out. But it does mean that a team could win on match 2 or match 3.
Yeah, there is obviously that option, or well, any match after that, including technically on match 6, if we go that far, right? It is possible that you can win match 6, and sure, you won't end the tournament early, but you would win the tournament, which would be quite impressive. And by the time you've got to 6 matches, that's going to allow so many more teams to potentially be over that Smash boundary. It is very much up for grabs. In general, when we go into these final days on Smash rulings, you see 1, maybe 2 teams who are sort of within striking distance of winning via a Smash rule. But with how flat the top of the tables are at the moment, I mean, you're talking a 20-point difference from first down to fifth. In terms of who's getting chicken dinners, that points gap can be breached pretty quickly, right? And so all of a sudden, you've got this threat of maybe up to 5, 6, 7 teams by that 6th match having that Smash ruling available. We're talking nearly half the lobby here, right? Which is kind of crazy. 50% of the teams would win if they win that final game. So it really could get pretty close. But we have to get there first, and that could be denied by an early Smash.
It's one of those few scenarios because we've had Smash rulings in the past where we have gone all the way to 6 matches and it's felt like no other day. Other than that added pressure of it might happen, it could happen, it didn't happen. And I think a lot of times that was purely because we had our like first and second place teams so far ahead out of the rest. But as we keep talking about here at the Pmsl EU, we have a huge amount of very skilled teams. It's a very stacked lobby where now that we're getting into day 3, it's very close, it's down to the wire here going in towards our final matches. And so, like you say, there is absolutely a big chance, game 5, game 6, that 50% of lobby, if one of them gets a chicken dinner, it's going to be done and dusted. And no matter if you were in first place at the start of that game, you're getting knocked down 1. It's frustrating, I would say, for a lot of our squads, the way that works. It's not going to affect the top 4 too much because I think if you're getting to the point where you're able to hit that Smash ruling, you're probably going to be in the top 4 anyway. But there is also a possibility, a world where we get to match 6 and it's the 6th place team that's crossed that boundary. They get a chicken dinner and suddenly they ladder up and they would kick out that 4th place team who had thought they'd secured their spot over towards EWC.
That would be pretty galling as well, right? It's not an easy scenario to try and comprehend right now, but it is just that tense at this stage. Of course, it could all be for nothing, right? It could just be Regnum Carya. They get 10 points on that first match, then they get a chicken dinner, and it's all done and dusted, right? And nothing moves, nothing changes. They're up in that top spot, and we're all fine and dandy. And of course, it could be one of the teams from the top 4 that get that chicken dinner once they're past that Smash boundary to jump up into first. It wouldn't change who qualifies, just in what order they would qualify, which would be still, you'd be a bit miffed by dropping down, getting bumped by, what was it, like 5 to 15 grand, depending on where you are exactly in the top 4. But you would still get that qualification spot. So it wouldn't be all gloom and doom. It would be a little bit of sunshine and rainbows peeking through around the end.
Yeah, it would be. Just a couple. The clouds would part slightly for you. But today we are looking at quite a few teams. So we've already spoke about some of them, but we'll list them off. S2G, Regnum Carya, Falcons, Carya, BWNRX, Boars. These are all teams that have done fantastically well so far. Our 6 teams, let's say, in terms of qualification of towards that top side. There are some teams who are lagging a little bit further behind. I think it was 9th place, if I'm not mistaken, where we had that 70 point down towards a 50 point drop off. And I would say from there, that's where I'm really counting teams out at this point. But there is a big possibility for a lot of teams to get towards 4th spot and beyond. Now, it really does depend on our first map here on Sanhok, how well Regnum Carya does, how well S2G does, and how well all of them do. It's gonna get tough. Let's head over to the stage and get a recap of what's been going on.
Veda etti ve Regnum Carya Esports şampiyonsuz bir şekilde şampiyon olmayı başarıyor. Global Open'da şampiyon Regnum Carya Esports. Ve maç bitti ve ekranda 4 tane aslan var, aslan! Şampiyon S2G! İşte böyle! Dokunma! Saylan'ı istiyor! Saylan!
Hoş geldiniz! Welcome to the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Grand Finals! Woo! It's good to see you here. It's going to be a great one. Welcome into stunning, glorious Istanbul, Turkey, where it is the final day of our competition. One of our teams will walk away as champions very, very soon. My name is Adam Savage, and this colossus of a human being is Billy G.
Değerli misafirler, bir kez daha hepiniz 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar finallerine hoş geldiniz. Enerji harika, hepiniz harikasınız. Bugün bir takım kupayı alıp evine götürecek ama daha önemlisi 4 takım e-spor Dünya Kupası'nda yarışacak. Şimdi daha fazla beklemeyelim ve takımları çağırmaya başlayalım. Let's start with the first team.
Yes, indeed. We've got lots coming your way here. We have our teams coming out shortly. Remember, it is all about winning today, getting one of those 4 spots for the Esports World Cup this summer as well here. So it's all to play for, not to mention this trophy as well. Our teams needed to have swatted up and done their homework ahead of what's to come their way. Remember, Smash rules apply today as well. Are we ready to meet the teams? Are you ready, Billy G?
I'm ready.
Okay. Should we start with the first one?
Let's start.
Let's start indeed. A new challenge. They're not here just to push boundaries. They're here to redefine them.
Yeni bir meydan okuma. Sınırları aşmak için değil, yeniden tanımlamak için buradalar. Barsay Esports!
Next up, from PMNC to PMGO, they left a mark at every stop. Now it's their time to make history at the finals.
PMNC'den PMGO'ya her turnuvada iz bıraktılar. Şimdi onlar için final zamanı. Black Esports!
Now, comebacks are always special. This is the perfect mix of youth and experience.
Geri dönüşler her zaman özeldir. Gençlik ve tecrübenin şekil bulmuş hali. Fenerbahçe Esports!
Alrighty. Next up, a legend reawakens. The legacy of years now locked on a new target.
Bir efsane yeniden uyanıyor. Yılların mirası şimdi yeni bir hedefe kilitleniyor. FUT Esports!
Now, before the storm comes silence. Now that silence is breaking. Brace yourselves.
Fırtına kopmadan önce sessizlik olur. Şimdi o sessizlik bozuluyor. Thunder Talk!
Now I feel this next team may get a bit of crowd support here as well. Once world champions, now they are back for more. Fueled by the glory of the past, they are here to conquer once again.
Bir zamanların dünya şampiyonu şimdi yeniden sahnede. Geçmişin ihtişamıyla geleceği fethetmeye geliyorlar. S2G Esports!
Wow. Crowd loving it here right now. Next up, they came quietly, but they're about to shake the stage and everyone will hear their name.
Sessiz geldiler, dikkat çekmediler ama şimdi herkes onları konuşacak.
IDA Esports! Now, familiar faces, fearless goals. They're not here to follow, they're here to lead.
İsimleri tanıdık, hedefleri ezber bozan. Kuralları bilen değil, yazan olmak istiyorlar.
Papara SuperMassive! Our next competitors, they fly high, they lock onto their target. They glide in silence, but they strike with noise. They are coming.
Yüksekten uçup hedefe kilitlenirler, sessizce süzülürler, vurunca ses getirirler. Onlar geliyor.
Team Falcons! Next up, here we go. Hunters better watch out, because this time the prey is the most determined force on stage.
Avcılar dikkatli olun çünkü bu kez av sahnenin en kararlı gücü.
Boars Gaming! Alright, moving on. A master plan behind the silence. Every move calculated. They've taken the first step. Now it's time to write a legend.
Sessizliğin ardında plan, her adımda strateji. İlk adımı attılar. Şimdi destan yazma zamanı.
BRX Mumia! Very eager. Next, they missed the plane, but they are right on time for the fight. The Warriors of Europe are here.
Uçağı kaçırdılar ama finalleri değil. Avrupa'nın savaşçıları burada.
K1 Esports! Next, always there, always consistent. Now they're on stage for a PMWC ticket. Their goal, being crowned as champions.
Her zaman orada, her zaman istikrarlı. Bu kez PMWC bileti için sahnede. Hedef şampiyonluk.
Bushido Wildcats next Riyadh! They emerged from the dark. Now they rise to rule over them all.
Karanlıktan gelen bir sessizlik. Şimdi ise her şeyi sarsacak bir yükseliş.
Carya Esports. Oh, the fans are going wild, man. This is great. Okay, next. Success is a habit, and they're not done yet. Reigning champions of PMGO returning to continue their winning streak.
Başarının adı artık ezberlendi. PMGO şampiyonu zafer serisini sürdürmek için karşınızda
Regnum Carya Esports. And now, for our final team, they've coming in flames, burning to become the champions. Here they come.
Finallerin yarışacak son takımı alev alev geliyorlar. Şampiyonluk ateşiyle yanıyorlar.
Flux Esports. This is going to be big. This is going to be huge. The fans seem very ready for this, Billy.
Bence de taraftarlar hazır görünüyor. Are they really ready?
I think should we test it out? Should we have one more time? Should we hear from the fans one more time? I think we need to.
Like we did yesterday. Do you want them to
We need more,
stand
though.
up if they're
More.
able?
Let's elevate it.
Okay. Arkadaşlar, buradaki herkesten muhteşem bir çığlık istiyorum takımınız için, oyuncularınız için, herkes için. Çünkü bugün son gün. Bugün finallerin son günü. 3'ten geriye sayacağız Adam'la birlikte. Müthiş bir çığlık istiyorum. Let's count down from 3.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. We are so ready for the grand finals, baby. What is going to happen? We're about to find out. Our next game coming your way. For now, it's over to our desk.
Şimdi analiz masasına geçiyoruz. Birazdan ilk maça başlayacağız. Tankut ve Scarlett sizdeyiz.
We're not over there. Stop pointing over there. We're here, right here, for you guys on the English broadcast for the PMSL Europe. And of course, we're ready to kick things off. It's going to go into Sanhok. We're going to be going over a couple of house rules before we get into it. We're going to get a little bit of a refresher before we kick things off today. We've covered a little bit about the teams, what they've sort of been doing. A couple of the shout outs there at the start. Didn't quite ring true, I think, to how some of the teams have been performing over the course of the last 2 days. But maybe it's a prophecy for today, right? Maybe that's what they're calling out for. It's although a bit hopeful, I think, especially when it concerns Bra.
Bra been touted as like ruling over them all. It's like, oh wow, I think the only thing they're ruling over is the Jester's outfit down at the bottom there at the moment. They're struggling. They're definitely struggling. Also, most consistent team in BWNRX. Well, I would just go ahead and say they've been quite inconsistent. They've had like a lot of ups and downs so far. I was happy with Regnum Carya though. You know, they've said they won PMGO, and that they did.
That's a very true fact. Who would you say is the most consistent team here, though? I think that's an interesting question.
That's an easy one.
Okay,
you can answer that.
Okay, that's S2G, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be.
Although
I mean, they did have a pretty rough run towards the end of yesterday. After that first match, they basically did nothing.
If we're talking about consistency, you can't just be like, those three matches right there. That was bad for them, wasn't it?
Well, how about 5?
Let's take a look at the 3 days in league stage, the 3 days in knockouts, and day 1 as well from finals.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, I think it's quite certain to say that S2G is definitely our most consistent team. I think that's closely followed by probably Regnum Carya, maybe. Uh, I think Regnum Carya has had like some good stand-up points. Let's take a look at the tournament format for the final time. We've seen it every single day during this tournament. We're at the end of it right now. We're at the grand finals. It is day 6. 6 matches potentially at an offline tournament here held in Istanbul. 16 teams, 1 champion, and just 4 EWC slots to head over towards PMWC. And it's all riding on this, John.
Yeah, the Smash rule as well is in effect today. We've been talking about it for a week and a bit, even more, and it is going to be coming through today. Of course, over the first 2 days, Regnum Carya got 103 points. We add 10 to that score, meaning 113 points is our Smash score target. If any team, not just Regnum Carya, any team gets 113 points, after the match that they hit 113 points, even if that match is a chicken dinner, they still have to do it again. After they've hit that boundary, if they get a chicken dinner, they win and the whole thing is over. They win the entire tournament. They get 35 grand. They get a qualification spot to PMWC next month. And that is one hefty prize as well. Speaking of prizes, let's take a look at the money that sits at the top of those tables. You get 35 grand for a first place if you're able to grab it.
35,000 for that first place, 20 grand for second, and 15,000, a cool one there for third place. 35 grand would be fantastic. We were having discussions yesterday, though, about how, you know, getting that EWC slot actually is worth quite a lot of money all on its own. So even if you get 4th place here and secure your position over towards EWC, it's a really, really nice position. So if you're in 4th place and the game gets secured, in terms of a Smash ruling, you're not going to be too upset because you've been locked in. It's very tumultuous in that 4th place right now, in which case teams can go in and out from that position all day. So if you get locked in by a team doing much better than you at the top, I don't think you're to be too displeased that you weren't able to grab that 35 grand.
Yeah, so it is kind of all about that qualification spot for so many of these teams. And of course, courtesy of Regnum Carya, we've got that extra qualification spot, as they said on the walkouts. They did, of course, win PMGO. They got that 4th slot available to Europe as a region. So that is really what a lot of our teams are competing for. Because, of course, at the moment, it looks like we've got a fairly clear top 3, although the boundary is pretty close by, with Carya and Falcons with an opportunity to overtake the Boars and S2G with a little bit of a downturn at the end of yesterday. Could potentially change things up, but we'll have to wait and see. Either way, the top 3 does feel like they have been outperforming the rest of the lobby, and it feels like it's quite likely that they're going to continue to do so as well in today's games. We'll have to wait and see if they are able to, but we've said before, it feels like it's only that 4th place scramble that is really up for grabs. And that competition goes all the way down to like 10th place right now, Blank, with K1 on 70 points. 4th place is 85.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. And I think that, you know, there is a scenario where some of our teams actually leapfrog. And you are right. And I will concede slightly over towards yesterday, where Regnum Carya and S2G weren't able to do amazingly done. But we're going to head back over towards the stage where we'll see all of our players getting ready for this game.
Tanıyorsunuzdur mutlaka. Buradaki oyuncular, takımlar, herkes tanıyordur. İlk soruya geçmeden önce, before the first question.
Yeah, sure, of course.
İbrahim abi, buradaki ortam için, takımlar için, oyuncular için, Silas için ne söylemek istersin?
Yani öncelikle bütün takımlara başarılar diliyorum. İyi olan kazansın. Herkes çok güzel, muhteşem bir ortam var. Yani Silas'a da başarılar diliyorum.
So he's congratulating every single team in the finals, especially Regnum Carya and Silas, I suppose. Yes. Yeah.
Of course, of course. When Silas told you he wanted to become a professional PUBG mobile player, what was your reaction to that?
Tamam.
İlk sorumuz şöyle abi sana. Silas sana gelip, baba ben artık PUBG Mobile'da e-sporcu olacağım dediğinde tepkin ne oldu? Ama doğru tepkin.
Yani tabii ki boğazına sarılmadım. Ama tabii ki yani bir babanın illaki tepkisi olacak. Biz de ufak bir tepki gösterdik ama sonra da peşinden gittik. Yani onu takip ediyoruz şu an.
The The first reaction was like, of course, he says I didn't strangle him, but we were like surprised. We like supported him all the way.
Incredible. Looking at his journey so far, how do you think he has changed as a person? How do you think he has changed, Silas, over his time competing?
İbrahim abi, Silas bu e-spor yolculuğunda sence nasıl değişti? Nasıl bir insana evrildi? Nasıl etkisi oldu e-sporun ona?
Yani Silas ilk başladığı günden beri üzerine koyarak devam etti. Yani değişimi zaten hepimiz görüyoruz. Şampiyonluklar geldi arka arkaya. Halen de değişmeye devam ediyor.
Nasıl bir insan
Sorumluluk
oldu
sahibi.
mesela? Hani daha mı düzenli oldu, daha mı dağınık oldu, daha mı hırslı oldu,
Yok,
daha
çok
mı özgüvenli
düzenliydi
oldu?
zaten. Daha da düzenli oldu. Yani daha ağırbaşlı oldu. Sorumluluk almaya başladı. Helal olsun diyoruz yani.
So basically the esports and PUBG Mobile, the discipline made him like a more mature person. So he's happy with that.
Yeah, that's great. Wow, this crowd, I mean, they are on the side.
Thank you.
They're excited. This is great. And the players need this. It inspires them. Has Silas said anything to you recently, Ibrahim, that's really stayed with you, something that's really touched your heart on this journey?
Son zamanlarda böyle
We're hearing Silas, your son, is emotional behind you right now because I guess his dad's out here talking about him and hearing the crowd as well.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised being at a grand finals like this. So very
should we
special.
continue or ne yapalım? İyi misin? Bunca insan seni seviyoruz.
Kalbimdesin oğlum.
Silas, çok özel bir şey. Gelmek ister misin bir saniyeliğine?
Come and hang out with your dad. Come on.
Gel kardeşim benim, gel.
That's right. Let's hear it for Silas, everyone.
Gururumuz.
Thank you, Silas. What a guy. What a moment that was as well. That's really lovely. As his father, is there any words of support that you could say to Silas right now, Ibrahim?
Şimdi şöyle bir sorumuz vardı. Silas'ı desteklemek için herhangi bir şey söylemek ister misiniz gibisinden ama artık bence gerek kalmadı. I think there is no need for that question.
Zaten kalbimizde şu an.
Şimdi şöyle bir şey yapalım. En azından biraz daha böyle duygusallığı azaltmak adına. Silas'ın böyle ilginç bir yanı var mı böyle kimsenin bilmediği? Böyle bir özelliği var mı? Her sabah çiğ yumurta yer gibi. Biraz
Yok,
da böyle
çok
eğlenceli.
yemek yediği doğru ama her sabah çiğ yumurta yemiyor ama çok hırslı, duygusal aynı zamanda gördünüz. Yani başka bir özelliği kazanmak istiyor zaten. Başka bir özelliği yok yani. Hırslı, tek özelliği hırsı.
The thing is, I asked him about that. What's the one thing that we don't know about Silas? But he basically says the same thing. He likes to win. He's passionate. He's disciplined.
Champion.
That's it.
A champion.
He's the guy.
A champion. We must go back to the desk for now. But should we give Ibrahim a huge round of applause? Make some noise, please, for Ibrahim, Silas's father,
abimiz
everyone.
için çok güçlü bir alkış alalım sizlerden.
Amazing.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
These
Başarılar.
Big up to Ibrahim. Let's go. Yeah, all right. That was a really quite touching moment there. Father-son moment. Obviously, a lot of pride there in the family. That's got to feel pretty nice, especially at these finals, right? At a live event like that.
It is funny because Silas is such a killer inside those matches, but he is quite an emotional guy when it comes down to. I think there are several times, and to be honest with you, I like that. He does wear his emotions on his sleeves, and I think that's okay. I think that's actually that is a mature thing to do, rather than bottling it all up a lot of times. And it's sweet. It is a sweet moment there for Silas, with his dad cheering him on. There is a big chance for them today to actually head up towards that champion slot. Once again, coming off the back-to-back between PMGO, heading through over towards the boys getting this PMSL EU Championship. PMGO into this would be a great victory for Regnum Carya, and just the beginning of their streak.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at some of the champions coming on in potentially any of these teams could be taking it here. These are our current top 4 teams, of course, with their representatives standing around that trophy, willing to get their hands on it. But only one of these players, one of their teams, will be lifting it at the end of today. Who it will be, still uncertain, but we're going to find out very shortly. And you're right about Silas. He has such a passion for the game. I mean, I remember him playing underneath the S2G banner right back at the end of PMGC, I think 2023, if I'm not mistaken, in Istanbul. Coming on in and having a pretty rough time in those final few matches. It slipped away, and he was pretty inconsolable there. And I think he had a real tough time working through it, and he has really come out all the better for it. And right now, they are at the top of the pack. You can see Regnum Carya under Silas's guidance there with 103 points. Our team that has set that smash boundary, and everyone else close behind them. It's not comfortable.
I think for Regnum Carya, and at least for Silas as well, it is a case that I think the pressure got to him over on S2G. There is a huge fan base around him, and I do think that it affected his gameplay quite a lot, and it was affecting it negatively in the long run. It's a huge organization. There is a massive fan base for S2G over in Turkey, and I think for Silas it wasn't a healthy space for him. So him moving over towards Regnum Carya and finding success over here with some good friends of his as well, that had been a big thing for him, because it was a fresh start. It was a clean slate for Silas. And I think he reproved in those moments that he could stay at the top. And that's not to really discredit Wild or Loxy. I think Toshbek's a bit of a new addition for them, but I think Wild and Loxy's been there with him since the start, and they've had his back in more ways than one, with Loxy clutching out a lot of moments. Wild, the survivor himself, on side. But we head down towards 10th place, K1, 70 points. That's really the cutoff for us here. On 10th place, getting up towards the top. I know we just showed that title image is where we were saying that there's 4 teams that there is really a lot more. There's a lot more that have the chance to do it today. As we get further into things, realistically, if you're looking at that top 4 there, you're sort of thinking to yourself, that's coming off match 2 and 3. That's not looking over towards match 4, 5, and 6. And it also depends whether we initiate that smash ruling at the end of the day, whether it comes through or not. But there is a lot of opportunity for it. When there's only 6 teams that can't activate the smash ruling coming into match 5 and 6, that's where you have a scary prospect on your mind. You're also hoping for those teams that are doing quite badly to get the chicken dinner and no one else, which, again, is quite unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic, and I think that what it sort of will boil down to is, as a team, you just have to play your best PUBG Mobile. I think that letting that sort of tournament structure get in your head can be really detrimental, right? You're thinking too much about, oh, well, if it's this team that's getting the points, then this team and this team, and then all of a sudden, you've missed a rotation, you've missed your window, you're losing out on the points that you could have earned by just getting head down and playing the game to the best of your ability. And I think that is the mentality that should be taken by a lot of these teams, right? Especially the teams lower down. If they want to make it, they can't be too concerned with like, oh, who am I exactly competing with? What's going on here? What's the exact dynamic? It needs to just be play your best PUBG Mobile and try and stick to your plans. Make sure that is going to be enacted. It's interesting when you look at the scores, though, from our perspective. Obviously, we can give this a little thought, right? From our perspective, we're looking at the tables and thinking which teams can start to enact the smash ruling and when, right? So we have Regnum Carya obviously ahead, but you've also got S2G and Boars that could potentially activate the smash ruling potential in their first match, right? Could potentially be in this Sanhok that they have that opportunity to jump up and achieve that boundary and potentially win it all in match number 2. But we are going to be heading into our first match of the day. It's Sanhok. We are kicking off for the proceedings that are yet to come. All these teams nervous, sure, but ready? I hope so.
Absolutely. So S2G crowds out there all looking for S2G to make this one happen as we get underway with our first match of the day over on Sanhok. A very, very scary place is Sanhok to start things off. A lot of things can change, can happen in a blink of an eye. And when those 10 points that Regnum Carya are relying on to get here, to get themselves in a position where they can get that smash ruling, Ooh, you're a bit scared. You're a bit scared coming to this one. I think it sort of depends on the circle here, though, for me, John. If the circle heads up towards that north side, it greatly benefits the likes of Regnum Carya, the likes of S2G that play in Paradise Resort, and multiple times over the entirety of this tournament league stage, knockouts, as well as the finals, it has been a battle between Regnum Carya and S2G. Now, it is a bit easier for Regnum Carya here. All they need to do is secure those 10 points and then start looking from there onwards towards picking themselves up a big win.
Taking a look at is that co-streamers? I think it might be. Goodness me, look at that. Wearing a Regnum Carya jersey. No secret in the favoritism there coming on through the watch parties for the Turkish language broadcast. Very, very nice to see. They're live and in the venue. They're hanging out. I mean, they're in Istanbul, right? They're probably a little bit closer to it. Goodness me. The fans showing so much support as well. And each of these teams having their various watch parties, the coaches, the analysts also getting involved. That was, I believe, over towards Carya, I believe.
Yep, it was.
Over on that corner.
Yeah, we had he's one of the influencers that we saw earlier answering questions. It's nice to see everyone in the building, all chatting, all watching, making sure that they can see exactly what's going on in these matches. But here we go into the first game of the day of Grand Finals, Day 3. It's all decided here, John. Let's see who makes it out with those extra points to unleash themselves into a smash ruling capability.
It is up to them to decide if they want it enough to be able to grind out these points all the way up to 113. Of course, that is our smash ruling boundary. Once a team surpasses it, they can get a chicken dinner and win it all, end the tournament right there and then. Our plane path sits from Lakawi, from Kampong rather, over towards Hatin. And we will be seeing if there's going to be any argy-bargy, any hot drops early. I'm not expecting there to be, but could be any third day adjustments. This is our last Sanhok of the tournament. Let's get into it.
Up towards that northwest side, we've got Boars, we've got S2G in Paradise Resort. A little bit further down the way in Painan, we actually have Regnum Carya chilling out in that position. These are the teams that we are looking at currently. Up towards that top side of the lobby, looking to lock this one down. And we'll wait and see where our first circle does end up and where it will send us across to, and how these teams will have to play around it from their respective positions on the map.
Everybody looking for the circle, and there it pops over to the east mainland there, north of Quarry. BWNRX pretty happy about this. Teams on the eastern side as well going to have a little bit less to contend with, so Flux potentially could have a good time with this circle as we are sending out to that side. If they can control the ground on the east side of Quarry, they'll be able to cut off a lot of south side rotations should they come on through. No early fights, and you can see at the top of that tower graphic on the right-hand side, that smash point boundary. That boundary will drop down the table as teams surpass it, but it sits above everyone as it stands.
Regnum Carya on our screens at the moment. Down in Painan, currently looting up. No real dangers around them as of yet. And Barsay over towards that northwest edge. We don't really see any hot drops here on Sanhok either. Everyone keeping it cool, calm, and collected. And they should know exactly where most people are dropping. You can see over there on the right-hand side of the screen, nice little reminder that that's the smash point right there, 113. As teams pass it, we'll be heading over, grab ourselves a winner, potentially, if they're able to take a match after.
That's what they'll be looking for. It's what every single team on the tables would be looking for, right? Try and grab that chicken dinner, get on up the tables. I think that as well as the fourth place scramble, it's going to be on teams looking to push up towards third to guarantee themselves that they can't be pushed out by a smash ruling, right? If we get towards the later stages of today, being in third place is so much more secure than being in fourth, right? So being able to jump up that 6-point gap for Carya, that 8-point gap for Falcons would be absolutely huge to be able to secure themselves one of those spots and jump up over the Boars, maybe even over S2G to be a lot safer. Obviously, first place, safe as you can be. Safe as houses, really. But Regnum Carya going to still have to defend it because teams will close that gap faster than they would like.
Especially here on Sanhok. We talk about it a lot of times in the past as well, where there is a lot of points on the line here on Sanhok. A lot of wins have come down to 15 to 16 eliminations on the match. So you're looking at 26 points potential there for some of these squads. That would send Falcons flying up to 109, just shy of that smash point ruling on one game if they're able to make it happen. For Boars, they'd absolutely pass it, as would S2G. It's a scary one, but it also allows teams that have massively get themselves in a position where they can be fighting out for those top 4 positions. Again, we talk a lot about this smash ruling, but there is that possibility that we just end the day on 6 matches and find our winner then.
Yeah, it can go to points, right? It doesn't have to be a smash victory. You can still win it the old-fashioned way of getting the most points in the lobby. You'll have to wait and see if that is to be the case. Flux, they've left from Painan. They're sending up fairly central, taking control of... Regnum Carya, leaving Painan, moving up to take control of a more central area on the circle. And we'll be pretty happy to find that spot. Flux a little bit shorter than that on the east side of Quarry, with Barsay actually ahead of them. So it could potentially be some trouble there. S2G spot a knock, and it's up 4 on foot.
Already finding that one. Do they confirm over towards it, though? The circles over towards the east, we haven't really seen circles like this in quite a while. And we'll wait and see what happens in Zone 2. But yeah, over towards the eastern side is a little bit different for a lot of our squads. How they want to play things out. Regnum Carya did move out from Painan over towards the western side of Quarry earlier. I think they may have moved since then. But again, on Zone 1, realistically, it's just getting as close to the center of the circle without exposing yourself too much. And I think western side of Quarry is a good way to achieve that. For S2G, they fully left Paradise Resort. They didn't presume that it would be heading up that way anytime soon. And if it does, at least they can get themselves straight back into it. But it's more looking over towards the compounds on the roads.
Uh-oh, Boars rolling over the bridge. They might be rolling straight into a trap, though, because TalQ is already down. Kaus is low, very, very low as well. You can't even see his health bar there, but it doesn't matter, because Striker eats some lead to the face, goes straight down, looks for the first aid, but finally he's spotted with an off angle. One of our top 4 teams, Blank, they've had 3 players fall, and it's all up to Pusher to survive. ThunderTalq while lying in wait, and that should be 3 easy points to pick up.
Well, this is balls all over, isn't it, really? It is sometimes quite careless gameplay from this team. And I think that careless gameplay has given them a lot of opportunity to get a lot of points where they have just made plays that teams would just not assume squads to go for. And I like this from TTQ. They're like, okay, you just want to cross from Hartin, do you? And you think no one's going to punish you for it because no one has. We're going to gatekeep. We're absolutely just going to gatekeep here. Now, Boars get completely wrecked on that one. I think you absolutely have to go into day 3 on a finals, at least to expect something like that. This was a wild crossing from the Boars, and they don't have any time to fix this or repair it. This is the last time you're playing Sanhok, and you have just scrubbed away so many points that are on the card for you. Now, for them, it's looking more likely they'll only open up Smash Ruling come Game 3.
Taking a look at the circle, it goes over towards Quarry as Pusher. Now, yeah, you're right, isolated up the top. Just taking a look at what they did. They didn't even scout the other end of the bridge, right? They just left Hartin and just went straight across. And they should have known, they should have seen the parachutes, right, from ThunderTalq dropping in this area. Really not good stuff. The circle goes over towards Quarry, keeps a lot of the teams around Quarry. Well, I wouldn't say happy necessarily. Regnum Carya, they're in danger as Barsay actually rolling on into the fight pretty well. The roll up from Regnum Carya doesn't go super well, but they've still got a little bit more to play for. There's a reason they're at the top of the tables. They do manage to get into the corner building, only with 3 players though, so they'll be a little bit curtailed. Oh, BWNRX went down in the meantime.
Where did that happen? They just got obliterated, and we didn't even get to see it, which is unfortunate.
I think that must have been FUT, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. It must have been FUT considering the score lines, but that's a poor push that comes through. For Regnum Carya, for them, it's bad that they do lose a player early, but this is one of the few maps you can play as 3. But they only need 10 points. They need 10 points, and they do want to open it up early on. They don't need a chicken dinner here. They just need some. That is a wild maneuver coming through from K1.
Hit them with the inside-outside, rope-a-dope, but Bra, all 4 players still alive, K1 suffering pretty heavily, a lot of their players burning down low, only 1 knock, that's a second though, there is finally an answer, but there's damage from the off angles, looking to pour on through as well as on the inside, you've still got 1 more player to handle, Capri's, he's super low, but is going for that first aid before going for that res, so is easy for Bad Boy, they want to be able to take the fight should it pop out of the doors from them, Rolex, close by, up close and personal, nade in hand, he only got the 1, let's make it count, but the burn is on, puts the pin back in, he will find that re-knock there, and the shotgun around the corner, but he will fall in response, the reses now coming on through, can Bra get there in time to stop it?
Where is the rest of the team from Bra? What are we doing just watching this fight unfold? The nade goes out, it looks fairly decent, will hit big on the backside, but again, why did that take so long for Bra to do anything there, leaving their player out in the cold on the front line? But K1 does go down. That hurts them, as it hurts BWNRX. And I think you're right. They did go down to FUT. They tried to crash down towards the eastern side of Quarry, but there are already teams set up here.
It was far too occupied, and you see Barsay, one of those teams, Regnum Carya on that north point. It was just that FUT were able to earn those points. I mean, if those points had gone to Regnum Carya, this is a very different match very quickly, right? If they get 4 extra points on the cards, they're up to 108, 5 points behind that smash point boundary. Oh, my goodness me. It could have been very tense here, but they're still on that 104, still a little bit of a way to go. Falcons, they're moving in from Sami. They're pushing on over the cave. Fenerbahçe in their way. But Falcons don't want the fight. They're going to turn around, try and go a different way.
For the Falcons, they need to get up towards that top fight early. I think that it's not unlikely at all that Regnum Carya finishes this tournament on a smash ruling. So I think for Regnum Carya, for Falcons at least, they need to get themselves up into action fast. And this is an unbelievable circle to do it on. They can cut east quite comfortably and quickly and get themselves over towards a position on the map that's playable, but they're letting Fenerbahçe get ahead, and they may even just let Ida get ahead as well from Quarry, and they have done nothing. They are sat still outside of the circle. But yeah, I mean, for Falcons, they need to get towards the top 4 so that if the game ends on match 2 or match 3, they can stay within that chance to get an EWC slot. So they can't let Carya get ahead too far early on in this tournament.
The difficulty, though, is that Carya is slap bang in the middle of this next circle, Blank. They have a really good compound position in the middle. With all those teams on the north side, that buffer zone is pretty big. It's the south side that is potentially a little bit dangerous for them over towards Kampong. The hills to their south edge as well. If the Falcons rotate through there, if Fenerbahçe opts to push in, it could be a bit dangerous, but I don't expect that Carya are going to go down without a fight at the moment. And it's looking pretty good. So for the Falcons, the team that's just ahead of them is having a bad time. Maybe you set your sights on the Boars instead.
That would be a decent scenario to go for. He's put himself in over towards Lakawi as pusher. He has to move further down. There isn't anyone playing around that area right now, so he can comfortably just move along the coastal side. Depends if anyone heads out too far that way and finds him. Kampong is currently open, though. There is potential for teams to send over there and stay safe, at least for a little while. And here's Carya on our screens. Not always the nicest of compounds. There is a lot of capability to get nades in here. Open up an engagement. It's just the open ground around it that keeps you safe.
We're looking at the area to the south now starting to fill up. Ida obviously now entrenched. Falcons were looking to sweep down on the south side, rotate. Fenerbahçe very slow to leave from cave, actually allowing Ida into their north side. And it looks like, yeah, Kampong now will be the resting place. Well, rather the hidey hole for Pusher, the last player from Boars. I think Thunder Talk are going for a wide wrap out on the east side as well. Could be seeing them on the south edge of this too. With Quarry on the western edge, teams do need to decide to approach this directly from the north or directly from the south, which is why we're seeing a few teams swinging so far on that south side.
It's a nice cut-in from Falcons as they head directly out into the blue towards dockside, and then they'll rotate back up again where we saw them now. So I do like that coming through from the Falcons, gets them into a good position that's playable going forward. Fenerbahçe obviously with a much stronger compound, but you're right, Carya slap bang center here on those compounds, very hard to deal with, and likely a high placing game. But with a circle that sends far down towards the south, now we're looking at Regnum Carya, who's going to really struggle to push through Barsay.
Could be difficult. The question is, do Barsay want to spend the time out there? With FUT getting ahead of them, they're already moving right from that northern side. It is going to be a difficult decision for Barsay to just take that fight. I'm not entirely sure if that's the right decision for them, even if they can stop Regnum Carya. It's going to be tricky. There go FUT, trying to make their way on through the middle. A miraculous rotate. We'll see if they get torn up for it. S2G potentially losing another player, though. They were also stuck on this northern side. And Papara SuperMassive, who sit to the southwest of Lakawi right now in these hills, have a lot of control over this rotate.
Yeah, S2G crumbling quite a bit here, and you will get some targeted plays here to give more time to our other teams to remain in this one. Here's Regnum Carya now making a quick rotate out, and Barsay are nowhere to be seen to try and stop this from happening. And Regnum Carya may have just got ahead of the pack here.
Using the quarry cover, that is a really smart decision there for Regnum Carya. They know that the teams on the lining of quarry will have left. They give them a little bit of time to get out of there, and they use that cover to get away from Barsay. They know they can mount it at the far end, but now they have to find a home. Loxy going wild on into the middle. I know that's his teammate, but it's going to be him channeling it. Regnum Carya actually surviving for the time being. Toshpik dangerously low. So is Wild, and it's up to IDA that they try and find these positions, and it's good for them. Another knockdown, and they get a little bit more territory under their control. Fenerbahçe are just around the corner, but have they made it, Blank?
It's a mad position to play for Regnum Carya. An absolutely crazy push that they go for. They're sandwiched between two teams. Erangel taking shots over towards Calci as S2G were able to get 3 of their players back up again. I don't know how Regnum Carya has made this work. They're currently slightly protected coming through from Carya, but I think they are very much looking towards just getting 10 points on the game. Unfortunately, Loxy will go down. That's to Ida.
It is not flushed out just yet, though. There was a response, so we'll have to wait and see if that one can be flushed away. Lots of scraps on this northern side. S2G starting to crumble. Regnum Carya still not able to get this res just yet. Wild. Actually, no, they do. Toshpik able to pull him back up, and immediately a re-knock, and it's a double with the nade, and Ida may have just stopped them from pushing past that smash boundary here. Very likely we're going to at least game 3 now. The circle shifts all the way south, and that is great news for the Falcons in the meantime.
Pusher picks up the final elim, so we won't be seeing a smash ruling on the first match of the day at least, but it gives more opportunity for teams underneath to crawl on up. Falcons still playing it very, very slow and cautiously down towards the southeast side with 4 players still up, but Carya with 2 points will sit themselves ahead. But you're right, there is that chase possibility over towards S2G, over towards Boars right now, but Boars doing a pretty good job to stay in this one.
I mean, the circles helped out a little bit, kept Kampong in for a long, long time for Pusher to stay there unscathed. Not too many teams are going to look to push there just yet. I think if Papara SuperMassive conclude this fight on the north side, they could potentially try and sweep through it and catch him. But we'll have to wait for that, as it looks like we've got Bram moving on up to get involved as well. They're not having a great time of it, though, as the loss does go down, but Papara SuperMassive holding their own on the hillsides. S2G struggling to make their way forwards. Icy, the last player now alive for them on the northern side, and everyone out in the zone getting pushed southward by the circle.
Good molly coming through from Icy over towards Poser. How long did they stay up? And Lewis will find Icy, and that's a few elims found now for the boys on Carya, up to 3 now. Boars still alive during all of this. Flux will go down. A lot of the teams that were chasing are getting cut out massively here. Papara SuperMassive not doing badly at all, up to 76 points now.
They have had a little bit of a resurgence over yesterday, and it seems like they want to try and continue that trend. On the northern side, they've had a cheeky engagement with S2G. They controlled that rotation nicely. CEO later trying to get pulled back to his feet right now. Lewis on a hero mission. Has to be worried about Papara SuperMassive though on the high ground. Eren has the nade around the corner. That could be devastating. Two of them fall. And IDA looking to light them up. The side swipe from Rita was huge and that nade was even bigger.
Wow.
So low. How has he hit that one? Eren going wild with the ordnance now. And it's just one player remaining from Carya.
Yes, having a curveball his way, and Carya is now eliminated, ending this game on 89 points, just shy of Boars and S2G's position. Everyone at the top side of the lobby barely got anything on this one. 1 point apiece for all of those three teams. 3 points for Carya, and now Falcons have a good opportunity to start chasing big here.
Falcons looking to put down some hurt as they're up to 2 elims. Papara SuperMassive starting to wane in their power, but they've had a good match. It's going to put them in that conversation yet again. As the bubble starts to move away, though, if the Falcons can get some headroom here, they could keep themselves feeling a little bit safer. Trying to chase. Placement points are kicking in now with 6 teams remaining as BRX Esports do fall. They will go on out there towards the bottom of the tables. The placement points do add up time and time again. So the Falcons adding elims from the south side, starting to spread their influence on the south edge of this circle. Blank, they're looking to take control of the hill as well.
I think they were very much considering what was next.
Oh!
Southeast, that's a massive nade. It's been big nade after big nade for IDA. Falcons ladders up over towards 4th place there. IDA chasing massively.
With 79 points now on this match, they could potentially jump on up into that high 80s sort of bracket
More
with this
elims
game.
for Falcons.
And more elims coming through from Falcons. They confirm it. They're looking to keep this one under control. They could jump up and potentially even challenge towards that 1st place blank with a big match here.
Honestly, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. This is why I'm always afraid when we see these Sanhoks on the last day, is that it can shake up the ranking something horrid.
And IDA can be that earthquake in themselves as well. They could be up there taking away one of those top 4 spots. Fenerbahçe right now, the final hurdle for these 2 teams to try and push on through. Not too much hope for Fenerbahçe to get that resurgence, but there will be a barrier. A blockade in the way of the Falcons. A 2-2 split, though, this late, with Falcons bearing down upon you. A third-party potential from IDA. I'm not sure how this is going to work out for Fenerbahçe. Maybe try and bolster this position.
Now Valo with a Navy zone tosses it over the top. There are shots going back towards his way. No damage done. Another one sent through. It's just little chip damage here and there. And now Valo has yet to find anything too large off the back of this. But they are definitely putting the hurt over towards Fenerbahçe. However, on the other side of things, IDA seems to be more preoccupied with the Falcons, which is not good for them. 9 elims so far. A big run out from the up-and-comers.
And there's the spray down. Narvalo trying to clip them. The circle goes up to the north, over towards IDA to potentially put them in the money. Redox down next as Fenerbahçe's two-man forward hold is working out. Ralph trying to roll over, but IDA have the angles. They're suppressed behind the rock, and Narvalo goes down. Ralph falls, and the Falcons out in 3rd. It's up to IDA now to try and chase them down. 3rd place and 6 elims is good, and that may see them okay. We'll see if they're able to chase the Boars in the next match, but IDA wanting to jump up there as well with Fenerbahçe on 4. It's a 3 versus 4 for IDA to keep control.
This has been a crazy run coming through from IDA so far. A nade towards the front line. Solke finds the first, the experience taking on the rookies here. Eren with another nade over the top. Solke's down. This is insane. The ordnance has been unbelievable coming through from IDA this game.
Rita still not flushed out. That forward position from Solke getting knocked was huge for IDA. The circle will start to close now. Darkin and Eren looking to take the 2 versus 3. Res potential there as well coming on through for IDA, but they're giving the time for Fenerbahçe to do the same. Bring themselves back up to 4. Eren, no nades, no utility here, only the 1 first aid. The stims healing them up over time, and Fenerbahçe are biding their time. I don't think there's any nades left on either side. They would have been sent forwards. Savvy Avian with the spray down. Aaron's close by enough to go for the retribution shots, but will not take them just yet. Biding his time, and it goes over to Solgate. A second, and it's Aaron for more. With the shotgun, he's brought it into a 2 versus 2. He's done his job. It's up to his teammates now. Dark in Arita, rolling on forwards. Razy wants the heal. The helmet blasted away for Simple Throwback. He turns the corner, and they're into the grinder. Razy goes for more, and Rita now surging around the side of the rock, has control, and it's Ida all the way. Fenerbahçe fall. They want one of these top 4 spots. Ida find the chicken dinner.
It's a disgustingly potent game, and Eren opens it up for Ida in the final moments. A desperate gambit through the grass, and the snake bites, and the venom is applied. Fenerbahçe go down. From way back when, watching Fenerbahçe in these final moments where they're able to spray down teams like Papara SuperMassive, it will be either to show them something different, sending that flex angle out. And he did so much damage. It wasn't just the 2 knocks. He got the 2 players in the back down to half HP, which opened things up for a victory. An incredible game. But that sees Ida so far up the rankings.
They are going to be in with a chance here, Blank. We were talking about them during those knockout stages. They placed 3rd place back in the league stage. They didn't do quite so well over in the knockout stages, coming in 11th, but they have found their feet here in the first match. They have been able to keep up the pace. They put themselves in that position. They've built their foundation over the first 2 days, and now they can do it potentially all here and now. The Falcons as well, 3rd place, 6 elims. That is going to net them, I think, 11 points on the match, which is going to push them, I think, over the top of maybe even S2G and in towards 2nd place.
Honestly, it's an unbelievable game. It's an unbelievable game from Ida in those final moments. This is what we were talking at the start of the day there. And even we saw the team graphics come through, the 4 teams that could be potentially getting in. And I was saying that it really isn't just those 4 squads. It really is not. There are so many teams that are so hungry to bite down on that trophy. They're looking for it, and no one's out quite yet. I'm very, very excited to see where the overalls lie after that game. So interested to see who's been knocked out and who hasn't. And for the Boars in particular, it all comes from that careless capability from that team coming back to finally kick them in the arse, basically. I was very, very worried for them. I felt like, they couldn't hold up, though, right? They couldn't hold back. They couldn't pull those punches. They had to continue with that aggressive gameplay. It's what got them towards that top side. But carelessness cannot be forgiven.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they just didn't scout right on that bridge crossing. When you know that there's a team going to be playing on the other side of that bridge, you know that they could potentially be guarding you out. They just didn't even take a look, right? If you have one player over towards Hartin, one player maybe look down to the south, you take maybe 30 seconds, right, to just have a little look. You see some vehicles, maybe. You see a position, you're like, oh, there's some dudes there. Maybe we shouldn't just, like, all 3 of us in the same vehicle roll straight at them. That'd probably be a good idea, right?
Yeah, again, it's just so many times here where we're seeing the Boars just make some strange and odd plays that shouldn't really work out, but they do, because the teams in this lobby are just unprepared for them or don't expect them to happen. I think it has been that unexpected factor coming through a lot of times for these other teams, that they just don't worry about a squad potentially also racing over towards a position from outside the map, because people don't do that. It's not the done type of gameplay. Let's take a look at the final blow here, because it was a very, very intense final moment.
Yeah, big up to Eren there, finding those 2 on the back line. He passed the baton over. He goes down, but as I said, like, his job was done at that point. Darkin able to keep control of his side long enough, and Rita really able just to push that one home. It was right down to the wire, though, but in a 3 versus 4 in the final circles, fantastic stuff. Rita gets the MVP. I feel like it was very much a team effort, but he definitely deserves this accolade. 7 elims, 917 damage. They did do more than just that fight during that game as well. They had a nice rotation to get ahead of Fenerbahçe, actually, in towards the circle earlier on in the game. So it wasn't just a case of winning that final fight. They've played out through the entirety of that game really nice and strong.
I'll feel very smug after this ends if they did finish the game on 16 eliminations, as I was talking about earlier, that there is a huge potential for a 26-point game on Sanhok. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It does just send you flying up the rankings. For the boys on Rita, on Ida overall, like they were a little bit further behind, but after yesterday's games, they had shunted themselves further and further up the tables into striking distance. It wasn't the distance that I expected for them to cover in this one map here, but yeah, they're right up there with the best of them now, and I'm so happy to see it. Again, I've talked about the amount of times I have a lot of respect for this team. I think it's a very good squad, not filled with, I would say, rookie. They are sort of rookies from on a team namesake level, but I do think that they've had a lot of experience on different teams, just flitting here and there, but they've all got a lot of potential in them, and finally that potential is being realized here at the PMSL EU.
Yeah, I mean, some of their players have been at the global stage before, right? You've seen, I think it was Eren playing over towards Zeus, I think, in previous years' games and things like that. They do have some name clout to them, but you're right. I don't think they've ever been really considered as a global level team. So to put these pieces together to make sure that puzzle went so well, I think it was fantastic, phenomenal. 8 knockouts for Eren, by the way. Just to draw your attention to that, 977 damage. Sure, Rita got MVP, but I feel like Eren definitely deserves some credit, especially in those final moments, right? He bided his time. He struck at the perfect moment as well. Without him, they don't get this chicken dinner. They don't get those extra 4 points. But as it stands, they get 14 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That's 24 points, right, to push them up the tables. They're going to have a pretty good time with that. That puts them on 94 at the end of this game.
Yeah, it is an unbelievable amount of points they're able to get. 24, not quite the 26, but we're in the realm of it. That will really, really send them far up the leaderboards. And we'll wait to see what the overall rankings show us, because I think it did. It's very much a James Bond scenario. The leaderboards were shaken, not stirred, during this match, because it was just a fantastic run for a lot of our squads. I think the Falcons could have done a lot better, but again, it is just that classic scenario for the Falcons where it's just those last-minute jitters from them in those circles where they get a little bit overwhelmed by everything that's occurring.
We are going to start to increase our field of teams that could potentially jump up over that smash boundary as well, Blank, with Ida ending up on 94, with Team Falcons somewhere around that as well, actually. We're going to have, I think, now up to potentially 5 teams that could cross that boundary in the next match, and we'll have to wait and see if anyone is able to do it. Multiple of them could do it in the same match, remember. Regnum Carya do not need that many. I think they're able to get 1 point during that match, meaning that they are now 9 points shy. And a 9-point game, that's actually not too tall of an order for a team like Regnum Carya, right? You can find that even if you're not getting towards those final circles.
Absolutely. Now, the weird thing from these games, though, from what we've seen so far, is that it really has created a weird scenario where I don't expect to be a match 3 smash, but match 4 and 5 look terrifying. With the amount of teams that were further down the tables that got 12, 11, 9, 9, 8, and 6. Like, it's a crazy amount of points for a lot of our teams further down the tables to jump up. You suddenly have this weird scenario going into match 2 where there is a lot of squads that can get over that smash point ruling and actually get themselves in a position where on another win, that could be the one.
Definitely could be. It definitely could be. I mean, I'm just looking at these points totals right now, and it is a lot of the teams towards the bottom of the tables that were earning there. Boars, BWNRX, Regnum Carya, Flux as well. We haven't really talked about them towards the end of yesterday, but they continue their descent down the tables. And look at that. Ida in second place on a tiebreaker with the Falcons now, 94 points apiece, and the Boars in 5th. Carya languishing on 89 points on what should have been a really powerful circle for them as well. That's got to sting.
It really does. It absolutely does. I think Carya could have done a lot more in that match, but 89, 92, 93, 94, 94, 104. Like, this is a wild ranking where there are 6 teams now coming into match 2 that have that potential to jump up. For BWNRX, though, we come back to what we were talking about yesterday, is that they're a team that you could look at with bright-eyed, and then the next game you can look on in disappointment and horror of what's happening for this squad. It's really quite stressful. Make sure you know that Ida is not in 9th place there.
No, they are in 2nd place, which is much better than 9th place, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, I will have to double check that, check my sources. Yeah, it has been a big turn up, and that's what we were talking about, right? All the way down to 10th place. I mean, 9th place was a tiebreaker between Ida and K1 on 70 points at the start of this. After one match, they're in 2nd place, which is absolutely insane coming into this one. And we did, of course, expand the number of teams that could potentially get a big game in this next match on Erangel as well, which, of course, removes a little bit of the Sanhok chaos, could potentially be pretty big for now up to 5 teams to cross that smash boundary. I'm excited for it. I feel like we're going to see a team cross in the next match. I've got that sort of vibe. I'm getting the feelings, the gut feelings coming on through. Feeling pretty good for that. So maybe we'll see a big one.
I mean, for Regnum, Kai, there was a pretty clear-cut goal for them there. But I do think that, the easier the goal sometimes, the harder it is to achieve it here in PUBG Mobile. When you only need 10 points, that's a daunting task. It's like, suddenly you're thinking about whether we should reduce our point scoring, whether we should reduce the amount of eliminations a game. We just don't know. Anyway, we're going to head back over to the stage, Billy G as well as Adam Savage.
Bizdeyiz, tamam. Selamlar tekrar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Evlerinde izleyenler ve salonda izleyenler. Bugün çok önemli 2 misafirimiz var. Çok özel 2 misafirimiz var. PUBG Mobile yayınları yapan Umut ve e-sporcusu Muhammed bizlerle. Öncelikle çok güçlü alkışlar alalım 2 yayıncı ve sporcu PUBG Mobile aşığı için.
Yes, indeed. We are delighted. We're joined by Umut and Mohammed here to talk all about accessibility within PUBG Mobile. Umut, how did you first get into PUBG Mobile? What really drew you into the game?
Şimdi ilk sorumuz Umut Bey size. PUBG Mobile'a ilk ne zaman başladınız, nasıl başladınız ve neden PUBG Mobile oynamaya başladınız?
Ya ben PUBG Mobile'a 5 yıl önce ilk burada hatta aynı sahneyi paylaştığım arkadaşlarımdan, videolarından görerek başladım. Bir heyecanlandım o oyunu görünce, böyle bir dedim ki ben de oynamalıyım. Daha sonra evde oynarken kendi çabalarımla biraz başta zor oldu ama normal bir oyuncu kadar oynayabildiğimi fark ettim. Tuş kombinasyonunu değiştirerek, ayağımın altına 2 tane pedal atarak, ki çoğu kişi bilir bunu. Normal insan kadar oynayabildiğimi fark ettiğimde dedim ki benim bunu insanlara göstermem lazım. Ya ben yapabiliyorsam benim gibi belki yüzlerce, binlerce özel kardeşimiz de bu oyunla oynayabilir ve benim gibi keyif alabilir diye düşündüm. Ben onlara öncü olmaya çalıştım, gayret ettim ve bugün de bunu başardığımı düşünüyorum ki 50 tane özel kardeşle beraberiz, bir WhatsApp grubunda etkileşim içerisindeyiz. Onlara yardım etmeye çalışıyoruz. İnşallah daha da böyle yüzlerce insana ulaşmaya gayret göstereceğiz.
İnşallah. So Umut started the game 5 years ago. It was like he realized that when he started playing that he can play that pretty well. And then he got his own pedals. He was using it while playing it. And now he has like a WhatsApp group with like 50 people, 50 disabled people, and they're playing it together. Every game they're playing it together. And he says that if I can make it happen, if I can play PUBG Mobile, that everybody can play it.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's amazing. 50 people. Can I join? No. Maybe. You've also got, what's the Mohammed, if I ask you as well here, thank you very much. What's the biggest impact, Mohammed, that gaming has had on your life personally? What's the biggest impact?
Muhammed tekrar hoş geldin. Şimdi sana sorumuz şu. PUBG Mobile oynaman, ya da oyun oynaman da diyebiliriz. Hayatına nasıl bir etkisi oldu? Olumlu ve olumsuz anlamda söyleyebiliriz ama bence genellikle olumlu olmuştur.
Ya PUBG Mobile'i ilkten böyle yargılı bir şekilde oynamaya başladım. Ben bunu yapabilir miyim, becerebilir miyim diyerekten başladım. Ama ilerledikçe tabii eller alışıyor. Kafada kuruyorsun zaten o şeyleri. İlk başladığımda tabii taktikleri çözemedim. İlkten kaç kere sildiğim, geri yüklediğim oldu. 5 yıla yakın oyundayım ve şu an bu düzeye gelmek gurur verici benim için. Yani olumlu tarafı da oldu, olumsuz tarafı da oldu, pes ettiğim tarafı da oldu ama pes etmemek tabii en iyi yerlere gelmek daha güzel.
Mücadele etmeye devam
Mücadele
ettin
etmek
yani.
daha
Bravo. Vallahi helal olsun. Like he's saying that it was like positive moments that affected his life, negative moments like when he started he was like skeptical a bit. That he was thinking that if I be able to play this game, like if I ever be good at it. But now he's one of the greatest, I think.
Yeah.
And one time like he was like decided to quit playing the game, but he didn't. And thank God he didn't quit playing. And yeah, that's it. He's very happy, but mostly it's a positive thing that he's playing PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. Let me ask as well. We heard from Umut about some of the friendships as well, Mohammed. Some of the friendships that Umut has made along the way. What about the friendships that you've made personally as well, joining in the community and playing PUBG Mobile? Tell us about the friendships you've made too.
Şimdi Umut abimden duydum bir sürü çevresi varmış, WhatsApp grupları falan da. Senin de PUBG Mobile aracılığıyla böyle kurduğun arkadaşlık oldu mu? Oyunda tanışıp dışarıda görüştüğün ya da başka oyunlar oynadığın oldu mu hiç?
Tabii ilk Umut abiyle başladım ben WhatsApp'a girmeye. Şu 2023'te PMGC oldu. Orada bayağı kişiyle tanıştım ve şu an üstümde olan da forma Eagle formasıyla aynı gruptayım. Yani dostluk demeyeyim de bildiğim bir ailem oldu. Buradan Ahmet abime de selam söyleyeyim. Ahmet abim sayesinde yani buralara geldim. Onun temsiliyle buradayım zaten. Bu kadar değil.
Ahmet abi ki Eagle diye bir klanımız var bizim. O klanımızın başındaki adam çok sahip çıkıyordu. O çevre yaptı.
So he first met Umut, of course. First met Umut, but he's saying that I didn't have any friends by playing the game. He said I had family. He said I had a family playing PUBG Mobile, and also he's a part of Eagle Esports, and he wants to say thank you to Mr. Ahmet through Eagle Sports and being a part of the organization.
Very cool, very cool. Last question for Umut. One more question for you. If someone watching this stream has a disability of any sort and is unsure about gaming, what would you say to them?
The thing is, we talked about Umut. Can we make that the fourth and the fifth question as one?
Of course.
Let's make it that way. You want to ask the fifth question too?
Is there a message that you want to send to the wider gaming community?
Şimdi dördüncü ve beşinci soruyu birleştirmek istedik biz aslında. Yayınımızı takip eden özel gereksinimli izleyicilerimize ne söylemek istersiniz diye bir sorumuz vardı. Bir de PUBG Mobile topluluğuna söylemek istediğiniz şey vardı. Aslında birbirinden çok da ayrı bir şey değil. Yani sen büyük ihtimalle 1v1 atsak ben seni daha görmeden vuracağın için az önce söyledim bana çünkü. Hatta Umut Bey'in şöyle bir iddiası var. Burada kaç bin kişi var bilmiyorum ama 4-5 tanesi beni yenebilir anca dedi 1v1'de. O yüzden Umut Bey'e bir meydan okuma olabilir. O yüzden sorumuz şu abi. PUBG komünitesine sizin gibi çok özel, yetenekli arkadaşlara ne söylemek istersiniz?
Ya açıkçası öncelikle özel kardeşlerime ben buradan şunu söylemek istiyorum. Ben başardıysam onlar da başarabilir. Hani benim bir özel durumum var deyip de bir kenarda sıkıcı bir hayat yaşayacağına biraz çaba, biraz mücadele gösterip daha keyifli, daha da umutlu yaşama tutunabilirler diye düşünüyorum. Bu PUBG Mobile değil, diğer her şey için geçerli. Mücadeleyi, savaşmayı bırakmamaları gerekiyor. Ben öyle yaptım. Genel olarak PUBG Mobile seyircisinden de tek dileğim şu. Benim yanımda olmaları. Çünkü onların benim yanımda olmalarıyla ben özel çocuklara oluşuyorum. Hepsini de çok seviyorum. Tüm takımlarımıza da başarılar diliyorum.
Like he's saying that don't quit, don't stop doing what you do. Like keep playing games, but not only the games. Like hold, like keep yourself tight in life.
Yeah.
Just have fun. And he especially asked that the fans watching at home or in the arena, please let him help growing this community. Because bir de şeyi sorayım. I have another question to ask. How can they reach you if someone here or at home that doesn't know anything about you, Umut? How can they reach you? And the Turkish version is sana nasıl ulaşsınlar abi? Belki burada bir kişi seni bilmiyordur. ya da ne bileyim evinde izleyen birisi seni bilmiyordur. Belki bir sorunu vardır, sıkıntısı var. Belki hiçbir şey yoktur, seninle tanışmak istiyoruz. Sana nasıl ulaşabilir? Muhammed sana nasıl ulaşabilir?
Bana nasıl ulaşabilirler? Normalde benim nickname diye görüyor. Herkes nickname gibi düşünüyor. Ben Umut Kardeş olarak bütün platformlardan ulaşabilirler. Ama ismim Umut, soyadım da Kardeş. Bu şekilde ulaşabilirler.
Bana anca TikTok'tan ulaşabilirler. Orada da ismim Speed zaten. Evet, Speed.
Tamam. We have their contacts. Ben Umut Kardeş. TikTok'ta Speed. İki arkadaşımıza da bir kez daha, kardeşime ve abime herhalde, bilmiyorum kaç yaşındasın? 38. Vallahi 24 duruyorsun ha. Benden daha genç duruyorsun. İkisine de bir kez daha çok güçlü bir alkış alalım. Teşekkür alkış alalım. Başarılar dileyelim. Takımlara da maçlar için başarılar. Şimdi analize geçebiliriz.
Before we make a move as well, for you both, Kelme have kindly provided a special gift for you both as well to take away with you. Mohammed, I'll leave that with you there. So that's there for you. And there's one also there for you as well, Umut. It's been fabulous talking to you both. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you so much.
And thank you both very much. And back to our wonderful analysts.
Analize geçmeden unutmuştum ben. Kelme'ye teşekkür edelim hediyeleri için.
There we go. You know what? You know what really sucks is that he's a Besiktas fan, right? He's wearing that Besiktas jersey. He's just having a really bad time.
Yeah, Getzo's just not here.
They didn't make it. They didn't play well enough over the course of it. I'm sure he's got plenty of teams to support, though. There's plenty of other teams and other very, very strong teams, especially when you look at the Turkish region coming into this final.
Oh, I'm happy that, honestly, I'm happy that you stick by your team through thick and thin, and it's a great message that they give us, that you should just enjoy yourself throughout your life, and if you do want to get more involved in that community, obviously they did get the contacts given out there, and you can get in touch and play alongside of them, because there is a lot of accessibility options in game with PUBG Mobile. It's a fantastic game to play around the world with every community and everyone. So PUBG Mobile, it's not just for some, it's for all, as we head in towards our second match of the day coming up over on Erangel.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen some developments over on Erangel. Obviously, yesterday, the biggest adjustment of note was the cessation of the hot drop in Pachinki, right? We saw Papara SuperMassive finally give up the ghost on that one when the Falcons did kind of take it away from them in the first day of the finals here. They did give up. And immediately upon leaving, they found a chicken dinner with 12 elims. That was sort of the start of their turnaround. They did have a pretty decent game at the start just now as well. And I don't think we talked too much about them in the overalls, obviously overshadowed by Ida's progress up the tables, by the Falcons doing very well as well. But Papara SuperMassive did get a decent chunk of points there to keep up pace on the tables. So are they going to find similar success here? Because they have now dropped, I think, in at least 2 different locations on Erangel, right? They dropped towards South Georgia. They had a hot drop with Bra, and they dropped towards the military island as well in one of other Erangels.
Yeah, there was definitely a case last game where we saw, even just on the match rankings, there was a huge amount of points just over on that left-hand side where it wasn't just Ida getting all the points off that one. There was a lot of other teams were able to profit in a big way off that last game. It does mean that there's a lot of teams over towards the top side who are a little bit unsafe here. Again, no smash running going over towards match 2, but a big possibility for a lot of teams to get over the smash point goal here. So I'm very, very excited to see how that one does go down. Again, for Regnum, Carya, I think it is a case of just being in their own heads about it all. I think from Painan, they could have easily made a decent rotate over towards that position if they were a little bit calmer on their approach. I think what they tried to do a little bit too early into that match is get a very central position and just play from there. I think they can play a more edge gameplay. Again, it's just getting those 9 points, or again just staying ahead. There's a lot on their minds here, but I do think just in terms of the smash ruling, I think they're still far ahead enough, and with the amount of teams going down over towards the top side of the lobby, I think getting a comfortable 9 points here, just getting yourself in towards smash ruling, and then worrying about getting more points later, so that if it does go to game 6, you are still in first place. That's when you need to worry about that.
Yeah, I think that yeah, you do want to be trying to chase down that smash ruling, but I think that what I said earlier still does hold true, right? You can get in your own head about things like this, and when you're in first place, the threat of a smash ruling really isn't as bad, right, as if you're in fourth place. As we head on over towards the overalls to take a look at where everyone stands, right? So even for Regnum Carya, right, if they're not able to get to 113 points in this match, someone else does. It's not going to be the end of the world. They'll be in second place, right? And then if there's a smash victory, it's not like they drop too far down. So I think that the threat of a smash ruling at the moment isn't super big. It's when it starts to get to more than 4 teams with being in that smash rule zone that things start to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, that's when it's scary. But I mean, just get yourself over that line for now and then worry about getting more later. Here is our second page we talked about earlier with BWNRX there with 77 points. They dropped down a lot. It was a disastrous game there for them on Sanhok and really hurt them getting over towards the top side of the tables with so many other teams towards that first page, profiting a lot to keep themselves ahead. So yeah, very, very difficult stuff coming through there. TTQ off that game, by the way, got up to 59. It is a little bit far out though for that squad.
Yeah, it was a decent game. They had some obviously the solid fight over towards Boars, although to be fair, they were kind of handed that one on a silver platter, apple in the mouth of the boar, and they were able to chow on down. And again, we just head over to the crowds, and it's S2G all the way. But we haven't really seen too much from them at the end of like the last 5 matches of yesterday. The first match today, they haven't really been able to keep up the pace, and hopefully the fans can spur them on to great heights.
Absolutely. I think that for the fans to keep on going here, you really do want to see S2G not performing like that at the top side of the tables, John. It is a tough one. Definitely a tough one.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a little pause here whilst we wait for the lobby to get ready. We'll be coming back with the first Sanhok. The first Erangel. My mistake, sorry. First Erangel. And we are back for match number 2 here in the final day. It's going to be a contest to see who can pass that smash boundary and who can jump up into the top 4. Our playing path here on Erangel looks fairly southern leaning, Blank, so we're going to start from the southeast side, from around Novo up towards the west coast. Going to make it a little bit hard to get up to areas like Saverny, but we'll see where our teams drop. And most of all, I'm interested in when Papara SuperMassive are going to be dropping this time around. Are they going to go to South George? Are they going to go to Sosnovka? Both seem accessible, so they could both potentially be where they target. Or could be somewhere completely new.
It's a slightly weird one for Papara SuperMassive because of a lot of the playing paths that we've seen. They've been able to circumvent over towards Bra, but here both will be dropping out roughly the same time over towards South George here, and Bra really didn't want to get too involved over towards you. You can see them actually dropping out over towards Milta Power right now. Are Bra leaving Papara SuperMassive likely to just have South George all to themselves. So yeah, for Bra, going to do something slightly different here for themselves. Over towards Chinky for the Falcons. And you can see there, Papara SuperMassive dropping out a little bit later. So a clean start for them on this game as they look to head further up the leaderboard. And a very northern shift on the circle here, John, on a very south plane. A horrid start for a lot of teams, and they will have to get a move on. Specifically for S2G, once again, will struggle off the back of this, but Regnum Carya, on the other hand, having a great time over in Rozhok.
Well, let's scrap over towards Milta Power. I think we've seen our first casualty there between Black Esports and Bra. I believe it was Black Esports who have taken a knock and a flush, so they will be going down to play as just 3 players. Just a hot drop there, both seemingly competing for a vehicle or maybe a building trying to grab something, but Zeptimus was that casualty. Aussie looking for a little bit of retribution, potentially, might be able to spot Swash, but I think, able to get out of there nice and quickly, should be fairly safe.
Black Esports losing 1 on Zeptimus. Not great, but you're right. They will be able to get out of there. All things considered, I think for Black Esports, they're not really a team that we're having too many conversations about here. Regnum Carya are moving, but they just end up over towards Rozhok anyway, so it's not too much of a big deal for them. I think they were just trying to get vehicles on board. Again, that should be first priority here on this type of map, where you want to move over towards that north side as quick as possible. The Fire Flux currently in apartments, and Papara SuperMassive Kamikaze gets himself over towards South George. There is a reason behind that as well. Now, Papara SuperMassive do invest in the glider to get over towards South George very quickly. Usually you wouldn't want to risk something like that. But I think for Papara SuperMassive, they're thinking to themselves, we just need to get over towards South George as quickly as possible. We might not have seen shoots, but Bra could still be here. What they don't know is Bra's currently headed all the way over towards the eastern side of the map. Unless they were paying attention to the Elim feed, in which case they should have seen over towards Black Esports. But yeah, Papara SuperMassive just trying to get control of crates as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they should have been paying attention. I think he was actually taking the glider from South George to North George to get up on across the river. Obviously, with the circle as it is, going to North George kind of feels like a no-brainer at this point for Papara SuperMassive. Grab some loot, and then you can double down over on the North George loot as well and have a good time over there. Taking a look at the overall standings, it will, of course, be Black Esports who have taken the only casualties so far. And we'll see how it goes from there. Papara SuperMassive up on 79 points, with the bubble being on 93. That is a closable gap. S2G right on that boundary.
Yeah, just 14 points away. And again, it's a bit weird for us seeing that S2G is in 4th place. It's the longest time in a while we've really seen S2G in any kind of danger throughout this tournament. I think they've looked good throughout the entirety of the thing. But it always comes down to that final day, John. It will be a very, very sad day if we do end up and S2G is not in that top 4, because I think as a PMSL EU candidate, they have a lot to give over in EWC.
Definitely do. They've got some chops to them. K1, though, being shut down again early with another knock sent their way. They were only able to get 1 point in the last match, and FUT looking to slow them down here as well. That is unfortunate. I just don't, yeah, there's no way that they can get this res. They're already on the hunt for the flush. So K1 having to play without Easy for Bad Boy, who is, I think, fairly inarguably the best player on their roster right now for K1. He has certainly been the heaviest in terms of fragging potential. So best comes with an asterisk of, sure, just purely on the stats. But certainly a massive asset to the team now wiped out for them.
Yeah. I do want to just quickly come back to S2G as well, because, you know, if they drop out and a smash ruling occurs, the issue I have is, you know, a lot of fans will be very disappointed not to see S2G go through. But I also am concerned because I do think that, you know, if this went the full 6 matches and we didn't get a smash ruling, I'm pretty certain that S2G should make it in to EWC just off the back of that. But yeah, it creates one of those scenarios where even though S2G has had the best tournament so far out of any team, because of smash ruling, it could come down to a case where S2G isn't given that time to stay within the top 4.
I mean, it is so close, though, between 2nd through 5th, right? 94 to 92 points is very closely fought right now, with teams jumping up and being able to play catch-up towards those top 4 spots. I'm also interested in what Boars are going to be able to do, obviously getting cut down very, very early in that last match, but they make their way up fast to Severny, and with the circle being all the way up on the north, they're going to be in with a shot at doing pretty well this match, so hopefully looking to turn things around. And all 5 of these top 5 teams are within range of that smash boundary, right? You're talking about 10 Elim chicken dinners, 11 Elim chicken dinners for Boars, and it will be the case that you're over that smash point boundary.
Boars, again, they're not really changing their strategy all that much here. For them, their strategy relies on being first always. So they get over towards Severny. There is a player very close by here, takes initial shots, and that's bad. Not getting the initial knock over towards Striker. Reveals your location. Ooh. I think I saw Carya off in the distance there. Yeah, so they're getting sandwiched.
The Boars needed to be very careful as Carya sail over on the north coast. I wonder if they're going to stop off, if they're going to keep going. It seems like they do want to stop here. They have found a player on Boars, and just behind them on the tables, they're going to be very happy about finding that pickup. Lewis able to step out, and Boars lose a player early on the Severny crunch. The rest of Carya seemingly looking to drop on in as well. They're getting pushed out, and I don't know if they have the vehicles in place to be able to get out of this effectively.
It's one of those tough scenarios for Boars. Well, I do think that in this scenario, you hold on the north side and you don't have outposts down towards the south. You accept the fact that at some point a team is going to make their way over here, but you cannot give up coastal control. As soon as that happens, any team's able to really put the pressure over towards you. So placing yourselves over towards the center of Severny, it's a very bad idea. So yeah, for Boars, it's not a fun approach now going forward. As we are going to close on our circle into zone 2 in just 5 seconds.
Carya able to rock up just in time to get that Elim. They're on 90 points, Blank, in 6th place. So, I mean, I said it was all 5 of the top 5 that could potentially break that smash point boundary. But Carya in with a chance of doing it as well. They would need a mid-teens Elim chicken dinner to be able to jump up over there. But starting out like this, holding a coastal position, potential inroads towards a shooting range circle could be good for their points totals, especially if they're starting early.
Yeah, I mean, for Carya, it's a 24-point game. We just saw a 24-point game from Ida, so it's definitely a big possibility for them. And this one heads down towards the southeast side. Around that river, around that lake, a little bit awkward to play in. Regnum Carya quite happy, but they are surrounded by quite a few squads. They started the game with 1 Elim, which is decent, and Ida's going to make a quick rotate down towards that south side, and Boars are left behind in Severny.
They are going to be left alone, left to their own devices for the time being. Have to wait and see who's going to join them. Carya actually sent out very, very quickly from their location on the north side of Severny. They went back down towards the east. They're now scrapping it out for a little compound there. Regnum Carya up on the hillside with Barsay actually taking shots out their way. I mean, this was the standoff that we saw last match as well over on the northeast point of Quarry between Regnum Carya and with Barsay.
Quantum finding Carya. Poses down. There is quite a bit of damage going through over towards Carya, and remember, this is an important game for them. A great nade from CEO later will take down Rolex. Step out to the side. This is messy from both players.
And he's on for more. Lewis looks for a second around the corner, has a teammate hop out wide, and he stays alive in the courtyard. Just one player now for Bra to stay alive. They've lost Poser, but they're picking up points left and right here, Blank. 2 elims already for Bra after they were able to pick one up on the hot drop, but now it's just Swash on the inside, looking for that first aid. Marceau, I think he knows which shack he's in. Doesn't have any nades, though, to try and finish him off.
Yeah, very, very messy. From both squads there, actually. I think it is just Bra is not as proficient as a lot of other players inside these squads, inside this lobby.
Carya.
Carya do find one over towards IDA. Now, looking to send a nade in over the top here, John.
They've already got 1 elim on the match as well, Blank. They're now, what is that, 8 points shy of that smash point barrier. They got a knock onto Ida, but that does get rezzed up. Another nade sent in by Loxy. Doesn't really catch anything there. So they'll have to hold on this compound, but it is a strong position for Regnum Carya. A tight 2-2 split right now for them. And they have that high ground position. They're counterpointing it with that building as well. Loxy still playing in that valley, but this is a really strong position for them.
Yeah, they do have a good hold here. Regnum Carya, it's fairly central as well, and depending on where the circle heads next, we will see how they want to play off the back of it. It heads back down towards Rozhok. Now, this is a very difficult decision for a lot of our teams, and a tough break here for Regnum Carya, considering they just came from Rozhok as well. And there is a lot of ground held down towards that south side too, so this is very undecided at the moment, John.
Oh, Falcons losing their north point is really, really nasty. They have such good control towards the south edge on that river crossing towards Rozhok. But now if they want to get all 4 players up and alive, I don't think it's going to be possible. Yeah, Ida are just going to run that point down. And now they have to hold it as 3. Regnum Carya biding their time. They've spotted BWNRX Ruya right next door. And they'll see if they can find more shots here where Ida have just vacated.
Carly out there in the smoke, just hidden by that, away from the boys. Okay, one. Grenade across. That's Kavik there. Fenerbahçe Solke around the corner. Head in versus S2G.
Finding the first. It's not without cost, though, because Simple Domak is down and an aid over from Sarah keeps them in. S2G down in 5th place now with Carya getting the points that they have done, so they need to win this fight to keep up pace. But Icy falls next, and it's Fenerbahçe to be able to take this fight and take it well. Savian strafing across. It's all up to Sarah now. 3 players alive total, but he's the only one standing in this scrap, and he will be able, not be able rather, to hold the corner down. It's the end of S2G in this match, and in 5th place, that is a real sting in the tail.
Very much so for S2G. Again, we talked about them dropping out here, John, which is unfun, not good for them. K1 across the way, Slonic as well as Kavik holding on the bridge. Never a fun position to be in. On Regnum Carya, this is where it gets nasty. Barsay off of the distance. They have been cut between a lot of squads. BWNRX is still behind them as well. They have to be very careful. Remember, it's 8 points that they are looking for now on this match.
It's all that they need. 8 more points. They can look to ladder up on these placements. BWNRX have been fading a little bit. Sure, they had some consistently middling performances yesterday. High single digits, which is great in terms of jumping up the tables, but the overall performance not as strong as maybe they would like. Barsay as well out to the east side of this fight. Thunder Talk behind FUT. Papara SuperMassive all still on the northern shore. But this circle screams Falcons right now. They are on 3 players alive. They lost Redox up on the northern shore, but they have that warehouse. They have that compound on the northern edge. What can they do with it here?
It's hard. It's very, very hard for the Falcons going forward. Obviously, losing 1 player does diminish your resources to work in a cramped area like that on the map. For Regnum Carya, though, really are kicking themselves here in terms of having to play on that north side as we're heading down towards the south, where they just were earlier. I still think they made the right decision, but a couple of teams holding them in place, locking them down with net and key. We'll see how they want to play out the back of this one. Again, 8 points. That's all it takes. All it takes.
They're still holding up. Still holding face. And with 4 players alive, you've got to think Regnum Kai is going to have something to do with it, although they did take a little bit of damage there. He should be able to keep this one under control. The next circle does have a slice of the northern shore inside, which means that they can be a little bit slower on this fight than otherwise they might need to be. On the northern edge, as teams start to get across the river, it's very likely to be ending up on the south side now. Solskjaer goes for a long-range shot out towards the southeast side. I think that's over towards Carya, actually, over the Roshok Hill.
I think the difficulty for most squads here right now is the fact that Ida as well as K1 are currently holding the bridge, which is one of the main crossing points. Papara SuperMassive, they make an early rotate off towards that western side to go across the center island, which is a smart decision to go for. But there's a lot of squads on our north side, if for instance Regnum Carya as well as BWNRX Riyadh, who just can't make that play because they'd be exposed as soon as they made that rotate.
Ida with 2 of their players still alive. They got 4 points.
That's bold.
Blowing themselves up. A roll over the top from Barsay.
That's very bold.
How have they managed to get all the way through here? There's like 3 teams around this area, not to mention the Falcons, but they're playing the building. They're not playing in that warehouse, so no direct crash on the roll-up. But Barsay now just have a prime position in this next circle.
Actually hilarious how that works. And I think it's because so many teams were locked in combat with one another, because it's a 3-way fight going on here between TTQ, Ida, K1. And no one's prepared to take shots over towards Barsay because no one can really afford to peek their heads out here. Also, really a lot of teams over towards Roshok should have taken shots over towards Barsay as they went through. This is the freest rotate of a lifetime.
They are laughing right now. I mean, Redox going down maybe stop the Falcons from thinking that they should hold towards this warehouse, right? They have to play as 3. They have to play a little bit more conservatively. As we tune in, though, over to the Regnum Carya fights. They find one. Frozen goes very, very low. The first knock goes to Loxy. Frozen is down as well. These are more points that they can snaffle away, add to their tally. They're able to light it up, and BWNRX are crumbling in the face of it. They've already got that forward position, and they are tearing through BWNRX. Kakali hiding will go down, and that will be the end of them. And 3 points more earned for Regnum Carya as the Blue Zone claims that last one. 108 points. It's 5 more that they need.
Yeah, that's a really good pickup coming from Regnum Carya. They waited BWNRX out, and they knew that that's what they had to do to make sure they could make this one happen. The question is whether they get the player back up on his feet or not. It is really down to the wire on that side of the map to make it happen, and then they need a clean contest over the other side. Carya coming up against the Falcons here. First player does go down. They should be able to get Koa back up again, but that does invite other members into this engagement.
Narvalo running on in, looking for the rescue. Ralph is protected by the wall right now. The cross not super healthy. With Carya going down, Falcons go back up in towards 3rd place, Blank. And they can look to try and extend this lead, but they do need these reses, and they need them fast.
Kai is still finding bullets over his blast. I don't know how they were finding those shots along the way.
They've got to run now, though. This is a difficult rotate for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, it's very much towards the western side, but what is that? I mean, they'll lose Loxy and they'll be okay with it, but goodness me, Toshbik goes down 2. It was a gambit that they had to go for here. 2 players alive now for Regnum Carya. Wild goes down, leaving just now Silas, I believe.
Goodness me. They only needed 5 points here, Blank, but they didn't have an option. A nade from Thunder Talk is going to draw the attention from Ida, but there's an answer beautifully found there with a 1-2 spray down for Ida's eastern position. Darkin now down. Nades can continue to ring on through, and Kairos holds down Eren's angle. Thundertalk playing this bridge position well, allowing Regnum Carya to maybe stay alive for a little bit longer. We'll see if they can find these reses. The northern shore may be able to give them enough cover to find that res, but they still have a little way to go if they want to find the rest of this match.
Depends how much Barsay wants to flex out, right? Because it is downhill over towards that north side, and Barsay's a little bit more concerned over towards the eastern side, but I think that is Wild getting knocked, so just Silas now playing on. Despite all that, though, there is going to be a lot of squads that are getting hurt as we get further into this game, all playing around Rozok here.
Interesting. Blank, that Regnum Carya rotate, they didn't go with Silas. He actually opted to go for a swim across the river. Didn't go across the bridge like the rest of them.
Yeah, I felt like vehicles were a bit of an issue for him there. And I don't really understand it. I think that all going for a swim, probably a good idea. There is also that potential that what they were hoping for, there was a distraction play to allow Silas over towards that western side. But even so, I would probably much prefer to split that way. You only have to sacrifice one on the bridge. And there is positioning to play there for Silas. Obviously, he's going to have to tuck right in underneath over towards Falcons now. And it's not likely he gets a high placement as well with this being an urban finish. It's so sad for Regnum Carya, considering this is their drop spot.
Especially with how close they are to that smash boundary. Right now, the only two teams who are in this game who could realistically meet it are either, maybe. I think the Falcons is probably the most likely right now, but they do still have quite a long way to go, right? They started on 94. They would need a 9-elimination chicken dinner, or I think second place with about 12, something in that sort of region, or, well, with 13 elims in a second place. With 3 players alive in an urban environment, that could be doable here, especially if they have angles over towards Papara SuperMassive. Fenerbahçe being across the road, though, might shake things up.
Very much not. For Ida, though, it's still 100 points on the game, not even touching on the placement points just yet about it. The Falcons quite happy with their position. Carya going down was huge for them. S2G also falling massive, and we are getting away with it now. Up to those 100-point boundary has been broken now by 2 teams. Ida as well as Regnum Carya.
Darkin spotted from across the way. I think that's Barsay actually taking shots out their way. Nico now wondering where they're shooting. What are they shooting at? Did you see Darkin is there, but he gets knocked from across the way. Thundertalk have taken a knock as well from up on the hill. And Barsay, I mean, it's still incredible, right, that they were able to make this rotate, but he definitely stays peeking too long there, and they do take a knock for it. Ida, once again, going down fairly low, and Eren's going to be pushed out by the blue zone here. Thundertalk trying to roll across. They capitalize on the knock from Barsay. Actually might do pretty well on this rotate. Kairos wanted to get back up, but Eren just trying to out-heal the blue zone for a little bit longer. Maybe get another point. I don't think he's expecting too much here, but could potentially try and hang on. Points really matter at the top side of the tables, but he will fall. That'll be Ida going out.
Looking for more points is Silas, and he does do a lot of damage over towards Barsay. He's able to clean up at least 1, and that's 5 eliminations going through. Do they get across to their teammates to pick them up in time? And they do not, so they get 6 elims on the game for that.
111 points for Regnum Carya. Oh my goodness me. And he got a placement as well for Ida going down before him. He managed to get to 8th place rather than 9th. They're 2 points shy of that boundary blank, which means we're going to have to wait once more unless the Falcons can make it.
Very much does feel like we're getting to that point where this is likely to go very, very far into the matches. 5 or 6 is likely where it'll be decided. Remember, even in match 6, if we get there, it still can end on a smash ruling. And I think as the day wears on, it gets more and more stressful for a lot of our squads.
Ooh, Western shift on the circle. Goes over to the Falcons. Again, the team probably in the most important position. Papara SuperMassive as well, with a big game, could jump up and start to contest. So could Flux, up towards the top 4 here.
Falcons would need 9 elims on the game here to make it happen. Roughly.
And the chicken dinner.
And the chicken dinner, obviously. Not just, I can count.
Yeah.
But yeah, they would need 9 elims and a chicken dinner if they wanted to get across that smash point ruling. And I think in an urban environment at 9 elims from a current 2 count, quite a big gap. I think right now that the biggest thing that they want to look for is just to get as close as possible to the smash ruling on this game.
Especially when you know that there's no one really else contesting for it. Or maybe not no, but after this one they will. That there's no one really contesting for it. Not to say that they aren't going to take those shots and try and take the fight. Barsay, after Silas inflicted so much damage towards them, really starting to falter, but that's not done just yet. More nades over towards ThunderTalk. But these points towards the bottom of the tables, Blank, sort of feeling a little bit inconsequential right now. And it is actually going to be Barsay getting taken down. That's another point over to the Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons would have picked 2 up in the middel of all that. They stole one away on Fenerbahçe's side and then stole one away over towards Barsay. So, yeah, really good stuff from Falcons. And if they do want to hit that 9 elim mark and get the chicken dinner, this is what they have to do. They have to capitalize on Nox going through around the map and be very, very certain on their positioning. Navalo finding Savian. Steals it away, though.
I mean, good news for Flux. Trying to jump up to that 4th place. There's a knock sent over towards Ralph. Oh, dear. That is nasty. They're going to look for that res pretty desperately, you'd imagine. Barsay going on in. And again, that's another point. They make it up into 2nd place now, Blank. The placement points, just putting them over the top. They're on 99 right now, but they are unconfirmed on their placement points total, which means they are starting to rack them up. They need 4 more elims if they want to jump on up. Out of a possible, what is it? 13 other players in this lobby. They need 4 of them and this chicken dinner to be able to take it home. And the circle helps them out again. Are they on this miracle run? Are Flux going to be able to get across to it either?
Honestly, for the Falcons, what I will say right now is that it looked unlikely for them to get those 9 eliminations, but they were very quick on the trigger, very aware of their surroundings as well over towards Barsay, as well as TTQ. And I think TTQ might just be sacrificing themselves here for the good of the Falcons. Should be an extra 3 elims, which should sit them up towards 8 off the back of this. If they can clean this out. And the blue will push them in eventually.
The question is how many of those elims get stolen, get taken away from them, from the team on the northeast. Could be pretty tricky. ThunderTalk getting a little bit more health on board Striker, sacrificing a massive amount of health there to get that vehicle out, and immediately Ko is there. Who takes the point? Who's able to get it? I think that was... Oh, no, okay, it does go to Falcons instead of that 3rd party. So they're up to 100 points now just on those elims. The placements will add in as well, as ThunderTalk really suffering here, trying to crawl their way forwards with whatever smoke cover they can muster, but they just don't have the firepower to blast out. I take that back because Ko has just been knocked.
Plays on fine Symphony, which is very frustrating though, because you got a tag on him. They'll at least get a 1 elim off the back of it. Over towards Kairos. I think Symphony did just go down to the play zone overall, but the Falcons now up to 7. Still in a very central position with one of the big high grounds available to them too. We're into zone 9. 5 teams in zone 9. Everyone hanging on for a piece of the pie. The Falcons though, 2 elims and a chicken dinner. It is possible. It's a big ask, and this is where the Falcons fumble.
If they get the chicken dinner, it's very, very likely that they get these 2 elims. Fenerbahçe, though, looking to try and ruin this one. A nade over the top, looking for the knocks, looking for the damage. They've done a lot over towards Fenerbahçe. Look how low those health bars are, but they can't hop out. They can't afford to go and deal with it. The heals can start to come through, and now it's Fenerbahçe's turn. The momentum shifts, and they are going to find that first knock. A nade down from Narvalo, and they're able to get yet another point here. Narvalo playing across the way, helping out his teammates on the top floor here. Simple Domak waiting for it, and a drop down from Ralph. He falls, but so do the Falcons. The rest of them with the bullets, able to seal that 9th elim. Now they just need to go the rest of the way.
Absolutely. They can get a second place if they get 4 more elims on this game. So 13 elims and a second place would do it too. And it's looking a little bit tough for them over on that side. Wonder how much more utility they have left. Luckily, they have cleared out most of the enemy on the western edge. So it's a clear shot over towards the east for them.
Enzo actually cleaning up the backlines of Fireflux. This is good news for the Falcons. They don't need the elims necessarily. They just want to get rid of these teams around them and get that chicken dinner a little bit easier. Foot looking for the reses in the meantime. That's what Enzo's been trying to do. A nade on in. Koa doesn't have any more now. Needs to rely on the weaponry. A nade is cooking for catch, and the Falcons still yet to flex out. Ralph now charging forwards. High ground still available, and in go Foot. They are so low on these health bars. Fireflux with 2, and Ralph with a big nade. Needs to hit it now. Doesn't quite tag on. So unfortunate. These knocks are already coming on through, but the reses are here as well. Navallo, you need to keep your teammates safe as Ralph keeps going forwards. Shotgun in hand, spots all the players around the edge. The rest of his team now dealing with Fireflux. There's a nade. Cow amongst the pigeons, and he goes down. Can he hold this? Navallo with it all to do. Finds the first. The second is there, and they cut across, and it's all up to 1. No! A second place goes to the Falcons, and Foot take the chicken dinner.
And it's not enough. It's not enough for the Falcons. They're happy with the game, but they don't get across the smash ruling. Off the back of that, if the nade was slightly to the left there from Ralph, a different story would have been told at the end of this.
And Foot take the chicken dinner in the end of it all. That is nasty. For both of those two teams, right? Fireflux had a chance as well to jump up towards the top side of the tables. They will have got points for it as well. Falcons in a second place. They will be right on the doorstep. And to be fair, they will have secured themselves a lot more towards the top side as well. A lot more out of danger. And again, this next match now could put so many teams over into that smash ruling category.
It absolutely could. I think that we're going to get into match 4 and it's going to be very hectic. But this next match over in Erangel is going to be the big one. And then we're over towards the dusty dunes of Miramar for our 5th and 6th match of the day, where things get very, very tense. Again, super stressful stuff. You would like to get a smash ruling over on Erangel as well, because it is a lot more fair. You can make a lot more deterministic movements on the map. But right now, what a way to set ourselves up for match 3. Match 3 is just going to all be about getting into that smash zone now for these squads. There are multiple that can do it. There's multiple that can get over towards that side of things. But no one's there yet.
I'm just thinking, how many elims did the Falcons get in that
Not
final
enough.
moment? If they got the 3 onto Fireflux and 1 of the flushes over onto Foot, that's 4 elims, right?
Yeah.
So they could potentially have made it. Actually,
There was only 2 players from Fireflux that they got though.
There were. Oh, did they not get that 3rd player? Because there were 3 of them running up. I'm not sure.
So.
I'll have to wait. I think that either way, they're going to be right on the boundary here. I think they might be in first place, actually, from that position, right? Because Regnum Carya are 111. They might be on 112 if they're not. If they didn't make it.
I think they got to 113, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have to wait and see. Does that count, or do you need to actually get over?
Oh, that's a good question. We should probably double check that to make sure for the next match. I'm really interested in what these overall tables are going to go towards. If they were able to find it, if they were able to get even 1 more elim, if one of those elims hadn't been stolen away by Fireflux, right on that northern side, it could have been a completely different situation right now.
Yeah, even if they were able to get Symphony. Rather than getting taken down to the play zone. Again, there's a lot of things going on there, but the big thing for me was just Ralph fumbling on that nade over the top. I think he had a lot of time to get more info off the back of it, and he just sent it way too far down. And I mean, in my head, if I'm in that situation, I'm expecting them to all be tucked up against the wall, and I don't know if it was a case that Ralph was overthinking it, thinking that maybe they're trying to fake him out with the smokes by sending himself back down towards the side. I don't know. Let's take a look at the final blow here, because it actually could give us some of that information that we wanted to see. You see the 2 players there from Fireflux. I don't believe there's too many more coming through. So Madcap finds Ralph.
Okay. Ralph gets catch, and there go all the flushes. A lot of points, and I don't think they got a player there in those
FUT's
final moments.
finishes up 4 as well. So yeah, I do think that I'm correct saying they're not over the Smash Zone.
Yeah, they might just be 1 point shy, though. Koa getting MVP for the Falcons. 5 elims, 924 damage. And it will be MVP title there, but it's a little bit bitter, given that they could have had it. They could have had that Smash Rule situation.
They could have done. They absolutely could have done. It was very, very close. But to be fair, there is a case where you're looking over towards Falcons, and they did a lot that game. They did a huge amount, and I don't think you can be too disappointed in what they were able to achieve that match. They get themselves very, very close.
And there we go. Here are our match stats with Koa taking those 2 spots. Kairos, 1 nade elim coming on through, but goodness me, it was a really closely fought match. I mean, even Regnum Carya getting so close to that bubble on that Smash boundary, right? We've got a lot going into our match number 4 of the day, right? It's really, really exciting stuff coming on through. A lot more teams now also in contest for that 4th place. The Boars dropping down. S2G in danger. You've got Carya on that rise. You've got Papara SuperMassive doing bits. I mean, even Flux now are back coming on in. FUT get the chicken dinner. They're kind of irrelevant to this tournament right now. They do manage to get a lot of points there, but it may be too little too late for them. They managed to get, 7 elims, so 17 points on the game.
Yeah, again, 17 points on the game is not terrible, but that should push them up a little bit further overall. For Flux too, they were chasing. We'll see how well they've done. And it is such a crazy grouping on the scoreline, right? Everyone's close to the bullseye here. Let's take a look at some of those replays coming through. FUT starting off pretty strong there. This is Carya going down from, again, it was a very, very messy fight here versus Bra. I wasn't sure exactly what was going on within the team, and then they're not able to bring things through. Regnum Carya could have maybe taken that same rotation that Barsay took over towards the warehouse. Then again, if you are Regnum Carya and you have the experience over the years of international gameplay, you know firsthand that rotation doesn't work. This time it does. For the first time ever for Barsay, everyone makes it past.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those like, oh, well, 99 times out of 100, you just don't make that, so we're not going to do it. Well, that was the one. That was the one time. Just kind of crazy. And again, that's an interesting factor when you talk about different stages of competition, when you talk about what sort of play style is effective. You do have to a certain degree, play to the lobby, right? In an international top skill, best in the world kind of situation, that never works. Like, not even 1 in 100 times does that work. But being aware of the skill level of your opponents is oftentimes more important than the familiarity with the rotations themselves.
I would agree. I definitely agree. I think that for Boars, that certainly has been a big factor for them, hasn't it, really, when it comes down to it. But yeah, a real struggle towards the end here for Falcons. They get close enough, though. And I think for Falcons being up towards the top side of the lobby, you saw that they were all fist bumping away. They were all very happy with how it all broke down. And here's our stats after the back of it. 16 points there for the Falcons and 17 for FUT. But again, we are having so many points spread across so many teams, all the way down to 5 points for Papara SuperMassive in 10th place. That is a crazy result looking up as we head 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, and then 16 and 17. It is wild. It's very, very wild. But yeah, only 10 elims, so they're only able to get 1 off the back of that game. One more of the 9.
So they got 16 points, putting them on 110 blank. So they are 3 points shy of the boundary, 2nd place. And it will be so close now for 2 of those teams. Ida really not getting as much, but they are on 100 points now, so 13 points shy for them coming on in. It is going to be so closely fought coming into this next match. Match 5 could potentially be a massive game, right? Our first Miramar could be so interesting with what are we looking at here, right? 6 teams within reach of, like, very reasonably within reach of getting past that smash boundary. It's only likely that we could see maybe 4 of these teams getting past the smash boundary in a single match. Obviously, Regnum, Carya, and Falcons don't need big games here to get past that boundary. Ida could comfortably get 13, not with a first place. I think for the other 3 teams there, they would be looking to get a chicken dinner to be able to break that boundary. So I'm thinking that at the most, 4 teams are going to be able to pass that boundary in this next match.
Yeah, we did get clarification that it is just only 113 points you need. You don't need to pass it. You just need to reach that mark. So for Regnum Carya, that's a cool 2 points. For Falcons, it's 3. So yeah, there isn't a lot to be done for those 2 teams, but there has been many a time where we've seen squads go out with 0 points, just the 1 point, and that won't cut it. That really won't cut it. So there's still opportunity. For BWNRX, once again, another pretty bad game. And I think for them, their run is starting to come to a close for me. I think that their last hurrah was sort of yesterday.
Yeah, it did feel like that. And again, we did criticize them, right, in those later games for some slightly poor decision-making, some ineffectual fights that they were engaged in. And it seems like they've had a little bit of return to form for this first start of their final day here. The downturn, pretty ill-timed, especially when the teams above them are racing away right now. We're looking at certainly going to be over 100, it seems, to be able to achieve the 4th place, depending on which match we actually finish on. That will, of course, change based on if there is a smash rule or not. I don't feel like BWNRX are going to be able to keep up pace here if today is anything to go by. We're going to head and take a look at the stadium for a little bit over at the stage whilst we get our match number 4 ready for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Lots to talk about here. Dare I ask, before we give away some things, predictions for the rest of the day. What's going to happen? How are these grand finals going to unfold?
Şimdi hepinizin en heyecanlandığı anlardan biri, hediye dağıtmaya geldik. Çarkımız var, çevireceğiz. Bize çarkta alkışlarla mezarcı eşlik edecek.
Şimdi çark mı çeviriyoruz burada?
Yok, önce sana bir soru soracağım.
Soru soracaksın. Zor olmaz.
Çok zor soracağım. İlk 4 sıralamanı alayım senden.
İlk 4 sıralamada benim kalbimden hep 4 Türk takımı geçiyor. Çünkü ne kadar Türk takımı gönderirsek Riyadh'a o kadar güzel bir kariyer olur Türkiye için. Bütün offline'larda burada olması bizi gururlandırıyor. Sen bunu çevireceksen bayağı konuşuyorum gibi oldu. Sen çevirme oraya. Ben şöyle söyleyeyim. Karan'ın çıkabileceğini düşünüyorum. Falcons almayacak. Büyük ihtimalle S2G de gelir. Ya bu üçlü çıkar. Ya kendimizi zaten saymıyorum. Onu saymaya gerek yok.
Regnum Carya.
Evet. S2G, Kara ve Falcon.
S2G, Kara, Falcons will be top 4, he says. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's pick someone.
I think we picked some people to win some prizes. Let's do what we did the last few days. We got 1, 2, 3 different stands here, 3 spins of the wheel. We need 3 people to scream the loudest, basically. Yeah. Should we start on that side over there?
Okay.
Billy, do you want to share with everyone the plan, and we'll get some ruckus, get some craziness going
I'll go there and explain.
Oh yeah?
Gelmiyorum ben, sen oradasın.
Sen burada kal abi. Ben şimdi bu tribüne geliyorum. Şimdi ödülü nasıl dağıtacağımızı ilk 2 gün burada olanlar biliyordur. En çok bağıranı seçeceğim. Bir dakika, mikrofona bağırır mısın bir? Okay, I picked this little fellow. Bu arkadaşımızı seçtim. Şimdi özellikle istediğim bir ödül var mı? Mousepad olur, tişört olur, çanta olur, oyun içi kostüm olur. Tamam, o zaman çarkı çevirelim. Ne gelirse şansına. Mezarcı Bey, çarkı çevirebiliriz.
İstediği ödül neymiş beyefendi?
Dedi ki mezarcı abimden ne gelirse kabulümdür dedi.
Harbi mi? Tamam.
Should we spin the wheel? Right, let's spin the wheel. Let's see what happens here. Here we go.
Tam olarak öyle demedi ama olsun.
Kendimi çarkı felekte gibi hissettim bu arada ya.
And let's see what it's gonna be. It's
Atkı geldi kanka.
Atkı güzel mi?
alabiliriz.
What?
So he's saying that I have a scarf already. Can I get a bag?
What's that, Billy?
He wants a bag.
A bag?
Because he already has a scarf.
What's bag in Turkish? Remind me.
Çanta.
Çanta. Oh, would you believe the wind blew? It says çanta.
Çanta kazandı.
Hey!
Tebrik ediyorum.
Brilliant. Oh, so lucky. So lucky.
Şimdi.
Right, shall I go?
Yeah, you can pick the second one.
Shall I go this side?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. This side, who wants to win a prize? Let me hear you. Let's see, who would like to win a prize? You guys, you can't choose. You've got the main prize, the good looks, you two. Who wants to win something? Come on. I want to see who I'm going to... who's going to say? I want to see purple T-shirt there. Just behind you. There's a purple T-shirt just there. This guy? Yeah, purple T-shirt there. That's you. Yeah, you want to stand up for me? All right, this guy here. What would you like to win? Anything. Anything. All right, anything. Anything goes.
Her şey olur diyor. Tamam.
Let's have a spin.
Yavaş çevireyim de beklemeyelim.
Let's see what the wheel gives you. Oh, there's me. Let's see what the wheel gives you. Here we go. It is a...
Tatilci seti.
Tatlıcı.
Tatlıcı mı?
In-game kostüm geldi.
You got some in-game cosmetic stuff. Happy with that. Very happy. Very happy. We're very happy with that. That's a great prize. Okay, we come back to the main floor.
Let's for a change. You stand over there.
I'm going to stand on this side.
Yeah, let's change.
We're throwing the whole production out of whack here. I like this. Okay.
Evet.
We need one more.
Şimdi ben seçiyorum değil
Do you
mi?
want to choose someone? Okay. Who wants to win something, guys?
Gidelim. Burası komple bizden zaten. Bak hepinizi seviyorum. Herkes Carya, Tospik falan filan. Ben de bir bayan seçmek istiyorum. Şu hanımefendi olsun. Ne istersin? Onlara ben ayrı hediye veririm. Hiç fark etmez dedi. Ben çevirmeye geri dönüyorum o zaman. Doğru mu?
Okay.
Sen çevir. Fark etmez dedi.
Aynı anda çevirelim.
Çevir. Sana doğru.
Bu tarafa.
Evet,
So
tamam.
what are we hoping for here, Billy? What are we hoping for? Anything?
Ne istiyor?
Fark etmez.
Fark etmez. Tamam.
It's gonna be...
Acaba ne
It's
gelecek?
gonna be me. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a... Keep
T-shirt.
the wind blew. A T-shirt. A T-shirt, yeah? Love that. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. That's great. Thanks very much. That's great.
Teşekkür ediyoruz
Ben
Mezarcı'ya.
teşekkür ederim. Kendinize iyi bakın. Başarılar bize.
Thank you so much.
Kolay
Thank you so
gelsin
much.
size.
A big round of applause.
Mezarcı'ya bir kez daha bir alkış alabilir miyiz sizlerden?
But, Billy, as much as I love this wheel, our friends at Kelme have got 5 goodie bags to give away as well. Should we give out some more prizes? A few more?
Şimdi Adam diyor ki sponsorumuz Kelme'den 5 kişilik daha hediyemiz varmış. Versek mi acaba diyor.
Yeah, we down for that?
Ya bence yeterince istemiyorlar, vermeyelim.
It's not loud enough. I need more. More. Better.
Tamam, verelim o zaman.
Right, shall I go this side first?
Okay, you
No,
start from there.
I'll start from there.
Okay.
I'm gonna do one over here first.
Okay.
Ready? Okay, here we go.
Adam oradan seçecek bir kişiyi.
Okay. Who would like to win something? Anybody? Who would like to take away a Kelme bag? Okay, let me see. Okay, well, lots of screaming. This guy, just here, we are screaming a lot here. What's your name?
Furkan.
Are you having a good day?
Anlamıyorum.
Congratulations, you can take away a goodie bag. Good job, good job. Fist bump, let's go.
Tamam, Furkan
Good job, there we go.
İlk
We got
şanslı
one.
isim.
Huh?
Furkan.
Fulka?
Furkan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
First bag, given away.
Okay.
Get one for you.
İlk
Okay, that's the first
şansımız
one.
Furkan'da.
We another one, Billy. Another one. Let's go.
Pick the second one too.
Huh?
Are you going to pick the second one?
I can do. Here? Where?
Yeah,
Where should I?
go ahead.
Do you know where? Do you know where? The balcony up here. This balcony, I think we need to give one away out this way. Should I get a balcony up here somewhere? Okay. Let's give another bag. The balcony up here. Let me see you. The top balcony there. Let me see you. Let me see, where are you? There we go. In the far corner with the flag there, the far corner. This little dude. Yeah, you, man. Yeah, you. This guy up here. Another bag going up there. Okay, the second one there, done.
The one on the right.
Yeah, on the right.
Şu bayraklı kardeşimizi seçtik. Onun da bilgilerini
That's right.
alalım hediye için.
But we need 3 more.
3 tane daha lazım şimdi.
Go on, Billy. Last 3. Go on, Bill. The Billmeister. Come on. Only time in my life I've ever felt wanted.
Şu arkada beyaz tişörtlü bir arkadaşımız var. Yeşil mi önünde bir şey var. Sen.
You got someone?
Yeah, I picked the guy.
Yeah, great.
With the white shirt.
We need 2 more. Let's go rapid fire 2 more times.
2 kişi daha lazım şimdi.
2 more. This is great. I'm having a good time. Hanging out by the wheel, just watching dreams come true.
This guy.
This guy here?
Yeah.
I'm Billy.
Halil.
Halil'i seçtik. Halil.
Okay, Ali.
Okay. So we need last one.
I kelime bag. Yeah, one more. We didn't go down here. Do you want to go down this way?
Okay.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Son bir tane kelmeden.
One more. You thought the grand finals were the main event. These Kelme goodie bags are like stars in the sky. Yeah. You found someone, Billy?
Hanife. We got Hanife for the last spot.
Nice.
Bilgilerinizi alacaklar. Daha sonra hediye teslim alanından alıyorlar değil mi? Yanlış hatırlamıyorum.
I've lost you. What's that?
I'm asking that they're going to receive the Kelme bags, the gift receiving area.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
Each of these Kelme bags are going to be available at the gift shop downstairs. Anyone who won one, being up there or here, you can collect your prizes, as with the Wonder Wheel earlier on as well. That was great. That was fun. That was good times. Big shout out to Kelme as well, provider of these goodie bags. We love you guys, one of the official partners of the show. Lots more maybe of this later, depending on what happens in the competition. Because Smash Rules, you never know. You never know, Billy. You never know. For now, though, we're going to head on back to the casters and continue with our competition. And things are getting very spicy now.
Kelme'ye bir kez daha çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Olur da Smash kuralıyla karşılaşma bitmezse günün geri kalanında hediyelerimiz devam edecek. Şimdi analiz masasına geçeceğiz ama şuraya bir zoom alabiliyor muyuz geçerken?
Thank you very much to the wonderful wheel that's dishing out all of those prizes. I mean, that's great stuff. Nice to throw one up to the balconies as well. Very mindful of you, Mr. Adam Savage.
Yeah, absolutely. All those folks over there not getting any love or attention, and finally someone got themselves a reward on that top side. But yeah, we're going to be heading over towards our match 3, halfway through the day already. Goodness me, time has flown by over here at the PMSL EU. Alongside with us, as always, is the very faithful and reliable GT30 Pro, INFINIX, our smartphone sponsor here over at the PMSL EU. On the road, the Esports World Cup, which will be happening through from the 25th of July through to the 3rd of August. So make sure you're picking up your tickets for that too, because we're all heading over, we're all having a good time, and we'll see you there.
Absolutely. We'll be keeping an eye out for who's going to be qualifying. Of course, that is kind of the most important thing right now, those top 4 spots. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation around the Smash rulings coming on through, but it is the top 4 teams that head over to the PMWC to try and grab a spot there. So all important, really, to be able to look towards that. And of course, it's Regnum Carya who earned that extra spot. We would normally be on 3 spots, but because they won the PMGO, that extra spot is granted to the region. And they are doing their best to earn it right now. They are doing their best to get one of those spots. It might not be the 4th place spot. They kind of want that top spot, it seems. But right now, they have very close competition in the Falcons. I think they're 1 point behind.
Well, let's head back over towards the EWC as well. We just covered it a little bit there, but it's 25th of July, as I said before, through the 3rd of August. But what you didn't know is that it is in 2025, which is this year. You are correct. Wow, well done, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
But it will be the PMWC over at the EWC. A very, very fun tournament here, but a very stressful one right now for our teams over in PMSL EU, who are looking for those 4 slots available. And time is running out. Time is running out for teams like S2G. And it would be a huge shame not to see them go through after what has been a wonderful performance over the weeks here for S2G, but they are just not finding those points. Hopefully, they can bring things back up to speed. That we have only had 2 games thus far. There's plenty more to be fought over here in the PMSL EU.
I wonder if S2G don't make it, if we could see Sarah back on Regnum Carya at PMWC.
You know, you're not. I wouldn't say I wouldn't put it past them.
It's a lot of ifs, right? But it would also feel kind of naff, right, for Toshpik to be like, oh, by the way, we just got Sarah back, despite you qualifying with us. I'm not sure. I think that it wouldn't be out of the question to bring him as a sub, or to sort of alternate Toshpik and Sarah depending on what map they want. I think that in sort of overall, I feel like Sarah, he likes to be part of that IGLing role, and right now it seems like Regnum Carya have got their groove on when it comes to the game. Although in the first 2 matches, they haven't been able to get 10 points, which is maybe something that they are a little bit regretful of. Even then, though, they wouldn't have been able to win either of these games right now. But if they win this next game, they're going to be kicking themselves, right, to have not been able to find the points that they needed in those last 2 games.
Yeah, there is also a case here right now for Reject. So obviously Reject, we hope they make it over towards the EWC. But for me, it's a case of Sarah I think it was January this year, moved over to an inactive role on the team. So there is definitely a big potential for him to be loaned out here, because I think Apollo took reprised his role in Rejects, and will be taking over there alongside with Divine, Reiji, as well as Duello. So for Sarah, I think he does have a little bit more free reign. Obviously, Reject still holds the contract, but I'm sure they would be happy to loan him out again to Regnum Carya if S2G don't make it through.
That is if Regnum Carya want to bring Sarah back, right? Obviously, they had great success with him at PMGO. He is a powerful player on the roster, a great mind as well. One of our most expressive players, I think it's safe to say, which is lovely to see. Always enjoy the camera shots on Sarah. He's rivaling Redox, I think, in my mind, for most expressive coming on through. But it is a question, right? Do Regnum Carya want to be picking someone up like that at that time, after they've developed for the entire season as the 4 that they have right now? Will they be able to sort of mend those old ties? Is there any bad blood between Sarah and the rest of the Regnum Carya roster, potentially? Maybe it was Regnum Carya and they were like, we don't actually feel comfortable going forwards with a lone player, right? They want to have their players on their roster locked in as Regnum Carya players, not bringing in a loan from outside the region. Potentially, that's sort of maybe more an organizational question. So a lot of interesting dynamics at play, but all of it comes down to whether or not S2G can maintain consistency, right? Because, I mean, you said at the start of the day, who's the most consistent team in the tournament? Well, S2G, sure, during league stage, knockout stage, the start of the finals, they definitely were. But now, with the 5 sort of poor games that they had at the end of yesterday, starting off, not really doing too much today as well, there are question marks in terms of their consistency in my mind.
Yeah, maybe. I think, again, I think when you talk about consistency, it's hard to just be like, well, they've had some off days, so now they're not consistent anymore. I think everyone has their off days. Everyone has their off games. I think it's hard to... I think it's hard. I think it would be cruel to talk about them in that way at this stage of the tournament. It's hard in finals, especially when you have a smash rule in finals as well. It's even worse. But there's a lot on the lines, a lot of pressure been taking place. I think even if they were to do badly for the rest of the day, I think you would still call them the most consistent team here at the PMSL EU.
I think in these finals, I mean, so far, I've just looked through their match record. It looks like they've had sort of 5 solid games over the court, like as in good, acceptable to really strong games. They have had obviously some massive games. Their 17 Elim chicken dinner, for instance, on day 1, a really huge game coming through from them. But including that, there's been 5 very strong games coming through from them, and the rest have not been that good at all. They've been very low single digits at best. We're up to, what is it now, 14 matches played? Having below 50% of your matches being played like that, certainly, I will give you over the course of this tournament, they are the most consistent team. In the finals, definitely not.
Well, yeah, okay. It's a weird way to look at it, in my opinion, but sure.
I
I mean,
I just have been
look at other
disappointed
teams.
with S2G.
I mean, go look at other teams as well.
Okay.
And like,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Look at Regnum Carya, for instance. Like, how many of them have been really good games?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then they just had that pretty decent game on the last one. They got 6 points. Won't count that for argument's sake. But 8 out of 14 sounds a hell of a lot better than 5 out of 14.
It's only 3 more matches. I mean, they're ahead, right?
Yeah, but that's a huge amount. That's a huge amount.
Yeah.
That's 3 out of 14, which is pretty close to a quarter extra.
Yeah, and now we're also considering the fact that they have had a big downturn over the last let's say half a day, right? And we still don't. You still don't even know what's going to happen over the rest of the day. We've only seen 2 matches.
It's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Again, I think it is hard to make those statements, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I'm at least disappointed in S2G's performance. I'll put it that way. Maybe I will accept that you could make a solid case for them being incredibly consistent still. Obviously, they've got a lot of fan support here as well. They've got some level heads on their shoulders as well. They've been at that international level for a while now. They know what it's like. They can weather that storm. Our next match, looking like it's just around the corner. I think all our teams are looking to be locked in now, aiming for that trophy in the middle with the starburst lights surrounding it.
Mm-hmm. I do think that there's a case where I'll agree with you the fact that these past games for S2G have been pretty horrible. They really have been. 16th place, 15th places going out then is really not good. And I can't tell if it's circle based or not with how this has been going. A lot of teams are putting a lot more stock over towards that center, and the circle's definitely throwing some curveballs in there for our teams. Now, how they're going to play this going forward is really where it all comes to bear. And I think that we get to the end of the day, and S2G's got more 16 places then and there. I will probably say that that this finals just hasn't been great for S2G. They started out strong, and that'll have clouded my judgment a little bit, but we'll wait and see. Right now, we are getting over towards our third match of the day. Plenty of teams looking to cross that boundary to head over towards the smash ruling and then potentially pick it up over on game 4, 5, and 6. I mean, there's potential no one gets over it, but it's 3 points for Falcons, 2 points for Regnum Carya. I find it very hard to believe they won't reach those heights.
Yeah, it does feel sort of nigh on inevitable now, with 2 points needed for Regnum Carya, with 3 points needed for Falcons, that they won't be able to get up there in this single match. You think that they will be doing everything that they can to just get those very minimal point scores. It'll be interesting to see how they can do it, how they can get on with it. Looks like our stage is just about being set up now. Is everybody locked into the lobby? I'm expecting to see that plane path fairly soon, Blank. I think that we have got our players in as the referee's just consulting, making sure everything is nice and locked in, nice and fair for everyone.
So what I'm looking for here really is some more strong performances from what we've seen before. I think Boars is in a bit of a spiral at the moment because their play style is no longer working as well as they did before, and I think that's due to some of our circles being a little bit more complicated to play. I'm hoping to see S2G pick it up. I'm hoping to see Carya get back into the swing of things because they have had great positions in the circle, just not been able to capitalize on them though.
Yeah, it has been pretty difficult for our teams that are being given these opportunities. I think that it is always pretty onerous to have a circle center up right on top of you, right? As much as you might be pretty happy about it, it then becomes your responsibility to make the most of it, right? Because that's like your big opportunity, your big chance to put up a 15 elim chicken dinner, get 25 points on a match, and just win the entire thing outright. But it is a lot harder than that. I think there's a lot that goes into it, and it's also very contingent on the surrounding terrain and the surrounding teams and how they hold. It is always tricky to sort of read that, to read into how the dynamics will shift based on who's playing around what area, based on which teams are playing around one another as well. It is very, very difficult to make that consistently correct. Taking a look at the stage, it looks like we're still getting a little bit of something for Fenerbahçe. I think that was Tyler from Fenerbahçe going to jump up the stairs. Maybe one of his teams needs a bottle of water. We'll see if they're able to stay hydrated.
Yeah, keep them good to go. He's heading back into the lights behind the stage, which is looking fantastic. I'm getting hypnotized by these lights.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Occasionally when someone walks past it as well, and it just sort of like slightly shakes, man, that's the real one. It's actually not a light, it's actually the trophy itself that's doing this light. 100%.
That's correct. I think we should be getting into game fairly shortly, though.
One would hope.
I feel like it should be coming, like right about now. Yeah. 10 seconds.
I bet it's going to be like 6 seconds.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Ruin the illusion. Fine, as we are going to head into Erangel for our third map of the day. We are into match number... I think this is match number 15 of the final set. We are going to be taking a look to see who can pass that smash point boundary. We said before it could be up to 4 teams in this match reasonably, with 2 teams very, very close with Regnum, Carya and Falcons, 2 and 3 points away respectively. And then you've got teams up towards that 100-point mark that could also reasonably jump on through, and others on the outside chance with a chicken dinner could also do it. We'll have to wait and see as the plane path hits the west side.
S2G out nice and early over towards Pmsl as we head up and over the top. Rozok in clear sight and view of the boys over on Regnum Carya, and it will be Falcons jumping out here midway through the plane path to Pachinki. Nice and easy for them. Fenerbahçe, on the other hand, heading over towards the western side of the map alongside with Papara SuperMassive. But fairly reasonable. I think most teams drop around this area anywho. So it's not going to be too drastic. I think for BRX Esports and BRA, it does cause some problems for them. BRA does need to now contest with Papara SuperMassive for South George. I think they've really got a choice. They can't head down towards Milta Power.
Yeah, they will just have to contest in that area, unfortunately. But you imagine that they're going to be a little bit more prepared for it, right? The first time it happened, you can kind of understand. Hang on a minute. It's a military circle. That is all the way down on the south side. What a way to challenge these teams, to find their way past that smash boundary, right? To see themselves safe and with a chance to win it all in a single match. We are going to have to go over the bridge, and we're going to have to go fast.
Absolutely. BWNRX will be getting over there very, very quickly straight away, starting in Ferry Pier. Ida as well towards Gaka. They're going to make a run for it too, but BWNRX will be over much, much faster than them. Likely a fight will break out between the both of them unless one sends left and the other goes right. But for S2G, how do they want to play this one out? Do they want to send over towards the eastern side or not?
That is the question. I mean, normally when we see them play from this position towards Military Island, they grab a hovercraft, they grab a boat, they get across, right? Either they're going to be able to start to get across the bridge. The question I have is, what weaponry does BWNRX pick up before they just go for those vehicles and get across? I don't think it's enough to convincingly go for a bridge hold, and I think they're just going to fade away, go for a little bit of loot, because you lose a lot of time in a fight that you don't necessarily feel like you can win convincingly.
No, absolutely not. It's one of those things where you come into close contact, and I mean, the teams will have picked up maybe like mini 14s. It's be iron sights on it. You take some pot shots at one on another, but you do want to break wide in that situation. For a lot of other teams, they're going to be down towards the southwest side, waiting to make their way across, like you say. Making sure to get those vehicles on board, those boats on board to make this work.
Everybody moving fast here, Blank, trying to get across early. Fireflux, though, seemingly less concerned. They want to play this one late. Obviously, that is kind of the other option, right? You just take a lot of time and go through this circle late. to try and find your way through on the blue zone, on a bridge fight, maybe pick up some points here and there. Taking a look at the standings, of course, just to remind everyone, if you get 113 points, meaning Regnum Carya would need 2, Falcons would need 3, Ida would need 13, that will put you in the smash point zone, which means that if you get a chicken dinner on any match after you break past that barrier or land on top of it, you will win the entire tournament. No matter what the point standings say, if you win a chicken dinner and are past that smash point barrier, you win with first place, a qualification spot to PMWC, as well as 35 grand for just that chicken dinner.
It's a lot. It's a lot to get. Regnum Carya on the move out. Again, a team needs to move. They're heading over towards docks.
Carya going to be leaving from around that farm area, getting across on the hovercraft. The hovercraft really has changed up how Military Island rotates go, and you can see S2G going to be employing one as well. Before, it was always a case of, oh, let's get in a boat, we're going to have to try and get across and then find some vehicles afterwards. With the hovercraft being able to play on both land and water, you of course can get across. You can make some road inland as well, not being on foot, and get to those vehicle spawns, get to those buildings and compounds as well. Falcons on a bridge camp. They only need 3 points here, Blank. Fenerbahçe may be delivering it straight to them. Savian will go in. Solke's the first to get knocked. Out on the bridge, Ralph looking to try and hold this. Just about sidesteps another vehicle, but they only get the 1 point here. It looks like the rest of them have made it away. Savian falling. Okay, so 2 points found for the Falcons. They are now 1 point shy of that smash boundary. They're on the hunt. They want it. Desperately, Redox trying to challenge it out, but can't quite find the shutdown. Not just yet. 112 now. The Falcons take first place, but they're 1 point shy of the boundary.
Again, still, you want to push that a little bit further, though. And chasing for these points, the risk of your own lives could be the part of your tournament end where there are so many teams chasing. You really aren't that far behind, all the way down towards 6th place with Boars on 93 points, tied up with S2G. So yeah, a serious potential here for them. The Falcons getting 2 there, 112. I think that they're much more comfortable now. Just the 1 elim, that's a very doable task.
Or a placement point.
Or a placement point. You are right, John.
Shots. It's S2G. Can they find the match they've been looking for against BWNRX? You don't imagine it's going to be too tall of an order if their track record today is going to be anything to go by. When he hops into the buggy, they're going to give up the ghost on their forward position. High ground, completely claimed by S2G, and actually minimises the points that have been earned by them. As he hops in the vehicle, allows Icy to clean up Kakali.
Another bad start there for BWNRX. It's not looking likely for them going forward. Capri's taking shots over to Barsay. Nobody will drop down. I think he just ticked over from drown damage on top of the bullets been sent through from Capri's. We'll clarify there for you, John, before you tell me off. Slonic, the distance, will finish off nobody.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up these points, it looks like. I don't feel like they're going to be able to get away as soon as that boat goes up in flames as well. They're trying to swim out of range, but yeah, it's just going to be open season. We've talked a lot about this top side, but we haven't talked about the teams that could potentially have a big game and jump up to be in that field as well. That does include K1. I'm looking at BWNRX, I'm looking at Fenerbahçe, I'm looking at K1. All of those three have the chance to, with a big game, put themselves back in that conversation. So still down to 11th place, could make it up to 4th.
It's crazy. It is crazy. There's a lot of potential for so many of our squads here. Para losing 1. Too fun. Boars, though, opening up over towards Flux. I think at this rate, we'll have to leave Solos behind. I think it will be very, very difficult to pick them back up, and Critical will find that point. 94, so not allowing S2G to get too far ahead here.
Interesting from the Boars. They were holding around the mouth of the bridge, right? They spot Fireflux. They actually run that down. They were holding there for quite a while, so it's not like they've just arrived at this location. And that'll be just them displaying what they like to do, right? They spot something and they just go. They just have that signal. They send on in. Falcons, potentially losing a player as the circle shifts out to the east side of the island. I don't think you can get Redox back up here. And this is, again, Redox going down first for the Falcons. Ralph may be looking to suppress, but S2G may look to chase this one down. Remember, they only need 1 point on this game to be in that smash point zone.
Not a long distance there, though. Really quite a short sprint for them. 1 elim would be the nicest way to do it. I think getting over towards top 8, not always ideal, but certainly possible. Especially down here on Osnovka as well, where we do sit ourselves over towards that eastern side. There's a bit of an awkward shift where most teams did push in on the west, and then we moved so far over towards the east, benefiting over towards K1 and Bra as well, I suppose.
Ida made their way across as well. Carya is sitting pretty central here. Decent position. Feels like they do know how to get through these situations. Falcons taking shots from Regnum Carya. That would be quite a turn up, wouldn't it? If, well, in an engagement between Falcons and Regnum Carya, both of them could, in theory, surpass that smash point boundary, even if they both go down in that fight. Regnum Carya would need 2 elims, Falcons would need just the 1 against Regnum Carya, and they could potentially get each other over that crossing line to the smash point boundary.
Regnum Carya is a really good space on the map as well to play in. Over on that north side near the beachhead, it's a perfect position to get started on your games here. TTQ is coming across from the water, starting from Sharkfin, heading downwards. So they do have Silas currently trolling the beachhead for that eventuality. Ida's getting a little bit too close for comfort, though. They do get shot off from that angle.
It's all coming down to single points here towards the top, Blank. And you've got to remember as well in that last game, a couple of elims got snatched away from the Falcons. There were some blue zones shenanigans as well. If they'd have been able to pick up another player from Fenerbahçe, if those sprays had been slightly more on target on that bridge crossing, it all could be so different. Anything would have given Falcons the edge here. Or for that matter, Regnum Carya, if they'd have gone for that crossing over the river. But what's done is done, and they need to focus on this game. They need to keep their heads in the game as well. You can't let it override your nervous system. You need to keep cool, keep calm, collected. K1 have more of a fight to be getting on with as well, but it looks like they're going to lose a second player there. At a pretty crucial position as well. They do have the top of the mountain, though, on the east side of the military island.
BWNRX. Now, down to just 3. It's been a tough break for them. They've been looking to try and get up towards that top side. It's just not happening. Fireflux getting picked apart by the Boars, who've been chasing them down for quite some time here. This is over towards that western side as Fireflux attempted to make their way across. It didn't pan out for them. Was getting gate kept earlier and now being the gatekeepers. So close to one of those Regnum Carya and Falcons. Quite amusing.
I wonder if they know. I wonder if they know who it is. What could be? Regnum Carya should know that the Falcons were playing sort of around this location. They should have seen that elimination feed. They might be mildly aware that it could be the Falcons. I think the Falcons are less likely to know that this is Regnum Carya. They haven't been involved in any fighting just yet. They do have that outpost off to the northwest side as well. Loxy just keeping sightlines out towards the northern shore. Boars moving up. Tulika scouting out towards the outpost for S2G. S2G right now are in 4th place. They have managed to win on that tiebreaker. Over on 4th place with Carya and with Boars, all on 95 points.
Just leapfrogging over one another time and time again. More points go through. Again, that 4th place slot just interchangeable all the time. Bra goes up against FUT, and the fight does conclude. FUT will go down, and Bra picks up a couple of points here, trying to drag themselves out from 16th, sorry. Will be a tough task. Let's see if they can make it work, but Carya is benefiting off the back of this one. Or along the way.
Regnum Carya and Falcons, but all chiming in towards Boars. They're picking up points here potentially. Novalo with more as well. They're looking for even more, and there they go. Falcons, they found that point. They're over the boundary. They get one more to boot. They've done what they needed to do this match. The question is, how far of a gap can they put between them and everyone else? And will they try and deny other teams the opportunity to do just what they've done?
It's hard now. It's hard to figure out where teams are playing, though. That's the only thing. Falcons won't know exactly where Regnum Carya is. It's not often you totally understand how a Sosnovka finish is going to play out. No one really has set positions. It's all dependent on timings. So denying teams is hard. Falcons would be... they'd be basically striking out in the dark, really.
They wouldn't have too much information. This circle's kind of nasty. It helps Carya pretty immensely there, as well as the positions towards the south side for BWNRX, which I think, do they have reduced players? I think they might have lost one or two potentially earlier on. Have to wait and see. They did lose one, didn't they, in an earlier situation, I think against S2G. So they could potentially be a little bit more easily run down. But Carya are earning points pretty consistently here as well, in the same sort of area that Regnum Carya might be looking to pick them up.
And Carya finding Falcons. One shot over towards them. 112. Got Ralph as well as Koa. Down the hill. They know they're so close. They can taste it here. Still playing it fairly safe, which I respect. Being very cautious going forwards.
We've had our first team over the boundary. Regnum Carya now 1 point away from doing the same. With Carya and S2G looking to try and jump up with a big game here as well. They don't have too far to go. Papara SuperMassive on a bit of a mad dash on in. They could potentially, with a big game, jump up, but not right now. They are getting cut across pretty awfully. TalQ as well, chiming in on this northwestern side to take the fight to BRX Esports. Neither team really with a massive hope of getting too far, but there you go indeed. Regnum Carya have found that point that they were looking for. Now they're on the hunt for S2G.
Taking plenty of shots out to many teams. S2G, IC will run down wild, leaving them in a little bit more of a difficult spot. Plenty of rundowns coming through. Rita, in fact, finding Madcap off the bonnet.
I see.
Up towards Loxy. That's an easy pick up there over towards Loxy himself, just dancing around the hovercraft.
The Falcons losing Koa on the drive-by as well. Regnum Carya starting to get chipped away. S2G all too happy to pick up these points if they can, but it looks like they might try and get further into the circle. Is this Ida, I think, from the south side chiming in as well? They're putting in pressure from this south edge, and S2G do need to be worried. That ridgeline is pretty good on the sightlines down towards this fight, but Ida turning around now, taking a little bit of distance, a little bit of time.
Wow.
There's another nade over towards Wild.
Over towards Silas, in fact. Really well played, and that does clean out Regnum Carya, but they just about make it. They get 2 points. I said it wasn't too insurmountable, but felt like it kind of was there. But they have made the smash zone. That's all that really matters now for Regnum Carya. They're over the line. For S2G, great result, up towards 4th place once again now with 99 points total, 6 elims on the match, looking to take this a little bit further. They will have to hold out Ida, who currently in 3rd place, which allows them to jump up a little bit further on the leaderboard too, which would be very beneficial for S2G. Not quite over the 100-point mark, just 1 point shy.
Sarah on a mad dash with the blue zone at his back. He's really isolated here. Does manage to dip behind cover, and Ida are going to have to move off this off angle. Can heal out in the blue zone still. It is stage 4. The next zone just about to pop, but this west side is deciding so much of these tables, Blank. Every team, it seems, towards the top side of the tables has a foot in this fight. The Falcons diminished now down to 1, but of course they've done the work that they needed to do. You can see Ralph now just ahead. I'm really interested in what Carya are going to be able to extract from this game. Look at the circle. It's pushing so hard over to this east side.
It's not a fun circle either, where it like kind of dips down towards the beach side, so it's a bit of a terrain to play around. For S2G, their biggest opponents right now is Ida. The fact that Sarah is able to get out, finds a vehicle and swings out off towards the side. Can't tell how healthy that vehicle was though, but you know, he makes it out. That's all that matters. K1 goes down in the process, leaving a lot of important teams in our final end game. Papara SuperMassive, BWNRX, Boars, Carya, S2G, Ida, and the final player from Falcons, just hanging on as long as possible.
Although they will have done enough so far to get over that smash point boundary with the potential of an instant win going into match number 3. There's a spray down for S2G. Challenge, not good. Icy falls and gets flushed, so they're down to 3 players now. Severely diminishing their potential here in this match. They're sequestered out to the west side and do need to fight through this one. They need to stay strong. Ida, it's the same story, but they're crashing into Carya. A challenge for these top spots, for these 4 qualification areas, and Carya winning this one out handily so far. Darkin with a nade in hand, doesn't get tagged by the first, but the nade goes off, and it will take him down in the meantime. I think that will take down CEO later with the nade, but they're more than happy to find that one sent in. Papara SuperMassive just across the way, though, tearing through Carya in the meantime, and now it's just Lewis.
Yeah, Bra actually chimed in towards that one, taking some shots towards them. Ida, upstairs, looking to hold on. I think there was a res that came through. Oh my days, Lewis!
Through the smoke, can't thread the needle, does get another knock, and actually does manage to take the 2 players downstairs out. Another nade sent on in, but that doesn't tag on. S2G are just across the road from this now, Blank. They have sent in towards the middle. How many players have they got left? They're still on 3. I don't know if all 3 of them are in there, but we'll have to wait and see. It's still just mad reses coming on through for Carya. The challenges around this 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place spots are crazy. They're getting hot, and Rita wants to keep things boiling, but he will go down as Lewis is on the swivel. Aaron with a nade could change things up. He just needs to find it through the door frame. Lewis trying to evade, but will not be there in time. Ida eliminating their competition.
Nice one for Ida. They really wanted to keep Carya down there, but S2G continue to climb. 7 elims on the game, looking for some more. 3 players alive. The only other 2 teams with 4 are Bra as well as Black Esports. 2 teams that I think a lot of squads aren't very afraid of here, but in this circle they could have some big impact going forward. Looking at the way this one's lining up, this is the position on the map that most teams would like to play around, which has the compound still in play, but we're about to shift here over towards a new spot in the circle as we head through to stage 6. And a lot of teams praying, hoping that it keeps these compounds in.
I'm interested about these hills to the north side of these compounds, Blank. I feel like they could be pretty impactful. BWNRX, I feel like this may be terminal for them. The nade overhead from Erangel looks for more as well. I just don't think you've got the cover to be making that one work. Frozen going down very, very low. Tags sent back his way. I think that's actually from S2G. Maybe even Ida from across the road. But a roadblock for BWNRX, who again, falling short of the mark. The next circle further up to the north.
Cuts S2G in though. A little slice of the pie is important here for them. Staying in those buildings gives you so much control, so much advantage inside of this circle. It's nice. It's very, very nice. A lot of teams centered around here with the importance of those buildings. Erangel in a tight spot now will be a little bit of blue, but not long before Aaron picks that one up at distance. Aaron and Darkin still in this game, playing alongside one another over. Now are back again here towards Mayhem. Surprisingly enough, they get Rita as well as Darkin back up on their feet. I did not expect that. It all comes from a slightly awkward nade from Lewis, which ultimately ends in their downfall. Falcons will lose their final player there, leaving them on 114 points, but they made it over the line.
In first place for now. They will end their game. Ida and S2G looking to try and change that. They do have the option to. They do have that opportunity. With Ida feeling fairly safe for now, You do have a little bit more to go, and it looks like they're going to try and flex out west, try and third-party this. Okay, they want to rock up onto the western edge. Black Esports a little bit further. The Boars are sandwiched in between, and Narita has earned a lot of space with this wide flex out. A nade over towards the compound for S2G, and drops it outside of that hovercraft there. The rest of them trying to get across the road as well. In the meantime, Sulika for the Boars holding things down, but he's the last to stand, and you've got to imagine Brat are going to be able to seal the deal here. But Ida crossing the road, that is big news. S2G, a nade over, and Ida are winning this fight against S2G, taking them very, very low. And maybe ruining S2G's chances in the rest of this match. They're picking up the points here, Blank. They've taken a knock and a second as well, and there is still Kelsey to deal with, and that is one hell of a hurdle to cross. The spray down over towards Ida draws them short on 109. They do not get to the boundary, but it's just the one player now standing. I think we're going into match 3 with only 2 players in that zone, but there is still potential for S2G to ladder up pretty far here. They are 11 points short. Unfortunately, that means that they do need to do a lot of work, and by they, I mean just Kelsey.
And there's a lot of teams that are struggling here, and for Black Esports as well as BRA and BWNRX, these teams are likely to face up against one another sooner rather than later, and Kelsey might just be able to sneak a couple of these eliminations away. There should be a lot of death crates around that area that he can pick through, pilfer, and get some nades. One man with 6 or 7 nades can be a really big problem for quite a few teams. But you can see his here, he's right on the edge. It's going to be hard for him to leave.
And of course, remember, you desperately want to be up in those top 4 every game from now on, because it could end in the next match, Blank. With 2 teams having that option, having that opportunity, you can't afford to drop out of the top 4 at any stage now. So for S2G, they're looking to defend, get as far away from Carya, who are right behind them, as they possibly can. Kelsey has it all to do here. Brat wanting to stop him. You got to think that Tron has to go first, though. And Kelsey breaks out. He's making his move.
Yeah, Tron's just going to try and live, get further into this game. There are 5 teams remaining. Laddering up to a 4th place would be ginormous. Rolex, though, has a nade in hand. I think he just spotted him slightly on that, and a nade comes behind him. Waiting with the nade, waiting for the jump out. Tron is holding.
Wants to ladder up. Okay, he's going to go down to the blue zone here. He's just waiting for the peak. Unfortunately, Kelsey doesn't pick up that point, but he gets the extra placement now as we're into our top 4. They have 9 elims on S2G for 102 points. And Rolex definitely saw that run out. Kelsey now with the challenge close by. I wonder if he spotted Rolex, but he's completely dead to rights here with a swash on the off angle. That should be him gone, down and out. They will finish on 106. They are now 7 points ahead of Carya on that 4th place bubble. If it ends right now, they would make it, but they've still got at least another match to play here.
Pretty nice, though, for S2G overall. With 106 points ahead of Carya, who are starting to feel the weight of these games on their shoulders. You can definitely tell that for them. There's a lot of nervous plays coming through from that team. BWNRX looking to make a mad dash around the corner. They could saddle themselves up alongside with the likes of Boars and Carya after this game if they're able to have a clean sweep and a chicken dinner. It's asking a lot, though. It's asking a lot from that squad.
Definitely is. I think BWNRX, I mean, to jump up to be in contest, they'd need more points than are available right now. With them being 3 of the remaining players, there's only 5 more points they can earn. I think they need something like 26 points or something on this game, and there's just no way that they can find that.
Oh, I just mean in terms of like 5th, 6th place.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Boars and Carya. Yeah. I'm not saying 1st place, that would be a month.
No, I was given more context there. I mean, I meant even to get up towards that area, right? They need a whole heck of a lot of points. And now they've been denied yet another elim and a nade sent over by Brat. They have full control of this circle. I'm surprised that BWNRX have gotten this far. Looked like they might have been dead to rights earlier. And they are really flagging. In terms of those med supplies, you could see how much punishment they've sent their way. Zedwolf with barely any ammo as well.
It has to be a very clean fight versus BWNRX, and they're caught on the outside of the circle. BWNRX just don't have the angles, and Bra has this full lineup. It's just going to have to be clear elims across the board. And with this lineup, it's very unlikely. Now, you are going against the 16th place team, so that's your favorable approach, but you're doing it with absolutely nothing. So the scales do even out slightly.
Definitely do. 3 nades for Quantum, though. I feel like that's the moneymaker right there. Quantum just needs to tag with 2 of those nades, or maybe even 1 of those nades, and it feels like it becomes just pretty much a guarantee. Even Frozen, super low ammo count across the board for everyone. It's unhappy. It's unhealthy for the BWNRX health bars. And they're just going to have to go for something mad. They don't even have smokes to play this one. They used them all on the roadside earlier. And getting into a second place, I mean, that is probably as good as they could hope for here. Zed Wolf goes down first. Brat just picking up these points, picking up these elims is good news to maybe not be at the bottom of the tables at the end of it. But the nade goes long, over towards Kine. Looks like Swash is going to isolate Frozen as well. Take him down very, very low. They're just going to spot him out, spray him down. Not too much more that you can do about it. There they go, and Brat cleaned things up, finding a chicken dinner, match number 3.
But a big points vacuum down towards the bottom of the lobby, right? That does suck up a lot away from squads towards the top that really did want those to get ahead. But during all of that, we had a big story to tell, which is that Falcons and Regnum Carya have made it past that smash boundary now. 1 win, and it will be done and dusted going forward for both of those teams and everyone else in this lobby. We'll see how well they can do it here. I'm imagining we're going to be going towards a short break after we take a look at all these stats, whilst these players can cool off and come back clear-headed to potentially pick up that win there and then.
Absolutely. It is really important now, more than ever, to keep that level, to keep that mentality strong, nice and safe into these next few matches. Because, of course, as I said before, right, being in the top 4 is all important now. Every single match could be the last one, which means that you can't let it slip at all. It's not a question of, oh, we've got 1 more match to play. You just don't know. You just don't know how many more maps you're going to be able to play. So getting into that 4th place now and staying there, building those buffers is so, so important.
For S2G on that game, it was a very important game for them to bring their point scoring up towards that top side of things and get themselves in towards the top 4 in the first place. Ida, though, I am incredibly impressed, and I'm glad to see them there at the top of the lobby. But yeah, I think for the boys over on S2G, it's a case of that was a relief of a game for them, let's put it that way, and to get themselves back up towards the top side. And it could all end this next game. You are absolutely right, John. I think for Regnum Carya and Falcons, there is a massive weight that just got released from them, right? They're no longer chained and sinking in the water. They're getting a breath of fresh air at the top. And I think now it's a case of all they have to focus on is getting high point games and all that chicken dinner. And if that means that you play a really slow match, no elims, no nothing, and just play center and get a chicken dinner off the back of that, you just win.
Yeah, you win the whole thing there and then. Doesn't matter if you're ahead, if you're behind in terms of those points overall. If Regnum Carya blast out, they get 27 elims, but come second to Falcons with 0, they still lose, right? It doesn't matter at this stage. I just did a quick number crunch there. The Falcons and Regnum Carya between them, if you just look at these finals, have won 2 out of the 15 matches, which puts them at about a 13% win rate when you add both of the 2 teams together. So they're sort of a very presumptuous and fairly naive approach to determining the probability of ending in next match. We're looking about 13% chance, which is not a lot. Let me tell you, that is not a lot at all. That's about 1/8 of the time, pretty close to that sort of boundary. You're expecting that to happen. So about 1 in 8 is the probability that we're going to see the tournament end in this next match, in match number 4 in Erangel.
Yeah, again, it's like roughly just a 10% chance. Let's throw it that way. 9 times out of 10, they're not winning. And I think that, you know, when you put it that way, it is a little bit stressful for all these teams. But it all depends on the circle. It also depends on playstyle as well, because like I said before, if you do just rat it out and just go for a chicken dinner off a game like that, then yeah, there is a much higher possibility of you getting a chicken. The reason why we see a lot of teams going down or not getting those first places because to them it didn't really matter about those 4 extra points. What mattered to them is the 14, 15 eliminations they're able to put up during that match. When you don't really have that goal in mind anymore and there's only 2 of you here, I think you can afford 1 game to go for that type of play style, but 1 game only. You move towards Miramar, the last two Miramars, and you've got to give it your all. But I think Erangel's probably the best place to go for that type of play style. It will depend on the first circle. But if there's an opportunity to send center and just sit there for a win off the back of circle look, you're 100% just going to go for that and not worry about the elims in the circle itself.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the sort of thing that you need to do. Although, to be fair, going for elims can also be playing into sort of zonal control, right? I mean, it's kind of it can be kind of important to clear out the areas around you, and you can't be unwilling to take fights. And often, it's easy to sort of fall back on, oh, we just need to control this bit. We just need to control this bit. And you lose out on potentially being able to control a lot more terrain with more influence and more difficulty for the teams around you to try and do anything about your position, rather than allowing teams to get into positions around you and try and have that influence in the zone. But I think you could argue either way. I think it's very specifically dependent on the situation that they find themselves in as to how you're going to want to play that out. And I mean, that's why the IGLs are who they are, and I'm not sat here. I'm not sat where they are. It is definitely going to be up to them, and I'll be very interested to see what Silas is going to bring to the table, what Ralph is going to bring to the table in those very scenarios. Right? How are they going to try and make this one work?
Yeah, and what's the decision behind it all? I do think you get one game only to go for a playstyle like that, and we'll see exactly how that pans out coming into our next game. This was such an unfortunate grenade coming through from Lewis, by the way. Didn't enjoy that at all. But yeah, it's interesting, and I am certainly worried slightly for Regnum, Carya, as well as Falcons, where I don't know if they'll get that chicken dinner throughout the rest of the day. We've got to wait and see. For S2G, again, there was a great game. And for IDA, I'd be very happy to see that team go through to EWC. I think they have a lot more. I think their potential is still yet to be capped.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, they are definitely giving the teams at the top a run for their money. And it is still a very closely fought boundary, right, between these teams towards that fourth place bubble. I think there was a little gap opened there by S2G getting 13 points on the match, by IDA also earning 9 on that match. So they have opened a little bit of a gap ahead of Carya, who did go down fairly early, but they still got 4 points. The Boars as well, only getting 4 points and not really able to do too much on the chase. BRX getting 22. We'll see them up to, I think, 60-something, somewhere around that sort of region, potentially, maybe a little bit under 60 points total. We'll have to wait for the overalls there. BWNRX getting 10 points on that game as well, able to jump up towards 87 points. And you can see they're on a tiebreaker there. Falcons in the top spot. IDA and S2G taking 3rd and 4th place behind that smash barrier.
Beautiful stuff from them. It did just kind of just reminded me way back when, I think it was 2023 PMGC Inco Gaming, who did win their slot into PMGC basically off just sitting center, which is why I talk about like just playing center and then just getting yourself a chicken dinner off the back of that. BWNRX are not able to get themselves into that first page, only on 87 points, trying to drag themselves out from the misery underneath. I mean, 87 is not terrible, but you're getting to a point where teams are starting to pull ahead. 87 at the start of the day would have been fine in terms of position to try and catch. It's not the case anymore.
No, it is unfortunate there that they haven't been able to get as far as they would have liked. It is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth to try and jump up on the qualifications. I think the bottom of the tables was not BRA, but it was about 58 points, I think, for Barsay on that bottom side of the tables. And when you're looking at the bubble being around 100 points right now, a little bit over that, in fact, it's going to be really tricky to, especially when teams are going to start to cross that boundary. And going into match 4, we're going to see 2 teams have that opportunity with the proximity now of IDA, S2G, even teams like Carya and Boars as well, being able to access that smash zone. It's going to be all to play for. It's going to go way up in terms of probability of seeing an early end to the tournament. Let's head back to the stage, but while we get our next match ready.
Well, probably thinking what a lineup this is, and you'd be right in asking that because we've got ourselves Optimus Prime here. We're waiting for Billy, who'll be back in a second here. But Optimus, let me ask you a question. How's your day been here so far, joining us for the PUBG Mobile Europe Finals? You having a good time here?
Yes, it's amazing. I am Optimus Prime.
Yes,
and
you
I'm
are.
really happy to be here.
We can tell that. And predictions for who you think is going to win the spring finals as well here?
I think I will be victorious.
Yes, you will. And so will the Autobots. Of course, we're joined by Optimus Prime, but Billy's there somewhere as well. What a voice he's got. As well as we're joined by Macaron and Noche as well, who are a wonderful couple that met through PUBG Mobile. Welcome to the stage. Let me ask you first, how did you meet? Was it through PUBG Mobile? How did that all happen?
Şimdi arkadaşlar, yanımızda iki tane değerli isim var. Noche ve Makaron. Kendileri benim duyduğum kadarıyla PUBG Mobile üzerinden tanışıp daha sonra evlenmişler. Şimdi bir soralım nasıl? Tebrik ediyoruz. Bir soralım bu tanışma nasıl olmuş, nasıl başlamış, ilk kim kimi haritada görmüş?
Şimdi şöyle, ben turnuva sunucusuydum aslında. O da sunduğum turnuvalarda oynuyordu. Yıllar önce, yani bir 6 sene falan olmuştur. Sonra artık oynamaya geçtim. Ve oynamaya başladığım sırada tekrar karşılaştık kendisiyle. Evet. Bir ay falan peşinden koşturdu.
Hangi haritada koşturdu?
Gerçekten. Erangel'da.
Buggy ile peşinden gidiyorum yakalayamıyorum.
Evet, gerçekten ama güzel oldu. Geç oldu. Yıllar aldı evlenmemiz ama güzel oldu.
Yıllar aldı diyerek böyle bir yan bakış geldi bu arada.
Evet.
So, she was a streamer for a tournament and he was a player. Then that's the first time she saw him playing. Then then she started playing.
Yeah.
And she started chasing around him in the map.
Okay.
It took her many years to get him, but I think she finally got him.
That's awesome. I love that it's brought you together here. I mean, speaking of which, being here at a PUBG Mobile event like this, what is this like for you two? Obviously, this game brought you together. How has it been here? What's your experience been like at the spring finals here in Istanbul?
Şimdi şu zamana kadar yani klasik bir soru. Etkinlik nasıl geçiyor? Yani bizce mükemmel geçiyor. Bence seyirci için de etkinlik oldukça iyi geçiyordur. Nasıl geçiyor finaller? Güzel. Sizin için nasıl geçiyor finaller?
Bizim için de çok güzel. Tabii eşime de sormak lazım.
Benim için de mükemmel geçiyor bence.
Makaron izin verdi, Noche konuşabiliyor artık. Now she let him speak.
Enjoy the moment.
Nasıl güzel? So everything is fine.
Everything's good.
They're saying that everything is perfect.
Exactly.
Everything is great.
It could be more perfect because we could give away some more prizes. You can help too, Optimus, with our Wheel of Wonder here.
Thank you.
Good. Interesting. Why don't we switch things up here? Having a couple here with us?
Yes.
Why don't we try and give prizes away? 3 prizes from the wheel to couples in our audience. What do you think?
That's perfect.
Should we do that?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Let me tell the audience.
Please.
Şimdi şöyle dedik ki Adam'la önceden bir karar verdik. Madem böyle güzel bir çiftimiz var yanımızda, seyircilerden çift olanlardan seçelim hediye vereceğimiz kişileri diye.
Straight away, there's a couple that I can see. We got one just over there in the middle.
Are you guys couples?
Are you guys a couple? Amazing. Okay. There we go. We got a couple there.
Let's begin. The first couple.
The first couple.
Yeah.
I tell you what Billy will do. We have our first couple here. Should we ask Optimus? Would you do the honors of spinning the wheel for us?
Yes, I will.
Go for it. Can you see
I am spinning the wheel.
Can you see the wheel? Let me help your hand.
Optimus Prime
We're
çarkı
gonna get there.
çeviriyor sizin
spin it?
için.
I'll help. There we go. There we go. It's
Şimdi
spinning.
oldu.
It's spinning.
İlk çiftimize şimdi ilk ödül.
Wait. Yeah, keep going. There. Yeah, Optimus
Aslan
Prime.
saldırısı paketi. Hanginiz ister bunu? İkinizi bir. Tamam.
Perfect.
Okay.
We have. I think
the boyfriend got this.
Any more couples that we have here? What do we have couples
Let's
around
give him
us?
another one.
What's that?
For the girlfriend, the boyfriend got the costume and the.
Oh, you want to do 2 prizes?
Yeah.
Go. Spin it again, please,
Girlfriend
Optimus.
should get something too.
We're giving it all away here. This is wonderful. So we're giving
Beyefendiye
away
verdiği ödülü
prizes
şimdi hanımefendiye bir ödül geliyor.
to our couples in the audience here. Sapka?
Hat.
A hat.
Şapka olur mu? Uygun mu sana? Olur,
Nice.
tamam. Teşekkür
Good job,
ederiz.
good job. Okay. We need 2 more couples. Yeah, go that way, go that way, go that way.
Burada çiftimiz var mı başka? Değil misiniz? Çift misiniz? Doğru söyleyin. Tamam, there's another one here.
Okay, great. All right, we've got another couple here. Let's spin the wheel, please, here, Optimus Prime. Never thought I'd say that, but here we are. Let's keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's good. Sapka, another hat. Another hat for you guys. Great. Let's do one more spin. Let's do a second prize as well. One more spin, please, Optimus Prime. Spin again.
Okay.
A t-shirt.
A t-shirt.
A t-shirt. Nice. You got that too.
I found another couple here.
Go and get a couple for us. Go on, Billy.
Işık alabiliyor muyuz buraya? Buradaki çiftimize biraz daha sağa yukarı. Sağa
Where are our couples at here to give away some fabulous
Şuradalar.
prizes? Okay.
Kaç yıldır beraberiz? They also met on PUBG Mobile.
Oh, nice! That's awesome. Okay.
Oh my God.
Should we have? Do you know what? Should we have? Let's have Macaron spin the wheel. Do you want to spin the wheel with Optimus Prime together? Come on, you can spin it. There we go. There we go. Big spin. Big spin.
Macaron
Go for it.
will
Go
spin
for it. Okay.
For the girlfriend or the wife.
You
Evli misiniz?
have won your. So that's it. I love
Evlisiniz.
Optimus.
10 sene mi?
An Atki.
5
Atki.
sene.
A scarf. A scarf. An Atki. A scarf.
Atkı geldi size efendim.
I'm really learning my
Müthiş.
Turkish here. This is great.
Şimdi
And Atki, we need one more prize though for this same,
hanımefendi
the same
için
couple.
aldık.
One
Şimdi
more time,
beyefendi
Macaron,
için bir ödül
Macaron,
alalım.
big spin. Let's go big spin, big spin. Go for it. What do we want to win here? We're going to go for a...
We're going to go for a...
Oh, no, wait. What's this one here? Tadlici seti.
Tatlıcı seti olur mu?
Is that good?
Tişört de verebilirim. Olur mu? Tişört mü?
We're happy.
They
We're
want a
happy.
t-shirt.
Okay, a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Where's the t-shirt?
There it is, you want a t-shirt.
Kazandınız, you want a
I was
t-shirt.
so lucky.
It's
Optimus, you're
absolutely
bringing
perfect.
good luck to us all. One more couple. Shall I go this way?
Do we have time for one?
We have time for one more couple? Are we good?
Bir
Production,
çiftimiz
we have
daha
one more couple.
arayalım mı?
I think one more couple. Let's go for it.
Okay, just go for it.
Let's go for it. Let's go together.
Okay.
Let's go together. Come on.
You make him walk.
Come on, let's go. Let's go together.
God.
It's not very often we get to hang out together. So
Var
here
mı
we are.
burada çiftimiz?
Any couple? Do we have any couples here together? But we're exclusively looking for our couples. Where are we at? I don't see any.
There's one.
I don't see any couple.
On the right side.
Where's that there?
Look.
Oh, we got two. We got just down the front here. Looks like we've got two here. Two people here.
You're a couple.
Are you, yeah. Go to these two here. I think so. Okay, I'll run back to the wheel. I'll run back to the wheel. I'll come this way. I'll come back to the wheel with you guys this way. We got two people.
No, they were not a couple. She was like, no.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
We need two more. We need one more couple.
Okay, let's not do a couple. Let's pick someone.
Pick someone. One more person. Any one person. Whoever screams the loudest here, Billy.
En çok bağıranı seçecek. You pick. You're gonna pick.
Me pick?
Yeah.
Okay, let me hear you. I can't hear you. Where are we at? Someone, let me see. Over here. This fabulous person here. High five, come on. Okay, here we go. What would you like to win?
Back.
A bag, apparently. Do you want to spin the wheel, Optimus? Spin the wheel for us.
Spin the wheel, Optimus.
See what we get here. I still find that's a great thing to say, spin the wheel, Optimus. Is there a bag there? Is there a bag somewhere? Keep going.
Yep.
Chanta! You got a bag! Let's go! You got it,
Okay,
there we go. Love it.
One more,
No,
Adam, but
one more.
the couple is going to kick. Going to pick.
Okay,
not kick.
the couple's gonna pick.
Couple's
Okay,
gonna pick.
I love this.
But they're going to pick from supporters
Let's
of
do it.
Carya.
Let's do it.
Kara destekçilerinden bir kişiyi seçmek ister misiniz? O yüzden Kara tarafından bir alkış alalım.
I know what's going on
Noche
anymore.
ve
This is great. We're just giving away tons
Makaron
of stuff.
seçecek bir kişiyi.
Just gonna stand here, my buddy. Me and Optimus. We're boys for life. Boys for life, me and this guy. Did we get someone?
Seçtiniz mi?
Noche and Macaron, have they picked someone?
I think they did.
They did?
Yep.
They found someone. Okay.
Yep.
Let's spin this wheel. Optimus, want to spin the wheel for us one more time?
I haven't spin the wheel.
Do you want to spin it?
Yeah. Ben hiç çevirmedim. Bir kere de ben çevireyim.
Here we go.
Atkı kazandık. Atkı uygun mudur kardeşimize?
I think we're showing signs to the...
Yeah, I think the fans...
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
We're just giving things away.
Atkı verdik. Tişört.
Okay. A t-shirt!
Tişört verdik. Özür dilerim. Atkı yanlış görmüşüm.
Thank you very much. A big shout out to our wonderful couple there as well. PUBG Mobile bringing them together here. A big shout out to both to Macaron and to Noche as well. An enormous shout out, of course, to Optimus Prime, who's got a date with some Decepticons coming up. But obviously, 8th of July, the big date in the calendar for PUBG Mobile, with a collaboration for Transformers entering the fray, is going to be coming your way here. For now, thank you both very much. Thank you, Optimus. We head back to the casters. We have a grand finals to get back to.
Teşekkür ediyoruz tekrar size. Tebrik ederiz, mutluluklar dileriz. Optimus Prime, thank you.
Nice.
8 Temmuz'da oyunları güncellemeyi unutmayalım. Çünkü PUBG Mobile ve Transformers hep beraber yeni güncellemeyle yeniliklere başlayacağız. Şimdi karşılaşmaların bitme ihtimali var. Heyecan dorukta. Hiç uzatmadan sözü tekrar Tankut ve Scarlett'a bırakıyorum.
Thank you very much. Giving surprises out to the couples in the audience there. Lovers in the air for PUBG Mobile, but not between our teams because they are bitterly entrenched in battle right now for the top 4 spots. And of course, we have 2 teams who are now past that Smash rule threshold. That is the Falcons and Regnum Carya, who could both end the tournament right here, right now with a chicken dinner.
That they could. It is right down to the wire right now for 2 of those teams, and there are teams trying to catch up and get themselves in a position where they could potentially finish out these matches as well come match 5, match 6. But we're officially halfway through the day looking to move into match 4 and see where this all takes us in the long run. It's very cool. I'm very excited to see it all pan out with match 4 on the cards right now. Erangel probably would be the best and easiest place to end things for our squads. Miramar gets a little bit more hectic, but there's certainly still possibility there.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to not even see Miramar today, right? If we just end it right here, if either Regnum Kai or Falcons get a chicken dinner on the game that is to come. But going over to Miramar, things could potentially change, dynamics could shift, and more teams could be in that Smash ruling, which means that whilst, you may want to just be like, okay, I'm going to play more central, more passively, more teams might decide to do just that as well, right? You might be in for a shock when you see like 5 teams who are all past the Smash barrier, all just like try and go to a central location, duke it out, and then one of them comes away with like 17 elims, but only 2 players alive, and then they all just go down and don't make it for the Smash rule.
Yeah, which at that point, you're not too unhappy with because it does solidify your position over towards the top side of the lobby. In which case, if we ended on match 5 or 6 on a different team, you'd still be making it through to EWC. You wouldn't get that 35 grand, but it is a nice place to put yourself at the end of the day. We'll wait and see what happens there, though, because, again, there's a lot of questions to be answered. We've only 2 teams in the Smash zone. The reliability of that's pretty small, 1/8 chance out of all of our squads to make it through, so 2 out of the 16. But it's weird. It's very weird. It's a small chance, but it is there. Though on match 5 and match 6, I imagine that chance will become much, much greater as more and more teams make it in, because it has been so closely fought for throughout all of our squads so far. I didn't expect it. I thought we'd see a lot more points towards the top side of the lobby coming into day 3. No one's really hitting that magical 10-point average here with 100 points. 114, I think it is, being the threshold right now for first place. Despite us being in match 4 of day 3, that's a crazy marker to end on, really.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty. I mean, it's a lot lower than I would have expected, right? To be on that fourth place bubble. I was thinking it was going to be sort of over towards the mid hundreds, but the average is generally very, very flat up and down the tables here. I was just taking a look at what would happen if we added IDA and S2G to the top of the tables, and of course adding them to the smash boundary. If they're able to surpass it in this match, blank, that would add another. They've won so far out of the games that we played in the finals 4 matches as we head into this game. That would add another 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to earn. They've had 2 chicken dinners each. So out of the 16 matches that we will have played at the end of this match, that would be a total of 6 out of the 16 matches that have been won by the teams over that smash rule boundary. So taking that approach, you can start to see we're getting up to nearly a 50% chance, right? It would be 8 out of the 16 matches needed for a 50% chance to go there. In towards ending the tournament, right? So if you're able to add those 2 teams to the smash boundary, you're looking at a much higher probability that we see a chicken dinner end the tournament in match number 5. But as it stands, you run this match 8 times, the tournament's ending in one of them. We'll see if it is going to be this time around. Lipovka over towards the west coast for the plane path, nice and down the middle.
A very easy playing path to start things off as well, which doesn't really hamper any teams. And this is the type of playing path that you like to see to really enable a strong performance for both Falcons as well as Regnum Carya. This is a great playing path to go off as it directly drops them off halfway through over towards Pachinki as well as Rozhok. No problems. Everyone else is in the same type of boat here. So this is really, really quite nice. Yeah, you do wonder if there will be any challenges over towards Falcons as well as Regnum Carya, trying to prevent them from finishing out these games too early, though, with only 2 teams going for that.
Potentially be. Are we going to see Papara? No, we're not going to see. I was thinking, do we see Papara SuperMassive just randomly going back to Pachinki, fighting the Falcons? Could be difficulty for Redox here if he drops on the same vehicles as BWNRX on that south side, but it looks like they are diverging and they will not come into contact there. Regnum Carya around Rozhok, pretty chill, but the circle goes out to the east side towards the hill to the north of Milta, that shelter area as well as farm, taking up a lot of that position. So a Milta Peninsula finish on the cards.
Towards that eastern edge. Okay, an interesting start to our game here. Over towards that side of the map, Regnum Carya has a decent ability to play in this region. We have seen Silas win large tournaments in the past from an area like this before as well. So this is overall, in my opinion, very nice for both Falcons and Regnum Carya. It's a straight shot over towards that eastern side. Again, there is a lot of compounds to play around here, a lot of very good positions on the map where you can secure a big win just off the back of it. Matcap tries to go for some trickery on the bike, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, can't get up to the top there, unfortunately. We'll just fall short, but slam into the wall, grab the loot anyway. You're fine, it's fine. S2G making their way down to Quarry and potentially on towards Pmsl, where they normally drop, as BWNRX got to loot up around that ferry pier split, keeping footholds out to the east as well, it seems. Zedwolf will take up that east point for them, and they'll look to rotate towards the circle in the next few minutes, you expect. No early scraps coming on through. No fights breaking out just yet, but could potentially change fairly soon. A lot of teams quite locked in around this sort of central area. Not too far from the Boars here, with Regnum Carya and Rozhok, with Flux just to the south of it towards school and apartments, Boars in this zone. A lot of similar rotational paths could cross into one another for these 3 teams.
Yeah, in the future. They've likely thought this out, though, of how they'd want to approach it, where one goes off towards the north, some heads further down towards the south. For Regnum Carya, I'd quite like to see them move fairly soon, though, at least. Just because you don't want to be sat over towards Rozhok, especially when you have one of the closer positions to get into this one. I think Silas already started to move out early in terms of a scout, though, which is great for them.
Just getting that info on board. Obviously very, very valuable. Loxy rotating. Regnum Carya on the road now. Hoping to be the road to a chicken dinner. Loxy and Silas are in lockstep. You can see on the tables on the right-hand side, it is Falcons and Regnum Carya who are in that smash zone, who can potentially win it with a single chicken dinner, indicated by that target icon to the left-hand side of their team logos. If they get a chicken dinner in this match, the tournament is over and they win. I think out of most of the PMSLs that I've seen, Blank, this one feels pretty likely to end with a smash ruling.
You'd hope so. It's been a while. I think that we have seen a lot of tournaments that we've casted so far that have had smash rulings, and they've never ended on a smash ruling either. We always go towards that 6th game, and it is decided unequivocally as the top team able to get the most amount of points, and never have we got a smash ruling coming through, which is sad. I'd like to see a smash ruling. But we will see how it all pans out here over PMSL EU. You're right, though, with how close the groupings are. More likely than not, even on the 6th game, it probably will be a smash ruling that comes through. Just because of the amount of teams that will get themselves into a position where they will hit over 113 points by that stage.
Big nade from CEO later, but it's not going to isolate them. It's not going to slow them down one jot. And Carya losing a player in 5th place. That could be nasty. Remember, it could all close down on this match. Ending in 5th place would be disastrous for Carya. They do not want to let this one slip away.
Yeah, for Carya, it's a really big deal. Losing a player early like this when they're on the chase to get back in towards that position that S2G holds in 4th. They looked good for it as well. They looked clean to stay up towards that top 4, but there has been some misplays so far. Get goes down. That's towards Barsay from nobody. FUT were some of the first towards the center of this circle, playing around shelter. Very open area of the map to play as well, so quite dangerous, I'd go ahead and say.
Certainly is. Very treacherous area of the map to try and navigate. FUT taking cover in the shelter, popping those 3 buggies down the stairs, but they have already lost one of their players. We saw that roll-up coming on through. Looking at the tables right now, Blank, that 4th place is accessible to anyone from 9th and up, right? You've got 9th place BWNRX, 87 points. 4th place is 106. That means that they only need 19 points to jump up there, assuming that bubble doesn't move at all. So for S2G to go down instantly, that difference would need to be made up. So it is a bit of a moving target, but certainly could be done.
Falcon's pretty slow to this one, actually. They didn't start moving until around about a minute ago. They head out over towards the circle itself. In the meantime, Regnum Carya actually headed over towards prison. Playing the hills over towards that top side of there, which is always a nice spot to play in. It's not too defensible in terms of a compound, but you do have a lot of capabilities to get scouting done from that area. And the high ground as well plays into the capability of that position.
Teams are trying to find their little slice of the circle. Right now, the most important thing that's happened is that knock and flush onto a player from Carya. But that doesn't mean they're out of it just yet. We know that they like to play these central positions. Definitely have a chance still with 3 players alive. Seems like S2G taking a tickle from the blue zone. I believe that's Icy, who was out there for quite a while. Should be healing up quite nicely. Out from Pmsl as well. They'll be rotating in fairly late on the south coast, coming into contact potentially with Ida on that side of things, as they will try and overtake them both in position and on the tables.
Falcons here. There's an outpost. Barsay trying to get down towards FUT. They do find End. They will flush him out as well. Just one knock went back their way, but for some reason is up top. Leaving now just Docker Machine.
Hard south shift on the circle, Blank. It's going to push people down towards Farm and Milter. The roadblock to the northwest of Milter, an important position. The hills as well, where K1 currently sit, and everybody descends. It's going to be hell for leather, and we are going to see a few casualties now.
Yeah, a massive dash out towards the edge there. For Regnum Carya, you can see them just ahead with Silas starting to push on through. BWNRX are not far behind though, and we'll see where Regnum Carya ends up, because this is not an easy play to make, especially as we head down towards farm where there is limited compounds to play. Open area down there as well, including fielded area as well. One of the few places around this side of the map that has fields down towards the south.
A lot of teams taking shots towards Barsay now, with FUT below them as well. ThunderTalk are looking to pick up the majority of the points, but there's more teams around the corner. BWNRX want these points. They want to try and take down ThunderTalk as well. Barsay still have players in action, but nobody will finally fall. Third parties coming on through, though. There's teams from the east, teams from the west. Everybody wants to get involved here as ThunderTalk have committed to this fight now, have committed to this position, and they're going to be locked in by Fenerbahçe and by BWNRX.
The BWNRX stopped short. Instead of chasing over towards Regnum Carya, who just sent away, and they realize they don't need eliminations. They can just send off into the distance. There it is, Carya. Those Papara SuperMassive, potentially Ida as well, who get the better end of the stick. And from Primos S2G swinging around Shark Fin.
Trying to find a little bit of cover. Fenerbahçe behind the tree. Savian getting that heal off. ThunderTalk trading off now. The nade would have taken him if he hadn't got that first aid off. So nicely timed there. But Nico wants to get the res onto Symphony. Some of ThunderTalk did try and go down the steps, and they didn't realize that FUT was beyond them potentially, and they do fall down. And the rollout from Fenerbahçe finds another player from ThunderTalk, leaving them just as a solo. It looks like BWNRX have disengaged from this fight. They have lost a player, and they don't want to get involved any further.
It's not worth it for them. They need those 3 players. They need to get further into this one. As we keep saying, the game could end at any moment. And both Falcons and Regnum Carya are playing this out very slowly. Regnum Carya actually finding quite a central position for themselves to the northwest of Milta. Again, it's that Inco playstyle from way back when, where you just sat towards the center, and then even though teams were fighting for their tournament lines over on the edge, trying to get as many eliminations as possible, Inco just made it in off the back of placement points alone.
We will be keeping an eye on our teams, looking to try and breach that bubble. Carya diminished by a player, and Boars already on a point. Maybe a chance. It goes up to the northwest. Blankets over towards the Falcons and Regnum Carya.
Both teams in a pretty decent spot. I would say for Falcons, they have a slightly stronger position here because they're playing on this compound, whereas Regnum Carya, there is a whole swathe of teams over towards that eastern side who will be battling out towards them later on. They have a small compound to work with, which looks out that way. But yeah, we're waiting for like stage 4, stage 5 to really see exactly where the circle's going to end up.
Boars on the northeast side with the remnants of FUT and ThunderTalk beneath them. They'd like to pick up those points because they do have to dash for those top spots. They are still in the points earning phase of their tournament. To try and grab those ones would be very, very nice to add to their tally. It's 3 or 4 points they can just tuck away and send them closer towards S2G's tally. But S2G being on that south coast already sees them fairly safe. A nice overarm there towards K1. That should seal the deal. Don't imagine that Slonic's going to be able to get too much of a response from the rest of his team.
Oh, likely not. Good nade, though, over the top from Fool. Bro having a bit of an uptick of performance today, having more placement points. That breaks the tiebreaker between them and Black Esports, sitting them in 15th. And that extra elimination sits them in 14th. So they continue the ladder up here.
Excellent. Fantastic. I'm glad for them. We'll see how far they can go. On the southeast side. Yeah, it's a bit late, though. Bit late. Fenerbahçe trying to figure out how to get out of this one. I think, is that Boars with the last player as a backstop on the north side? Just trying to scout out these rotations and forewarn his teammates. Regnum Carya, you saw them off in the distance there. They are happy to sit in their compound that they have right now, in the shadow of the hill. The Falcons as well, further out to the west side of it. just rolling around, keeping control. Not an easy push towards them. I think the Boars may be the team that could potentially change that if they flex out, try and blow in behind the Falcons. We'll see if they're able to take charge of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, the mountain itself is actually very, very nice for Regnum Kai because it gives you basically that 180 degree of danger towards your eastern side and then protects your back. So you're not taking shots from that way. Even if you were on top of the hill, it's hard to take shots down in towards those windows, but that is a nasty shift on the circle.
Wow.
Heads out over towards that western side. Now, what is Regnum Kai's plan? Because they're flying off over towards the west here, looking over towards Flux and BRX Esports, but as are Falcons. That is an aggressive push from Regnum Kai. They are taking it all the way. Unsurprisingly, one goes down in the process. They will find a little building to play in on this wizard tower. I think that's as far as they go on this.
I mean, this is really quite a central position right now. Carya unlikely to actually push out of their compound in too short of a time. Papara SuperMassive, the same story. You've got Flux out to the west as well as BRX Esports. They can survive, right? This is about getting central for Regnum Carya. S2G looking to roll up into this fight against IDA. This is a really important fight on the south side, Blank. Two teams looking to chase for that boundary, and IDA, who were only 4 points short of it, have just lost 2 of their players.
Yeah, a terrible instance there for them, but a great turn up for S2G. His final few games. Never goes down as Bra is just taking shots, laying lead down outside this window, and once again we're getting the classic spray back and forth. Quantum with the P90 will not be able to make it work as K1 comes ahead here versus Bra. This is over towards Milter.
Look at the points that are littering the bottom of the table right now, Frank. From K1 all the way down, almost every team has earned a point here. K1 taking down Bra. They do manage to pick up all those points, but there is so many that have been taken at the bottom of these tables. You're looking at 15, maybe 20 of the Elim points going down towards the lower end of things. This makes it so much harder for the teams at the top to add to their tallies.
It is that points vacuum. You're right. Fenerbahçe now taking out TTQ. They're in 11th, taking on 12th. But the more teams that are struck out upon over towards the bottom side of the tables, the less competition Regnum Kai will have to deal with towards that end game. Falcons taking a fair bit of shots there coming through from Frozen, but they do get away in the end.
I mean, you're right. Exactly that. Falcons, Regnum Carya, happy to see this happen. IDA, S2G, Carya, Boars, these teams who are chasing for that smash point boundary and for 4th place, they are much less happy to see this sort of conflict going on. They definitely want to keep as many of those points on side as possible to try and ladder up as far as they can. Carya on the eastern side, remember they lost a player early, but now IDA also losing players may make their lives a little bit easier. Northern side Falcons trying to fend off against BWNRX now.
Going around the side, this is tough stuff for the Falcons so far. BWNRX not giving them any room to breathe at the moment, consistently encircling them. Is IDA, their last 2 players. Emre finding the first knock over towards Kivik, and Capri's might be second to fall off the back of that.
Bouncer on the nade, doesn't quite get the full healing off there, as Emre now wants to put another one in. I think they know where he's playing. Not up on the stairs, look for the bouncer. They think he's in the side room, doesn't quite tag on, but that's information gained. He's not in that room. They're going to look to hop out, and they'll go for it behind it, but Darkin goes down, and remember, it's only one player now. It's just Emre. He's pushing up the stairs, and Capri's may look for the res here as he steps up towards the higher floor. We'll try and hop away from it. Darkin getting flushed. IDA do not want to go down here. They are just a few points shy of that boundary. They definitely want to try and surpass it with just 3 more points needed. They might be able to find 2 of them here. If Capri's goes down, it's all up to Emre.
At least one elimination, I guess, for IDA, but I don't think that's going to cut it here. With so many of our top teams looking to push further.
No.
Good shot from Capri's, and that's IDA out. Emre's down. Now Boars stepping up to the plate versus the Falcons. They're getting pushed in by the blue. I believe the Regnum Carya is just in the circle. I think their biggest difficulty right now is that it's very likely that Papara SuperMassive has shot out all the vehicles. A lot of the next pushes will have to be done on foot or on a very limited amount of cars still on their side.
The Boars wanting to get back up into 4th place. With Ida going down, they can get 10 points and try and challenge it. Redox is good for the first, but the second is too tall an order, and he is a little bit isolated here. Ralph trying to move in, but Redox should be done for here, you'd expect. I'm surprised he hasn't been flushed yet, but an aid in from Ralph might help things, might take the tide of the fight his way. Marceau has to hit the deck, and they have spotted Ralph, Redox now, as they go for these reses. Carya keeping 3 players alive, but Falcons whittle down to 3 in turn. More nades being layered on in. He's got 2 more to play with, but Koa has gone down as the Boars descend on the western flank.
None of those nades hitting feels really bad. Narvalo also on bended knee, likely to be taken out very soon. Don't know how the hell he's getting away with his first aid kit out in the open. Good shots though coming through from the sidelines. Who is that? It's BWNRX starting to chime in. Zedwolf with a side swipe of a century, and they're all down. A 1v4 from Zedwolf will cut Boars out. They truly are the prey in this incident, and the wolf is the predator.
The Boars will not be able to challenge now, and remember, it could all end. They are in 6th place, and with a Regnum Carya chicken dinner, it could all end. They may have had their run cut short, but we'll have to wait and see. The Falcons on the north side have 1 player to deal with. Narvalo, nade over the top. Doesn't quite get the full damage, but he does a whole heck of a lot. And now Zedwolf has the challenge. He knows where he is, but Narvalo can't step up to it. He's doing more and more. Zedwolf cannot be stopped. He's up to 6 elims now.
Really is the end for a lot of teams. End of the alphabet on the Z, and the end for Falcons coming here for us. With just the 1 player left alive, but Zedwolf truly is a miraculous player. A BWNRX, a 1v4. Narvalo was cowering down on the ground, but Zedwolf came through and swiped them all away in front of his eyes. That's not a player you want to come up against.
Certainly is not. For the Falcons, it's devastation on the north side. Their hopes of a chicken dinner here and a full victory may be dashed, but they wouldn't be too sad to see a Regnum Carya chicken dinner either, Blank. It would lock them in with a qualification spot. Sure, they might go down to 2nd place, but you'll take that. I think if you're Falcons, you will take that. The circle shifts in, and Regnum Carya have to move.
Luckily for them, though, this is the big thing about this, is that it shifts away from the compounds down the southwest. Yes, it keeps Fireflux in, but it's feeling more and more likely that we will leave from that area. S2G, 2 players down up against 4 now as they come out. Icy has to hit a massive grenade. In comes the sticky bomb, and it is a 1v4. How likely he is able to hold on for this is very, very unlikely. Depends how well he can send these nades in.
Underarm for the first. Doesn't quite tag on. Kelsey now flushed away. Confirmed to be a 1 versus 4. The danger is coming from inside the house now, as they have the ground floor, but a nade on the bouncer catches Septimus. Oh, he gets 2! Lord Cedric's down as well. Now into a 1 versus 2. The other 2 players are fairly low as well. Icy looks to drop down. They're backing off. They're looking for these reses. They're trying to commit for it. Icy now 2 more nades in hand, and he wants to keep this one going. Keep the train rolling, but around the edge. Ozzy on lock with a pump action. Takes S2G down in 4th place. Carya could potentially leapfrog, and Regnum Carya could end it all here. So everything to play for.
That's a wild shot coming through as well from Black Esports over towards Icy. Very cleanly done, but the double nade on that one. Goodness me. 108 points. Carya looking to chase just off placement points alone, but they're out in the open, looking fairly fearful over towards the center side of the road. Regnum Carya has to make a decision soon on how they want to play this one out. Ralph is able to finish off Zedwolf, finally. Our Wolf is put down on the north side. And it was vicious. It was ferocious.
Absolutely. The danger. As Ralph has found himself just inside this next circle. Regnum Carya mounting up for the win. Trying to get a position for a chicken dinner. Where do they go? Razy, solo player for Fenerbahçe.
I think they know.
Ralph off in the distance. But look at the wide angle from Silas coming on through.
Yeah, he's putting himself up towards the top side. I mean, alongside with Ralph, though. Shots from Ray Z, but immediately backed off. And this is very cautious gameplay coming through from Regnum Carya. Love to see it. Nate goes out once Wild sends himself over. What a bounce on that one. Right off the doorstep into the building. And that gives a bit of a position to play. And Regnum Carya's got free range on the eastern side. Ralph could put them down. That is the issue. He could be a real thorn in the side for Regnum Carya here.
The other team's on 4 players alive right now. Flux sitting spread on the western side. I think they've been pushed off by BRX Esports, though, who are another 4-player team. But Regnum Carya on the east, with only Ralph, you're right, as a thorn in their side. They don't have sightlines, and Ralph really reluctant to peek here. I mean, if he tries to take shots towards Regnum Carya, everybody from down below is going to take shots up back towards him. He does not have an angle to challenge Regnum Carya on this position.
Next circle, very important for Regnum Carya here. Needs to head over towards the east, needs to cut these players out from these buildings, but instead it's directly on top of Flux. Basically, the hope here for Regnum Carya is that BRX Esports takes a big fight with Flux and that they can capitalize off the back of it. Papara SuperMassive similarly have to move in and do something, but it's tough now. It is very tough. For Regnum Carya, this is looking like a slim chance at finishing off this game, especially with Flux now knowing their position.
Carya looking less and less likely to be able to get past that smash point boundary as well. So we may be going into the next match with, again, the same set of teams on that smash boundary. A really low score game for Ida, for S2G. In 3rd and 4th place. Leaves us just with 2 possibilities. But Regnum Carya making the move in the next couple of minutes. The smoke trains are out. I'm thinking they're going to mount up here. Spray downs coming through. BRX Esports have complete open season over towards that angle. How are they going to make this one work? This is so devastating.
Yeah, realistically, there's nowhere, honestly, to play for them. Vehicles aren't looking great on their side. They just have to create a smoke train forward. Most of these vehicles are missing a wheel, and they just have to push up. Immediately gets silenced, gets sent out. Wild takes a ton of damage as well, and it's just one player that makes it.
And he's not even going to be able to get too much further. Toshpik falls, and we will not see a smash from Regnum Carya. Technically, Ralph could still make it, but he's got a mad dash to make in turn. And on the north side, things are getting shut down for our smash teams, unfortunately. In the meantime, Papara SuperMassive making their assault towards the top of the tables. As Carya goes down first. A big nade bursts as well, right on top of it as well. As Papara SuperMassive, that's a death nade coming through from Carya.
Matt Caps finds Ralph, and now there will definitely not be any kind of smash ruling here, unfortunately, for both these teams. We'll see who's able to get over the top of it, but I don't think anyone was able to make that happen on this map, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so, no. Doesn't seem to be the case. Papara SuperMassive probably the closest, and Flux as well, potentially. Could have a big game here and jump back up into contention. I mean, they got 6 elims on side already. So could potentially be on to one, but they started on 87 blank. They started on 87 points, getting up into the top 4. I think S2G are on around 107, 108. So they'd need the rest of these elims pretty much and the chicken dinner. But they could be in the top 4 if they get a big game now.
BRX Esports look similarly with their 4 players. Could siphon a huge amount of those points across. So remember, they're really far down on the leaderboards at the moment. Unfortunate for Regnum Carya. The circle consistently moved away from them. There might have been a chance if it moved off towards that eastern side, but it encompassing these buildings for so long just really causes problems. Flux just have an awesome position to play around with here.
I mean, it was almost like it's a fortress designed to stop the smash rule from happening here. You see those walls, the tiered staging of the downhill slope towards the angle that Regnum Carya needed to push from. There was nothing really to be done there. It was impossible. They could not make it happen. BRX Esports yet to move. Flux needing a big game here, and they're looking to find it. They do have the complete center of this circle blank, and it will shut down towards them.
Zone 9 now. Still trying to thread that needle through little windowsill over on that building with a nade or a Molotov, and now Black Esports need to move, like you say, as did Papara SuperMassive, and I think they'll be moving out directly into sightlines from Fireflux.
Ooh, Scarface goes
days.
down. Zeptimus nails that shot. A little shimmy out to the side. But the res is there. Ketch was on the rooftop as well, which allowed them to go for that peak,
Oh
but it's
my
go time.
God.
Nades over the top. And Black Esports are looking to put the pressure onto both of these two teams, stopping them from getting across. Aussie leads the charge. They've been on the swivel today, and that is Kamikaze going down. Being picked up by Black Esports as well limits Fireflux's point scoring capabilities. Nades over the top, and still the danger is abound, and Aussie goes low but doesn't go down. Ketch is next to fall. Solus needs to hold the angle. Zeptimus does finally fall, but Lux is up into the wall. Aussie is next to go down, and maybe they've gone one step too far. Maybe they won't be able to find it, but Lux with the DBS looks for the flush. Can't connect. The crawl is good. Solus out wide, needs to hold his nerve, gets back inside the door. Matcap on high. Ketch calling out the position as Lux breaks wide, but can't find the angle. The door is shut in his face, and time is ticking away.
No meds at all. And nade comes out, and he will finish off Lux here. It's all down to Cedric, who's hoping that this pushes them out of the building, but the nade goes long, does a lot of damage, and he'll be finished off by Matcap. But what a messy finish there from Fireflux.
But they get it done. And with that game blank, I think they may be in to the top 4 once more. We need to see a resurgence from them. We saw it, capability, in the first day of these finals, right? It came to match 4, and they came alive. Are they going to be able to repeat that here in the final day and jump back into the pedestal?
I don't think so, personally. I honestly, for the most of the wins that we've seen Fireflux get, it has just been very, very lucky, in my opinion, in terms of positioning. I think overall it's Miramar. They had a high ground approach there. They had a compound to play with. The circle centered up on them. Here again, the circle centers up on them. I think if you look back and look at most of those wins, it's a lot of circle look involved there. And even so, it doesn't fill me with confidence when you see Fireflux there almost lose that fight, which they were playing from a pretty unlosable location. So yeah, it'd be cool to see them be up towards that top 4, but after that, it doesn't fill me with confidence.
I mean, if everybody in the top 4 goes down, if the teams can't compete and there's a smash win in the next match, because of course we do still have 2 teams who can win it, Fireflux could be in with a qualification spot. At the very least, they are in there for a chance, right? And it will be pretty galling if S2G fall out, if Boars maybe don't make it, if Carya fall out as well, getting pushed to the side, Ida as well, at risk. There are a lot of teams that could get shunted aside. I feel like at this point, though, for the Falcons, for Regnum Carya, they are going to start to feel a little bit safer in qualifying, right? It would be very, very strange to see them drop out at this point with 2 matches remaining. The leaps that would need to be made would be pretty spectacular. But, I mean, with the Smash rules, everything could change at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, it's not 2 or 3 teams that just keep clawing their way up the leaderboard, in which case Regnum Carya and Falcons have to keep pushing away and digging deep. It's just separate teams, just different teams each time continue to flip-flop on that 4th and 3rd place on the leaderboards. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But again, for Regnum Carya, they came close there, and I respected the playstyle they went for. Again, I feel like if they hadn't had to stop off over at that Wizard Tower early, and their vehicles weren't on their last legs with just so many wheels popped in that scenario, it could have been a lot better push. They might have even tried over towards Papara SuperMassive's position, but yeah, it's difficult. Basically, you confirm over towards that side of the map, and you confirm over towards those 2 compounds that are available, and those teams are realistically winning off the back of that. So yeah, it's a tough one for Regnum Carya. I appreciated the play though, and it looked good. It looked good up until a point.
I mean, they made the right calls, I think, at every turn, right? Like you said, the circle shifts went south and south, and they kind of had a tough time getting in and amongst the teams who were already there by virtue of having approached from different angles.
It was definitely
I
the
don't think
Western
there was a
shift.
mistake from Regnum Carya.
Yeah, it was the Western shifts that really hurt them. I think
At the end,
they made. Well, not even at the end. It was just like they headed over towards their initial spot, right? And then it was, I think, 3 or 4 Western shifts on the circle from there. where really stage 5 is where you kind of understanding where the circle's going to end, and then it's a case of we put ourselves in there. Now, how do we play that? It shifted west off of their compound next to the hilltops. It shifted west off of their wizard tower, and then it shifted west off again when they were playing behind the rock. So yeah, I don't think they play it badly. I think they got unlucky.
Let's take a look at these final moments with Fireflux having a little bit of a shaky engagement, but a couple more nades and finding Cedric out in the field makes it all the easier. Matcap with a nade over the top, pushes him out sideways, and the spray down to convert. MVP does go to Matcap with 9 elims and 982 damage.
He's putting an unbelievable amount of work in for the team. He's very much the Zed Wolf right now of Fireflux, I would say. Where there is a lot of work being put in by a singular player. And it's not to say the other players are bad on the team, but they're just not stepping up to the plate right now. Matcap is certainly that player for Fireflux, where he is honestly one of the big proponents of which keeping that team together a lot of times in those final moments. I mean, it looks so terrible from that high ground on the initial push. It's like, how are you dying there? But Matcap does at least tied the bow off on that chicken dinner right at the end. Most damage goes over to Zedwolf. No surprise there. Unbelievable player. I think no matter what happens, his reputation is absolutely intact after this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. He is absolutely a shining light in the roster for BWNRX. They have a massive amount to thank him for, I'm sure. Fireflux, the majority of the work actually being done by Matcap, as you said, doing a lot there. But credit to Scarface, that's 682 damage, 4 knockouts, no elims. That is an unsung hero, if ever I did see.
Yeah, Scarface. I mean, on the off angles, on the long range shots, he is really the player you want on side. And so he was keeping a lot of teams at bay by doing that. But at the end, though, he did slip up a little bit from that high ground, you got to admit. But still, Fireflux are able to finish out their game strong, and we'll see where that puts them on the totals.
We certainly will. As we take a look at the highlights, we'll be going over to the tables next. On that game, Fireflux able to earn a whole load of points towards the end there. It was, I believe, 11? So they got 21 on the game, something like that, which is going to put them very, very close to competing with the teams at the top 4. We'll have to wait and see just a moment longer. And as we said earlier in the game, there was a big point vacuum down towards the lower end of the tables, and that just increases this volatility that we're seeing around this 4th place bubble. We're seeing so many teams just on the doorstep, and big games happen more frequently towards the top of the tables, which means that single teams can catapult up or drop down very significantly based on how the teams around them are doing. It was really, really tricky stuff. We saw that little highlight there from Zedwolf, showing you just why he is talked about with such reverence and able to stand up one action with the pump action. We'll be able to take down Narvalo there and draw the Falcons run closer and closer to its eventual end.
Yeah, Ralph basically just had to sit in the smoke and start spraying through. He didn't want to face him man to man in the end, and fair enough to him. I don't think I want to face that guy either. Regnum Carya, they try for an angle behind Fireflux. It makes sense. It's something to go for, but you know, it was a very difficult push. And when you've got 3 separate teams all waiting for you to make that maneuver, yeah, you're 100% going down. See, Matcap actually did all of the work, in fact, towards those final moments, and they're able to get themselves 21 points. So like you say, that certainly does work in their favor. Carya coming out with 8 points on that game, as did BWNRX, despite everything going so poorly. So 7 elims that really counts. Falcons with the 6, and Regnum Carya, despite getting quite far into the game, only come away with that one with 3.
I mean, the big names here are IDA and S2G, right? With 1 point for IDA, with 2 points for S2G. They didn't cross that smash point boundary. And now with Carya being so close by on the tables, getting 8 points, they may have jumped up far enough. We'll have to wait and see. As well as the chicken dinner for Fireflux, there are now 4 teams vying for 2 spots on these overall tables. And it is not safe towards the top either. The Falcons still in first place with 120 points, but Fireflux are indeed winning that tiebreaker to get that 4th place spot.
with 3 chicken dinners. But they would have won it either way with the 49 placement points that they currently have. Pretty wild. They're coming through from Flux. Luckily, S2G is not too far behind, but Carya is breathing down their necks with 107. And look at that. Papara SuperMassive managed to make it onto the first page in 8th place. But yeah, for Regnum Carya as well as Falcons, I'm pretty sure they're feeling quite secure in their positioning. They'll probably, at worst, drop down towards 4th. But they are the only 2 teams at the moment still with that possibility at a smash ruling.
From 11th downwards, counting out fully. K1, completely outside chance that they could make it. BWNRX do have a realistic possibility to jump up to around 110 points, right? If they're able to get a 15-point game. Not out of the question from what we've seen from them over the course of this tournament. Would be fairly unlikely, though, and they are at the bottom of the barrel to try and scrape their way through. But the fact that we're looking at the second page with 2 matches left in terms of possibilities for qualifying for 4th place is absolutely crazy. It is so closely fought, and as safe as Falcons and Regnum Carya may feel, it's not locked in at this stage. It is absolutely up for grabs. They, too, could fall out as well.
Yeah, it still feels pretty secure for them, but there is that outside chance that they fall out from that top side of the lobby. Still 2 games to go, though, and for Regnum Carya, they're looking to finish things out strong, as are the Falcons. Regnum Carya, I think, in the past, haven't had too much trouble getting those chicken dinners, but for Falcons, very different story where finishing out games is where they really do struggle. Those final moments of matches, I think that they're a consistent team, they're a good team, but yeah, closing things down, closing the show, they're not good at that. They're not good at that whatsoever. So for Smash Ruling, that does feel like a far and away prize for them.
But yeah, may well be. But if you can keep earning the points, you can get up to 2nd place, right? And you can be happy with that in terms of that qualification spot to PMWC, in terms of the opportunity to prove yourself on the world stage. It has been very interesting seeing how this Smash ruling boundary has impacted teams towards the top. It does feel like they may have let it get inside their head a little bit, because their point scoring today has been incredibly lackluster towards the top of the tables. And the teams at the bottom have not let it go.
Yeah, they've been eking it out. But slowly. It's like a little amount of work been done for the team, but yeah, not quite enough just yet. So many more squads on the table who have been really trying to push up towards the top side of the lobby. It is unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate for some of our squads that have done so well through the league stage and the knockout stage, and now they are struggling to make it happen. But it also shows the caliber of teams we have inside this lobby, where you can't really count too many teams out. Yes, there are teams down towards the bottom, but even those teams haven't done too badly. I mean, we're looking at 60 to 70 points being down towards the bottom of our table. That's only 40 points off from the top, which is wild to me. It's very, very wild to me. I think those are the types of things you look at and you're like, wow, this really is like a great showing from Pmsl EU.
Yeah, it's a very, very balanced lobby. And I think that it is a little bit in part to the top of the tables dropping the ball, but you're right, it is the bottom of the tables picking up the slack as well, which is a credit to them. They're not willing to go down without a fight. Even Bra, who were sort of doing pretty shakily at the start of today, have had their moments so far in these engagements. They're now out of Erangel as well, and we are going to be heading over to Miramar, which could further shake things up. And I'll be very interested to see how this one unfolds, because going into Miramar, again, we only have 2 of our teams in that Smash bracket who could make it work, the Falcons and Regnum Carya. But there are so many more teams just around the corner as we take a look at head-to-head from today's games. Or this may be actually from more than today's games, because looking at that survival time, feels like it's from the finals here. From Papara SuperMassive, we've got Erangel and Scarface from Flux.
Yeah, again, for Erangel, he was doing fairly good yesterday as well, and Scarface makes sense to show him off here with a very, very even scoreline at the moment for both these players. But yeah, I would say that Scarface is a pretty integral member of the team so far. Here's our top 4 gunslingers, with Eren actually taking the lead on it. Crazy.
Very closely fought, though. Look at the drop-offs there, very minimal. Normally you see gaps of sort of 500 or so damage, but it's really not going to be the case here. I mean, even Lewis from Carya has stepped up there big time. Koa as well for the Falcons. Glad that they picked him up. Of course, that newer addition to the roster. They're very happy about that one. And easy for Bad Boy, making a big name for himself in this tournament. Second place on the Gunslinger tables, even with K1 playing on a middling position.
Yeah, again, for K1 struggling to make it happen. But overall, I think that they've done well. They've done well. I think that they had a very much a downturn in performance over in those knockout stages. But as you look forward towards the finals, it's crazy to me that they've been able to actually get back up towards that top side. I think K1's got a bright future ahead of them. Hope they continue playing together. A lot of names that you'll recognize from teams long past. But yeah, it's good to see him here. Very, very good to see him here.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that we will be looking for out in the future. The resurgence there. For K1, I think their run may be done here in the PMSL Europe in terms of getting a qualification spot. We are going to see teams start to fall by the wayside. In the meantime, before we get into our final two matches of the day, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be Miramar and another potential smash victory for Regnum, Carya and Falcons. Don't go anywhere.
De certains manques, je vais être un peu schizophrène. Moi je cherche à vous transpercer. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. En clair de ma obstinée, entêtée, acharnée, je suis bornée. Vouloir y croire à chaque fois, mais perdu dans mon cauchemar. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. En clair de ma
Hello and welcome back to potentially the last match of the tournament here at the PMSL Europe Finals. Of course, we have two of our teams in that smash zone. Falcons, Regnum, Carya have an opportunity to end it on our first Miramar if they can find a chicken dinner. It doesn't matter what the points say. If they get that chicken dinner, they will win the tournament. They will be in that first place. Everyone else will have to suck it up.
That they will. I think that overall, when I'm looking at these teams, it's been a case where some of our squads towards that top side have really struggled to get the ball moving. We expected Regnum Carya to get into the smash zone after match one. That did not. That was not the case, and it's looking more and more likely like we're going to play out all 6 matches today, and we are not going to have a smash ruling at all happen. So we'll wait and see how that works out as we're going in towards our next game here over on Miramar. There are so many teams that could win on Miramar, but aren't in that smash zone just yet. So no matter what happens, it still is right now only the Falcons as well as Regnum Carya. If they win here, they will take it all home. However, we go to the final match on match 6, and that chicken dinner really only matters to shoot yourself up into first place.
Yeah, it would be nice, of course, to be able to get there. The more teams that get past that smash boundary in this match, though, it does start to matter a little bit more, especially around that 4th place bubble, right? Because if you're in 6th place and all 6 of you are ahead of that bubble,
I don't think it matters.
I mean, it definitely does, right? Because you could win via smash from 6th place potentially.
No, not really. I think that it doesn't matter because people are going to get past that smash ruling, and then whoever gets the chicken dinner on match 6 would have been in first place anyway.
On the points alone. Okay, yeah, no, that's kind of fair at this point. I think it'd still be cool
because
though.
it's so close. I think what you're saying is correct, but it would be correct in a different lobby. Not this one. Not where it's so close. It's just going to be a case we'll go to match 6. Someone's going to win and be like, oh, they got 20 points. Therefore, they're in first place now. So the smash really, it'd be cool if they have smashed. But did they really smash?
It's sort of like a tap
smash
with a toffee hammer rather than a full smash with the sledgehammer.
Smash. Semi-smashed. Semi-smashed at the end of the day.
Just like good baked potatoes. There you go.
No.
Semi-smashed. There you go. You got to duff them up a bit. You get the really crispy texture on the outside. It's good.
It's good. It's good. We won't. I like my. Oh, you said baked potatoes. I thought you said mashed potatoes. Like no, full mashed. Those
I did actually mean roast potatoes though, so we both were a little bit wrong on that one. But yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Duff up the roasties.
We're just waiting for match 5 to start. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with you as soon as this game gets underway. See you there.
All right, we have received word that Miramar is ready to get underway. No more waiting around for this time. And let's see if we can get a smash victory here for the Falcons, for Regnum Carya, the two teams in the smash zone. Let's take to the skies over the desert for the first time today as we get into our final two matches of the PMSL Europe.
It's the last real chance at a smash ruling here over at PMSL EU. On the road to the Esports World Cup, we're heading over from the western side, getting Falcons out nice and early over towards El Pozo, which is nice for them because over the past few Miramars, it's been very difficult for the Falcons to get over towards El Pozo early, heading down towards Puerto Paraíso. So a lot of this northeast side of the map is cut out here, John.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get up towards El Azahar, Torre Hamada. Let's see where the circle takes us as well, because Miramar can get a little bit spicy with these early circles as well. Because it is so big, it can be quite a long way to be able to get to this first circle. It really does force a lot of early rotations from some teams, depending on where it falls. Or it might just be slap bang in the middle and keep everyone not necessarily happy, but certainly close enough to have a chance in. Falcons touch ground, and they will be on El Pozo uncontested.
Carya heading out over towards Ricardo. Nice central start from them. We'll wait for this next circle to come through as well. See where we're going to line things up going forward. Towards El Azahar, so a northeastern shift on the circle. We've had a few of these today where playing path is not very favorable over towards the circle itself. Now, Regnum Carya is going to head over towards Picard to get looted up. They're not thinking about moving too early, but they did get quite a few vehicles on side at least early on. So Ida there, when we were taking out the stage shots, all huddled, ready to push as far as possible.
You can see there the tables on the right-hand side. We have so many teams on the verge of crossing that smash point boundary, right? From 3rd down to 6th, all of them within minimal performance of getting past that smash point boundary. Obviously, 2 of our teams who can already do it. On 107 in 6th place, the points differences are marginal, and Flux are only in 4th because of that chicken dinner tiebreaker with S2G.
And for S2G, this is actually a very important game for them because this could end, right? This could end. It's the last real chance for it to end early. So for S2G, they know they need to put points upon this match. Flux needs to go down, and historically Flux have done quite well on Miramar, at least in this finals. We'll see if that uptick in performance is consistent with these last 2 matches.
Little tumble in the party bus, easily solved. Barsay trying to move on in as well. Everybody having to do so. Everybody having to move to that northeast side of the circle. The question is, when do you go for those rotations, right? Over the north side, you've got access through La Cooperaria. No one really taking up position around Crater Field, so teams like FUT, potentially Falcons, and maybe even Ida could try and take that path, swing in past Torre Hamada, in towards the north side of this next circle. Papara SuperMassive getting on with the ridges on Miramar. We'll be moving in from near Los Leones and sending up past La Bendita.
Yeah, quite a few teams looking to head on out nice and early. FUT over towards the ruins, by the way. Pretty tough break for them. But at least they have the nice central path over La Cooperaria over towards that way. Yeah, this La Bendita crossing, not always fun, not always easy. A lot of teams already far ahead from Falcons, from Regnum Carya. But S2G starting in Painan, I mean, it's a good spot to play from. Not Painan, San Martin. Goodness me.
It's all blurring into one. Plenty of PUBG Mobile action.
I got Painan and San mixed up.
They do rhyme, so that makes sense.
Paisan. Martin.
Paisan, Martin. Heading on into Miramar? Sanhok? What are we feeling? I'm not sure. I like Miramar.
Miramar's good. Yeah. I'm a Miramar enjoyer.
Fantastic. We saw BWNRX there moving on a rotate from Bahia de Mar on the south coast. They'll be trying to move through. They have the furthest of any team to get in towards this next circle. Team starting to get towards the middle here. Making their way up towards Al Azhar and the areas that surround it on the northeast side. S2G, they were playing from not Painan, it's San Martin, as they head on through a little bit closer towards the middle of this circle, potentially quite close to Carya.
Yeah, Carya in contention. Only 1 point behind, but still definitely in contention of S2G and Flux, as well as Ida, 110. Context as well, Regnum Carya over the last 4 matches, they've only been able to earn, how many points is that? 13? Pretty
for Regnum Carya.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not been great as a day for them. They've very much struggled so far. And that's what I was talking about. I feel like it does weigh on the mind. Just playing this small ball approach to PUBG Mobile, and potentially they let it get in their heads, affect their mentality a bit. Oh, we're so close to the smash zone, we just need small point games. And when you're playing for small point games, you make small point plays. And that may have had an impact on them.
There's a lot of room for error there. Or instead of playing a little bit more bombastic, that passive playstyle really doesn't benefit them all that much. Kind of the opposite of Boars, really. You are too bombastic.
Over bombastic.
Absolutely.
They have suffered today, the Boars, on 101 points. They've not really moved too much. Their record has been shoddy over the games on Sanhok, on Erangel as well. They are still very much in with a chance, though, Blank. I mean, you could see how close they are on the tables. A big game, any game, would see them up past that smash point boundary as well. They're within reach of it. So are BWNRX in 9th place. We're going over the first page of teams to see the teams that have a potential to jump up for a qualification spot. It is so down to the wire here, and so on the grabs.
Barsay up against TTQ. Symphony takes a bit of a shot, and nobody decides it's nothing to do with that. And will back off from the angle as a nade gets tossed his way. Almost 8 minutes into the match right now, waiting for zone 2. Right.
We need 3 elim points, or whatever distribution of elims and placements. 3 points, however they come, would see them over that smash point boundary. And they'll feel a little bit safer as well. They can get up, especially above Regnum Carya, potentially.
Yeah, in my opinion, like I said, I don't think the smash point really matters anymore. I think for, other than Regnum Carya and Falcons, of course, but I think for other teams, it doesn't matter about getting above the smash point boundary. What matters is getting far into these games and getting a lot of points off them. You'll pass it anyway, but I just don't think it will have that much impact going into the final games. The teams that are fighting for a smash point, they're going to see themselves very close to one another when it comes to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah.
So yeah, the smash zone really only counts today for just 2 teams. Just the 2 teams, which is wild.
Look at this circle, though. I mean, this is a hard shift out to the east side. It goes almost to the coast. That massive slope down towards the water as well. A deadly trap for anyone who finds themselves there. Will definitely need to be trying to look to get out of that position. I mean, the Boars managed to do so fairly quickly, and I feel like the Boars are in a pretty solid position. I'm looking at the Falcons and their approach to the north side as well. Boars now in contest with Thundertalk for a hilltop position that could be really important for this coming circle.
TalQ gets caught and he's going to take some shots, not before. He gets backed off the angle slightly as Nico steps up with a shotgun. Just constantly confounding the Boars. Nico does take a tag and Striker will get out. You're right, the Boars do have a pretty strong spot here. It's a large area, though, you have to hold. It will invite neighbors. Regnum Carya were similarly on a eastern approach in the first place to this circle, so they're not doing too bad for themselves either.
A lot of this circle is pretty unplayable out to the east side of it. So for Boars, they kind of have that angle a bit covered off. The hill that they were challenging on is a major threat to them, so whoever has control of that will have a bit of dominance over that position. Falcons fighting in from the north side. They've been pushing in for a while. FUT trying to crash in past them, but there's Barsay as well, looking to try and stop them from moving any further forwards. FUT are starting to collapse. Barsay further in towards the circle, and the Falcons just behind them on the queue on the north side.
Falcons do want to get involved on this as well, John. This would be a very, very good place to open up some space on the map, and you're absolutely right. There is a huge chunk of this circle which is unplayable due to it being the mountain range, which is unscalable, but also down towards the southeast side, you've got the fielded coastal area that has a couple of compounds both on the southwest and the northeast, but other than that, it's just open ground. It's not a fun place to play. I don't think anyone want to head down there. You do have this situation where I would say around 30% of the circle is unplayable at this point.
It's really rough going. Ida have managed to sneak in on that East Road approach and actually set in a pretty decent position, taking shots over towards S2G as well. In 5th place, S2G's run could, of course, be cut short on this match. And Ida wanting to surpass that boundary. Circle goes back to a little bit of sanity here, but it keeps the entirety of El Azahar in. The hills to the east of El Azahar, control over them, a massive priority. But Ida, in their position blank, have such a good spot.
Yeah, it's a nice place to play. I think for S2G, similarly, also a really good spot on the map to work with. Regnum Carya wants to peel themselves away from this position. There is a side swipe angle towards the northeast there that you can see. Regnum Carya right now, I think Boars is playing a little bit of a weird position where they're holding a 2-2 inside of that town. I said it was unscalable. Obviously, you can get a little bit up there. Don't particularly want to be up there till late game, though.
Those eagle perches up there. It's a bit of a risk, and he will have to move off of that angle. Hopefully he's got a vehicle to drop down, otherwise he's done for. But he can also trap Regnum Carya in there. And for K1, they might want to do that.
It's definitely a spoiler position, right, for K1, I would say. 10th place, 83 points. They could have a ginormous game. Funny to say that about 10th, but it is unlikely.
Imagine if Ida had had 3 more points in that last match. Right now, everybody would be quaking in their boots that they would be able to find a chicken dinner here, because I think that they do have the best spot here. I think Falcons may be the only team that could actually challenge them for it.
Well, it is Zone 3, and I think you do have to put that in context. It is Zone 3. We are not at all confirmed on where this circle's going. It's a strong central position, yes, and they can play from it. But this easily could head down towards the south. Cause some serious problems for them. Black, though, will take a knock. But FUT similarly are not in the best of shape at the moment. Taking quite a bit of a battering. Enzo goes down. That's the Zeptimus from across the way. And now Yekta out in the open. A nade over the top, and that should be game over for him.
You've also got Barsay over the ridgeline, who could potentially poke their noses in, but they've got bigger fish to fry. A knock sent their way. He's still taking shots, though, and Lux will fall. Just Zeptimus now for Black Esports, trying his best to get across the open valley here, leaving the rest of his team. They will be sacrificed to try and survive a moment longer. Barsay moving on in to pick up the points here. But again, this is a fight at the bottom of the tables, and none of these points are going to the teams towards the top.
Yeah, we are starting to get silly business, right? It has to be said that there is just an unbelievable amount of fighting, an unbelievable amount of aggressive plays. We went from yesterday having 16 teams and a huge amount of players remaining without ever being in contest of one another until far into the 20 minutes.
Oh, go on then. 3 players rock up and FUT immediately rebuff all 3 of them. Barsay had 4 players. All of a sudden, they're just down to Nihat. There's 1 player left on Black Esports. They are just dismantling one another here.
Yeah, it's just mutually assured destruction, isn't it, really? Fenerbahçe have lost one player. They look over towards Erangel and don't take shots. Curious they wait that long. Simple Domak happy to allow Papara SuperMassive up slightly. We are now in stage 4. The circle did move. Yet to see where it went to, though, sadly.
I think it keeps Ida in. It goes to the northeast side of Al-Zahar. You can see just the edge of it on this next zone. We'll start to shut on through. Falcons actually chiming into the fight up on the north side. Taking down the remnants of FUT. Looking for more engagements as well. We'll see how much more they can do. BWNRX taking down BRX Esports as well. Nihat the last to stand, and Falcons slowly moving in. Have actually, because of that fight on the north side, they didn't have to do too much, but there is now no competition for their rotation. Redox with the fadeaway, leaving out Barsay. And now they can slam it into the north side of the circle. The question is, where do they go? Without any competition on the north, they kind of have free range on this approach.
They do. They absolutely do. And I think for Falcons, looking fairly nice here. And they put out slow. Slonic finding Silas. Carya's players are struggling. Kivik will final one play on base down. Wild. This is such spoiler plays coming through from K1.
That's actually crazy. That is insane that he's committed to staying up there, right? I mean, it's into stage 4. He should be able to get down and actually might be able to regroup to the rest of his team from here. But you're right, it's absolutely insane that they have locked this team in here. And it's Regnum Carya of all teams, one of the important teams when it comes to the Smash zone. Now with just one player trapped out in the blue zone, K1 have ruined their chances of a Smash.
It's a frustrating experience. I think K1 play it out very well in their setup down towards the southeast side. It's very frustrating for Regnum Carya, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Though again, I think both teams could have got themselves out from that location if they just left sooner. K1 hadn't have held there because now K1's coming in really late to the circle. It's definitely one of the situations where both teams could have benefited, but K1 is so certain on ruining the day of Regnum.
Okay. He wants to try and take that fight behind the tree. Will give the game away, though, and Quebec now knows. Exactly. No, he doesn't. Okay, Loxy. A little bit of retribution may be found there, but the rest of K1 are just over the ridgeline. They'll roll up to it, and Loxy should be done for. Regnum Carya all out of gas now. Eliminated. 117 points, but that 1 point could make a big difference, Blank.
Could do. It could be the difference maker between them dropping out, honestly, because there could be a lot of big jump-ups here. Zelfani Fenerbahçe. Fireflux ladders up over towards 3rd place off the back of that one. S2G still in a very, very strong spot, but it is the Falcons playing slow and steady over on this eastern side.
And Ida as well, who have that compound, right? That control that they have over towards S2G. Nice to see. They've got that outpost on the far side of the road. A push coming on through, and another team gets eliminated. It's Fenerbahçe once more. Fireflux now 2 points away from that smash point. I mean, you said it wasn't super relevant, but it's still nicer to be over than to be under as they pick up more and more knocks. They're looking to try and cross it here and now.
Yeah, Fireflux not looking too bad. I mean, for Miramar in general, they're a team that does fairly damn well on this kind of a map. Papara SuperMassive over the way. Matt Cap looking to send a nade through. Kamikaze is left behind as a sacrifice to Matt Cap himself, and Cause will find Tron, will knock him out, and Papara SuperMassive is struggling to leave. But what does that mean for Fireflux now, as they'll have to go up against the Boars next?
They wanted one more point from that fight, but they won't be allowed it. The Boars able to snaffle all of those away. But the placements will kick in soon as well. Teams are going to start to fall to try and crunch on in. It's a difficult approach. BWNRX, you can see them mounting up on the hillside. That is not in this circle. They will have to push further forwards, but they're trying to get some scouting information with a minute and a half or so that they have left on this position. The more info they have, the better they can decide where they want to go. S2G also in that central area. Looking to try and hold this one out as BWNRX break ranks and move forwards.
S2G in a nice spot alongside with Ida. Both of them just been locking gazes with one another that entire time. Sonic will find Tudica inside the building. No one really near him to help, and they will have to send a player across there. They want to pick him back up, and it's looking very unlikely. This split I didn't really enjoy in the beginning of the game, and I still don't enjoy it now.
This position on the northwest is really quite tenuous. K1 with 2 players alive, they're still doing the lobby dirty, Blank. Playing complete spoiler to Regnum Carya, taking down a player from the Boars. As a duo, they still have a little bit more to play. Ida on the northern side. But where are the Falcons, Blank?
See them there just off in the distance on the northern side, playing along the ridge line.
Is it upside down? Go was trying to mount it. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
Not how I would have described it. He's trying to push the vehicle over, sure. Reorientate it.
Fine. Let's go with that.
Yeah, currently Falcons are out in the open. But they're the team closest to trying getting this chicken dinner done. They're the only team that can do it. Finish the game here. Unfortunately, we've gone under the map.
Oh dear. Can't be having that.
Yeah. Can't be having
Goodness
that.
me. Okay, we're back to us. I hope that the game still exists.
So do I.
Because that would be
Yeah, me.
absolutely nuts.
Yeah, goodness me. Well, so far, the game
Okay.
was pretty cool. I've enjoyed it. I want to know where Falcons currently are on the map. And how they're doing. But when we get back, I think the game is still going, though.
I
Is it
hope
still
so.
going?
I'm not sure. It would be crazy. It would be insane if that game, for some reason, was wiped out. Regnum Carya would still be alive. Falcons maybe at a better... I mean, that's insane. Okay. Okay, we've had word. We've had word as to what happened there. It's not... The game, I believe, is still going, but the observing machines have lost power, which means that we are no longer able to see what's going on.
Yeah, they've died. They've died a death.
Right. So what happens now? Hopefully, if the game is still valid, which it should be, we hopefully can get back in to see it once we restore power to the observing machines, right? If we can't, imagine we're just waiting here for the tables.
We're in Among Us now.
Oh my god!
Let's restore power to the observing machines. It does feel like almost like a quest that you've given us.
This is crazy, right? Do we have any cameras on the players? Can we?
Or just have a look?
Can we
at
over the shoulder any of our players right now? Is that possible?
Well, some backseat gaming going on. That would be good. I'd enjoy that.
I mean, if it has to happen, it has to happen, right? I'm sure everyone is doing their utmost to get us our feedback.
But it was quite deep into that game though, so it depends how quickly we can get back online with it, really. But I am being told we're going to be back very shortly, very soon, and we'll be back on board with our players. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see exactly what happened, what went on, but we'll attempt to piece it all together live on the job.
So as it cut out, I believe we were around. We were sort of centered around Ida being in a central location, S2G being across the road, the Falcons trying to make their push as well, but plenty of things could go wrong. I believe we got about 5 minutes to wait, but I feel like the map could end in 5 minutes. Oh, no, hang on a minute. We're back now. We've got our feedback live and hopefully stable here. Let's take a look at what's happened so far. It looks like all our important pieces are still in place, but Falcons now closer than ever. They have got a mad dash to make.
Ooh, massive there. There's only 2 players in position. S2G still going as well, which is one of the
Fire
important
Flux are over the
things.
smash barrier. That's what's happened.
Yes, well done. Yeah, they're up to 113. With 5 eliminations as well, they're doing fairly well here. Most teams are out on the outer edges of this circle because it's very difficult to play towards the center, and Papara SuperMassive currently having a great time because of it. Here's Carya getting lit up by IDA, and Carya will be eliminated. S2G have also lost a player in the process, as Zedwolf will put down 1 over on Icy.
Boars are going low, and crucially, Carya going down in 5th place, Blank. You can see that they will not be able to jump up towards 4th on the end of this one if Falcons take the chicken dinner. With Papara SuperMassive going down, that central void may be left.
Indeed. I'm not entirely sure while we're watching on the stage screen.
Looks good.
Back. It looked good. We're back on board with things.
A little bit of Turkish overlay there as well. Cheeky.
I like that. I like that.
The Falcons have moved down. Blank, they've rotated down to the south side here. They've moved on to a really important position. The position that Papara SuperMassive left.
Taking up Boars as well at the same time. G up to bat against BWNRX.
The nade up from Kelsey. Nade over the top. This is really bad news. They need to be in there, but they can't go any further. 5th place, not able to leapfrog either. And now with 3 teams with 4 players alive, they're all over the smash barrier, but Blank, only Falcons can win it on this match.
Only the Falcons. Fire Flux on 11 eliminations. Absolutely crazy on this one. Some lovely music in the background as well. We've got going on.
Well, we've got our feedback, and that's what matters. Falcons, they've taken a knock on the south side. They're 2 players from different teams in the same vehicle there. What's going on? Someone sort that out. Fireflux and Thunder Talk both trying to drive the same vehicle. Nico go wild. What's going on there? Falcons on 3 players, playing from the south side though. They have managed to get this res. They have 4 players alive, and Ida are out of the zone. Blank, this could be it.
It could be it right now on this game. S2G may not make it through to EWC off the back of this, and we might lock things in with Ida, Regnum, Carya, Fireflux, and the Falcons. It's all up to Ida to stop them.
It doesn't matter how many points the Fireflux team get on this match, but it could be all over, all done and dusted. It is up to the 4 men on the south side. Falcons looking for the chicken dinner. They've got the hillside. They've got the forward position. Ida looking to challenge. You got BWNRX as well with 2 on the western flank. Another team goes down, and 1 step closer to a smash victory for the Falcons. They've got control here, Blank. It's looking good. Ida looking to move. Can they make the crossing in towards the rest of the roster? They do not take a knock. Finally, Aaron goes down, and the Falcons desperately peppering them. It's BWNRX, and 3 teams are standing. 2 players from BWNRX, Ida on all 4, and the Falcons desperately lighten them up, but they just can't connect.
There's one though, over towards Aaron, the re-knock from Ralph, a good side angle coming through from him, looking for a little bit more, a nade tossed off into the distance, the Void accepts that one. Forcing them up against BWNRX, but you're right, low ammo, near to nothing here.
Oh, and they find Koa. They make it up to Jack, though. They just need to play the central position. They don't need to get involved. They can wait. They can allow BWNRX to take this scrap. Koa should be resable, but in they go. Ida are in. Aaron down once more. The re-knock for the 3rd time. Let's up into the fight. Darkin falls next. Falcons are looking to win it all. Win it here on a smash ruling, but a 2nd knock sent their way. BWNRX from the top of the mountain. They could change it all.
Zone 9, we're starting to cut things in. Falcons have lost 2. Nades are flying over the top. They're looking to get their players back on board, but you're right, BWNRX from the backlines could change it all. They're taking shots over towards IDA. Emre's down, as well as Aaron being cut out.
It's all up to Rita. There's plenty of ammo for Koa. They can redistribute that. Hopefully, they've got enough. Ralph thinks he's got it with 39 in the mag, 5 on the shotgun. The nade over to Rita. 2 players on high. The Falcons are back to 4 players. They could cut it all here. Ida go down. And now in a 2 versus 4, Falcons could win it all. Falcons looking to smash. Over the top. It's just frozen. And the Falcons mount a victorious assault. They win on a smash ruling in match number 5. Falcons, smash!
It was so close, down to the wire. We didn't think it'd be match 5, but so it is. The Falcons rising from what has been a tumultuous journey throughout this tournament, but the finish line is crossed and they spread their wings, heading over towards EWC and bagging themselves the 35 grand.
And with that match, it's S2G eliminated, Blank. They don't make it. They are down in 5th place. IDA take that glory. They will be seen there as well. But for the Falcons, what a way to close down this tournament. This is a team who has been through the ringer to be the champions of the region coming through this one. They have felt pain. They have felt hardship. And this is a deserving victory for Ralph, for Redox, for Narvalo, for Koa as well. What a way to close down the day.
Just a brilliant performance from them. So funny to me. It's all day, all of this tournament, in fact, Falcons have struggled to get a chicken dinner. Those final motes of the matches are their kryptonite. And when it mattered most, when it counted most, they've not only restored power to our arena, they've restored the power to the Falcons, right up at the top there in 1st place. It's an incredible way to win it, not only getting the smash ruling, but being in 1st place anyway, regardless of what happened at the end of that match. They certainly deserved it. It has been a good uptick. It's sad to see Snowix not repping the roster and Koa coming in, but it's undeniable how much impact Koa has had for this team. Added extra firepower, great grenades. Some of them, he grenaded himself, but in the end, it's the grenades that he sends over the top that seals the deal.
Fantastic stuff. What an exciting match to close it down on. You can see Coach Pecco there as well, reining in his players, but Redox, I mean, he's on a tear. Beautiful stuff coming through for the roster. Shake it off, man. You deserve it. What a shutdown. That final rotate down to the south, taking down the Papara SuperMassive area. They deserve that chicken dinner, and I do think that they might have deserved this 1st place as well. Goodness me, that is absolutely insane scenes. But there are 4 teams going over to PMWC as well, Blank, not just the Falcons. I think it was Regnum Carya who do make it. They do get one of those 4 spots who are going to make it with them. Flux as well. What a climb back from them today. They did it again. They did it day 1. I didn't have faith in them, but they did it in day 3 as well. And I think the final member was IDA coming on through,
It was.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was IDA at the end of the day. And I mean, for IDA, what a wonderful run from them. We've been speaking their praises all the time. You know, even in PUBG Mobile Super League over EMEL Fall 2024, Aaron was the rising star, and he was awarded that accolade. And again, it certainly does feel that way. And he has risen all the way to the top here, being able to find himself in a position now going towards the EWC alongside Darkin, who he played with over on Zeus. Add in some extras with Rita and Emre, and you have yourself an amazing squad who have pushed and pushed and pushed. At the beginning of that game, you know, it's almost poetic with them all huddling together and going for a victory chant, and victory is certainly what they will be celebrating here today, heading over towards that EWC as well as grabbing themselves plenty of cash on board. Flux. Now, don't disappoint me going over to the EWC. That's all I ask. That's all I ask, because, you know, it looked a lot better. And I think that you're very lucky that you've got Matt Cap on board. But we cannot see that similar kind of performance we've seen throughout the last year. We need more of this. More of this.
Absolutely. Is it maybe time for Fireflux Sarah? Maybe. Could be seeing.
Maybe. Could be.
Let's head to the
stage.
stage to deliver our championship moment.
To determine exactly how things were going to go down now. It's time to start presenting our awards to those who came in as runners-up as well as the champions as well. So first up, we're going to be meeting our 3rd place team. Would you please, I'll let you share that with the audience first in Turkish.
Öncelikle harika bir 3 gün geçirdik. O yüzden hepinize burada olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi ödül törenine geçeceğiz. Öncelikle 3. sıradaki ekibi çağırıyoruz.
IDA Esports.
Congratulations, here they come, making their way. GG's, lads, GG's. Good job, good job, good job. Good job. Here we go. If you come here as well and place yourselves there. To present the winning prize for our third place team, we're going to welcome to the stage the president of the Turkish Esports Federation.
IDA Esports'a çeklerini takdim etmek üzere, ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Spor Federasyon Başkanı Sayın Alper Afşin Özdemir'i alkışlarla sahneye davet ediyorum.
Welcome in, welcome in. Congratulations again. Well done, Ida, in third place here. And I believe we have a prize that'll be coming your way as well here to present. We're waiting the giant, well, that is a giant check. That is a big one. But congratulations. We'll have you guys hold this just in front of the trophy for us. That's it, perfect. Come together. Lovely.
Bir kez daha alkışlar. 3. sırada tamamlayan turnuvayı IDA Esports için.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Thank you. You could take that away. Who's going to keep it? We don't know. There you go. That's back there. Thank you so much. Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. That was our third place team. It is time to meet the runners-up, our second place team of our competition, Billy.
Şimdi sırada ikinci olan takım var.
Flux Esports. And again, the president of the Turkish Esports Federation will present a award-winning check to you folks. We'll put this in front of the trophy once again, and we'll get you guys to pose for a lovely snap.
Bir kez daha ödülleri TESFED Başkanı Sayın Alper Bey takdim etti. A big round of applause again.
One more time, yeah, let's give it up.
Flux
Esports!
Bir alkış alalım onlara.
You go to the back here. Thank you very much. Now it is time to welcome to the stage your champions. Let's please welcome the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Final Champions. It's, well, you go first.
Şimdi şampiyonu çağırma zamanı. 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bağır Finali. Şampiyonu
Team Falcons! Come on through here, chaps. The response. Come and spread yourselves out. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Okay. Now it is time as well to celebrate this remarkable glory. Let's present these magnificent jackets that are coming onto the stage in just a second's time, prepared by today's proud event sponsor, INFINIX, to our champion players, the exclusive GT Champion set. It's more than just merchandise, it's a badge of honor and a mark of greatness, legacy, and initiation to the GT-verse, a realm reserved for the true elite. We'll have our four kind of winners come forward to the front here for us.
Şimdi zaferi kutlayacağız. Bugünün gururlu etkinlik sponsoru INFINIX tarafından şampiyon oyuncular için özenle hazırlanan bu muhteşem ceketleri görüyorsunuz şu an üstlerinde. GT şampiyon ceket seti. Bu sadece bir ceket değil, bir onur nişanı, büyüklüğün, mirasın ve GT-verse kabulün simgesi. Yalnızca gerçek elitlere ayrılmış bir evrende yerlerini alıyorlar şu an.
Now we're also as well here. The exclusive GT rings are being presented to our winners as well. A tribute to the brotherhood that battled through every challenge.
Hemen arkasında da INFINIX'ten GT AI yüzükleri geldi. Kardeşliğe bir saygı duruşu niteliğinde.
Let's hold the rings together. That's it, fellas. Come inside there.
Yüzüklerle birlikte pozumuzu da aldık.
Excellent work. Now, it is the big moment we've all been waiting for here. And we're going to ask the president to congratulate the gentlemen here on their victory for us as we present to you the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions.
Şimdi şampiyonların kupalarını kaldırma zamanı geldi. Bir kez daha TESFED Başkanımız Alper Afşin Özdemir kupayı takdim edecek. Tebriklerini iletiyor şu an.
One more time, would you please give it up for your 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions, Team Falcons! We'll ask you, do you want to come to the front as well? Come to the front with the trophy as well. Team Falcons, come and stand here for us at the front. There we go, come and stand at the front for us. Okay, we'll get one picture of you guys with your trophy. Let the team hold the trophy. There it is. There they are. Team Falcons. Congratulations, fellas. You're champions. And when you're ready, please make your way to the back of the stage. All right, your champions there. You can take the trophy with you as well. Don't forget this. Don't forget this, Team Falcons. Hey, you forgot the trophy. You forgot the trophy. There we go. Okay. Okay. On that note, we're not done with yet though. We're not done with yet. We are also to present our MVP as well of our competition. True victory goes beyond numbers. It lives in the passion and drive of a teammate who pushes the whole squad forward. This season, INFINIX is honoring a standout player in a league of their own with the FMVP award, presenting the one-of-a-kind MVP trophy crafted exclusively for the top-performing player of 2025's PMSL EU Spring.
Gerçek zafer sadece sayılarda değil, tüm takımı ileriye taşıyan bir takım arkadaşının tutkusu ve azminde yaşar. Bu sezon INFINIX kendi liginde fark yaratan bir oyuncuyu finallere MVP'si, en değerli oyuncusu ödülüyle onurlandıracak. Karşınızda 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar sezonu.
Your MVP from Team Falcons.
En değerli oyuncu.
Huh?
MVP.
MVP.
From
Team Falcons.
Team Falcons.
It's Koa! Congratulations, dude. Well done, well done. Come this way.
Kendisine ödülünü bir kez daha TESFED Başkanımız Alper Bey
your INFINIX
takdim edecek.
There he is. Koa is your MVP. If you hold, that's it. There you go. You can make your way, shake the president a handshake, and there we go. You can make your way to the back of the arena as well. Congratulations, Koa, your MVP. One more time. Hold the phone out for us. You stand there for us. Trophy. There we go. There he
Bir kez
is.
daha alkışlar Koa için.
Okay, thank you very much, Koa. You can go to the back. Again, thank you very much. Okay.
Alper Bey'e de çok teşekkür ediyoruz ödülleri dağıttığınız için. Efendim bir sonraki etkinlikte tekrar
Thank you so
görüşmek
much.
üzere.
Take care. Thank you. We say goodbye to the president of the Turkish Esports Federation. But do not forget as well, folks, it's not just about today, it's about the extension of this, which is those 4 qualifying spots as well for the Esports World Cup this summer. We're going to start welcoming them out one by one, each of our teams. Are you ready for this, Billy?
Yeah, I'm ready. Şimdi Dünya Kupası'na, Espor Dünya Kupası'na gidecek. İlk 4 sırada finalleri tamamlayan takımları tek tek sahneye çağıracağız.
Okay. In 4th position and qualifying for the Esports World Cup, would you please give it up?
4. sırada Dünya Kupası'na gidecek takım
Regnum Carya Esports! And next up, it's time for our 3rd team to also qualify for this summer's EWC.
3. takım şimdi sıradaki
IDA Esports! Okay, here we go. Next up, your second place team. Would you please put your hands together?
İkinci sıradaki takım için alkışlarınızı istiyoruz.
Flux Esports! And one more time, we welcome back to the stage your 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions.
Şimdi bir kez daha sahneye davet ediyoruz. 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar finalleri şampiyonu
Team Falcons! If you raise your t-shirts in the air, please, fellas, you are all qualified. Raise your t-shirts in the air. The EWC qualifiers for this summer's PUBG Mobile Championships. Oh, he's doing it all. He's doing it all.
Bir kez daha alkışlar. Finalleri ilk 4 sırada tamamlayan Dünya Kupası'na gidecek takımlar için gelsin.
Well, there we have it. These are your qualifying teams for this summer's EWC. It has been a mammoth of a weekend, and we are finally there. A few things to say. First and foremost, our sponsors, a massive thanks to INFINIX, to the Esports World Cup, to Pmsl, Xvega, Etopia, and of course Kelme as well.
Sizlere veda etmeden önce sponsorlarımıza bir kez daha teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. Sponsorlarımız INFINIX, Esports World Cup, Pmsl, Xvega, Etopia ve Kelme.
We want to say a huge thank you as well to all of the production teams put this together here, for all you guys, all the players here as well, of course, all of you watching here at home, this amazing audience as well. You've been absolutely incredible all weekend long as well. And of course our qualifiers and our champions. It's been simply amazing.
Bu prodüksiyonda emeği geçen sahne arkasında, sahne önünde herkese tekrar teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Siz muhteşem seyirciye, bu salonu dolduran herkese bir kez daha tek tek teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Evlerinde izleyenler, sizlere de teşekkür ediyorum. Oyuncular, ekip, sahne, her şey harikaydı. Bir sonraki turnuvada, bir sonraki etkinliğimizde görüşmek üzere. And we say
Goodbye. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now. Goodbye.
Oh, goodness me. We're not going just yet. We've still got a little bit more to talk about. And I think the most important thing that I want to talk about right at the start here, Blank, is the fact that Regnum Carya qualified in 4th place. Now, as we've been highlighting throughout the entirety of this tournament, Regnum Carya earned that 4th place for winning PMGO. So their winning PMGO has directly contributed to their qualification here into the PMWC.
Which is crazy. It's something we didn't actually talk about on the stage either. I'm so sad that we didn't get to really cover that because it is a massive, massive storyline for Regnum Carya being able to create that opening. And it is funny because we were memeing on it literally the other day. It was a case of what if they qualify in 4th place, which is fantastic. But it's been an awesome tournament, John. I've really enjoyed it so far. I hope you have as well at home. Thank you for being here with us right to the end. And congratulating all our winners with us here, all those players heading over to EWC and those earning the 35 grand at the top. It was Team Falcons.
Fantastic stuff from Team